Hello and welcome, mga members ng Programmers Developers, for our first Meetup Programmers Developers. First, I would like to thank everyone for coming here. Wala pa kayo sa mga malalayong lalawigan ng Pilipinas. I appreciate the effort. So, what is Programmers Developer? Programmers Developers, or PD. So, PD is a Facebook-based community of people involved in the software development lifecycle. So, kapag sinabi natin software development lifecycle, yun yung requirements gathering, systems design and architecture, system design, infrastructure, tapos yung coding, yung testing, and deployment. Tapos kapag sinabi natin people involved, kahit sino, ranging from students up to IT managers. So, dito sa PD, we see ourselves as a portal where professionals, educators, and students collaborate to bridge the technology gap across industries and academics. So, bali, alam naman natin na may mga technology sa industry na hindi tinuturo sa school. So, yun yung isa sa primary. Yun yung gusto natin mangyari sa PhD. Maituro sa mga estudyante yung mga bagay na hindi na ituturo sa eskwelahan. And of course, makarating din sa company yung mga technology na hindi sila masyadong aware. Na maaari palang makapagpaganda ng kanilang IT. So, we wish to achieve this by providing assistance to students, voicing out improvements in teaching designs, user gatherings, and circulating advanced technology. Siyempre, tao lang tayo, nagpupulitan din tayo doon. As a matter of fact, masaya-masaya tayo sa kapulitan natin. Kung ano-ano pinopost, mga meme, and minsan latest news about hacking, minsan topic na, minsan hugot, minsan nagpo-post ng MLM. At syempre, natutuwa tayong sunugin yung nag-post ng MLM na yun. However, minsan, medyo nagiging far-fetched na ang kasiyahan, so we need to implement rules and regulate what's happening in the group. So, ayan. The heralds of peace and order. Or, yung mga admin. So, ayan. Oops, hindi ko pala ako nagpapakilala. Ako si Ariel Zemir Garbillo. Yan. Ayun, kilala niyo na ako sino. Yes, in the flesh. Yung palating pitch sa sa group. Anyways, so yeah, 14 ng admins natin. Yung isa dyan sa 14 na yan is duplicate. So 13 lang talaga kami. 13 lang kami totoong tao. And, papansin nyo, may mga tao pala dyan na akala natin ay admin. So, please be aware na hindi sila admin. Kaya huwag kayo pagpapasin lang sa mga pagbabanta. Hindi, joke lang. Siyempre, magpasaway ko kung sinasaway kayo. Anyways, each admin has his own autonomy when it comes to implementing rules of PD. So, kanya-kanya kami ng standards, kanya-kanya kami ng pinipili rules na i-implement. Hindi naman namin kaya ng implement ng rules yan, hindi namin pag-sabi yan. So, kaya minsan medyo, bakit si ganito na ba? Bakit si ganito? Hindi pakiyas naman na sila ng ginagawa. Because magkakakaan. Anyways, so, other admins, si Prince, tapos si G, si Sir Jonel, si Sir Lope, Sir Lope. So, ibig sabihin niya, ito siya, ha? Ayun, si Anya. Okay. And then, si John Paul, tapos si John Carlo, si Marlo, si Ruel, si Sir John Derek, and si Sir Steve. Si Elde Torres, si Ramon, at saka si Ruel. So, si Sir John Derek, isa siyang manager ng information systems. Si Sir Lope naman, yun siyang freelance software developer. Si Briggs, I think, ito siyang developer. Not quite sure kung anong klaseng developer siya. More likely si Java siguro. Si Jean, or si Jude, isa siyang mobile developer. Si Sir Jonel, developer din siya ng .NET. Actually, more like product developer. Tapos si John Carlo naman, mobile developer din siya, Android. The rest, hindi ko na masyadong kilala. Si Sir Vin, I think system admin siya. Mahilig yan sa security things. The dark parts. Tapos yan. A short history, ang PD is founded on May 28, yung anniversary natin. By Marlon Barrientos and John Carlo Franco. So, yun, dalawa na sa gitna. Silang founders natin. Tapos, hindi siyang nag-grow in numbers nung nagsimula na mag-post ng tutorials. And, patuloy tayong dumadami by continuously pursuing one's passion. So, gawin nyo lang kung ano yung gusto nyo. Related sa IT. Pwede tayo, pakita nyo sa group. Okay. And right now, dahil continuous ang pag-grow natin, 79,000 members na tayo. 79,000 members natin. And 650 yan is bagong member. On a weekly basis yan. So parang nag-increase tayo ng 600 every week. And out of that 79,000, 11,000 ang weekly active members. Every week, 11K ang talaga nag-interact. Like, nagpo-comment, nagpo-post. Tapos yan. 15,000 comments, 25,000 reactions or likes, and almost 900 posts. So, yung 11K active members na yan is on a weekly basis yan. So, on a daily basis, meron tayong average na 3K active members. Ibig sabihin yan, kapag nag-post kayo ng something at nag-trend, almost 3,000 members ang nakakakita ng post. Okay? And yeah, yung hilig ng mga ginagawa natin. 61% is mga like, 37% is mga comment. And the others, yung mga post type natin, is kadalasan status, which is yung mga questions. And then the other is yung mga photo, like mga meme. And doon sa dami na pinakita ko sa inyong figures, ito yung mga nagawa natin na talagang significant. Obviously, yung logo, number 1 yan. Meron tayong pinagkakakilan. Yung photo and banner, palalo tayo na marami nag-participate yan. Almost 20 sa logo, then 10 yata sa banner. Tapos, nagpapalaro din tayo, mga programming questions. Nagbibenta rin tayo ng t-shirt, which is parang last 2 months ago lang. Yung mga nag-order, mga gusto mag-order, may bagong addition, which is yung color. Originally, ito lang, pero medyo dry, so nagtagdag si admin Frank pa lang. Panibago.
Bakit late? Late yung ano? Late lang yun ako.
Pinag-design pa lang. Tapos yung nasa dulo doon, yun yung t-shirt ng mga taong distinguished members. Distinguished yung mga admin, yung mga speaker, yung mga nag-contribute, yung mga raffle winners, at yung mga taong nanalo sa palaw. Or kung ano mga events ang pinag-participate nila. Kung gusto nyo makakuha yung ikatlong t-shirt na yun, ano pa ang hinihintay nyo? Strive for excellence. Anyways, nag-participate din tayo sa NASA Space Up Challenge 2016. Ayan sila. And as you can see, yung grupo ni MJ, Team Road 4, is nanalo sa Best Innovation Award. Gumawa sila ng application na nagsasimulate ng pag-build ng spaceport. Ayan, silang dalawa. Silang dalawa yung member ng team. Ewan ko lang kung darating si si John. Hey. Anyways, bukod doon, meron pang isang team na nanalo. Ewan ko lang kung meron silang representative dito ngayon. Sila yung most inspirational. Gumawa sila ng game ng team planet colonization. Simulation game. And kami naman, yung mga medyo boring na tao, we share knowledge on other communities. So, active din kami sa ibang group. Kung nagtataka kayo kung ano yung mga group na pwede nyo pang pag-activean, meron tayo Philippine.net Users Group, meron tayo Philippine SQL Server Users Group, at meron din tayo Philippine Windows User Group. Actually, i-search nyo lang yung user group doon sa Facebook, magsisilabasan na yan. Meron din kasi Java, meron din JavaScript, meron din Ruby on Rails, meron din Amazon, meron din Azure. Basta yung keyword is user group. Nandun sila. So yung mga user group na yan, mga professional groups yan. Yes. So, medyo bigit tayo kapag nandun tayo. Yung kakulitan natin, dito na lang sa PV. Kasi hindi naman masyadong professional ang PV. Medyo informal tayo. Okay. So, ayan. Ito si Sir Jordan. Nag-discuss siya ng new features sa SQL Server. And that's me. Nag-discuss ng temporal tables. And, syempre, lingid sa kalaman natin lahat, meron din isang admin na gumawa ng sarili niyang programming language, which is the Anja Basic. Absolutely not your average basic. So, ito siyang portable interpreted programming language made with Java. Yung syntax niya ay similar to basic na may konting bahid ng C, ng JavaScript, at saka ng Pascal, pinagago pa. Tapos, ang main feature niya is supports English, Tagalog, at saka Jejemon keywords. Yun yung benta ron yung Jejemon. Sa Linux and Mac. And right now, I think si Sir Lopez is trying to port it to mobile. Ano ito Android. And that's it. Any questions? So, since wala pang ating first speaker, I guess it's time na magtanong-tanong ako sa audience. So, kamusta ba kayo? Kumain na kayo? Tayo dyan. Wala tayong breakfast Unless, pwede ko kayong gawing breakfast. Saan ba muna kayo mga si Galing? Mga around Metro Manila, NCR? No. Okay, that's good to know. So, nasa Sapa. Cavite, Laguna. Okay, sa North. Bulacan, Rizal, Moto. It's almost world. Okay, so most of us pala is from NCR. Nagpa-participate din ba kayo sa ibang events? Hindi familiar na kayo doon sa doon sa mga sinabi kong user groups. So, bakit mas pinili nyo to kaysa doon sa ibang group? Balita ko nag-post sila ng Android bootcamp.
Dahil po sa people.
T-shirt.
Para po makuha. Joke lang.
Bukod dun sa Android bootcamp, meron din silang .NET bootcamp. Yan sa load labs. Lapit lang. Tapos meron din IoT bootcamp sa may museum naman sa BBC. At may Pinoy Gaming Festival tayo doon sa SM Arkansas. I mean, sa dami ng politics, bakit ito t-shirt? Expectation pa rin na magbibigay kami ng t-shirt. Ikaw na, bakit ito ang pinili mo? Makakita ko kasi. Ikaw kuya. Tuloy po kayo. Bakit po ito ang pinili yung event na actually, maganda nga yun. Kasi it's true na ang aming lineup ngayon is very general one. Kumbaga, lahat ng topic ng apat ng events na yun is covered here. Kaya nakapiyakot ka lang. Unlike doon sa kanila, talagang hindi. Matutulong ka talaga doon sa kanila. Dito, malalaman mo lang yung mga keywords na isa-search sa Google. Okay. So that's that. Yan yung purpose. Yes, very simple.
Kasi hindi daw clear sa video. Yung mga nag-ano sa video.
Oo nga pala, no, may team. Meron nga pala tayong team live stream. Kaway-kawa. Nawala na sa loob ko. Teka, titignan ko lang yung ano nila. Titignan ko lang yung mga comments nila. Masyado ko kinakapatin sa ginagawa ko. Nandiyan na ba si Andrew? Are you there? Live stream, wala akong questions dyan. Anyways, mukhang wala pa yung first speaker natin. I guess I'm going to proceed with my talk. I'm going to talk about deploying your app in Microsoft Azure. However, I'm not quite sure kung pakailangan tayo ng internet connection. Titignan ko lang ako. But the point is, ako si admin Ariel Zipper-Beverly, and that's my real name. Nasa-search niya sa Facebook at makikita niyo yung dati account ko. So, I strongly suggest na i-add nyo kasi yung professional account ko. Na-upload ko lahat ng mga nag-add ko. Pero hindi ako ganun ka-email doon kasi professional na diba. Anyway. Huwag nyo pa-publish ang group yan. Anyways, ito dapat yung tatalakayin natin for today. No? Kasi, to deploy your application in Azure, you must first first have a Microsoft account. Then, kailangan ng Azure account. Of course, since this is a cost-effective solution, as in wala talagang kahit na may pera mong goal, ang meron lang is yung laptop mo, yung internet connection, at saka yung OS mo. Siyempre, yung details doon po communication. We're going to use the smart account. Pero siyempre, kung meron naman kayong meron kayong pera at meron kayong credit card, you can jump on creating an Azure account. So, we're going to use the DreamSpark account kasi hindi niya kailangan ng credit card kapag may DreamSpark account ka. Ganun ka-importante yung DreamSpark account. And once na nagkaroon ka ng DreamSpark account, you're going to use that to create an Azure account. Now, after having an Azure account, we're now going to create yung mga resource group natin, yung database service natin, and yung, how should I say this? Yung app service. So, yung mga resource group and database service na yan, it's analogous to creating an infrastructure. So, alam niyo ba kung ano yung infrastructure? Hindi ba kayo dun sa word na yun? When we say IT infrastructure, yun yung computer, yun yung server. So, hindi kasi siya, kapag kasi production na, or kapag industry lang pinag-uusapan, kapag mga website na nang ginagamit ng publiko, or yung mga system na talaga, talagang kapag sumabog yung system mo, may nalulugi ang kumpanya, kailangan ng gamitan ng matinong hardware. Hindi pwedeng nandito lang sa laptop. Pinag-ihiwa-hiwalay yan. Yung database mo, ihiwalay sa isang computer, dedicated yung computer na yun for run ng database, and then yung application mo, yung web application mo, or the web server, meron din siya sariling server, dedicated yun on running the web server. Lahat ng resources mo, pinakain lang ni web application mo. Given na mission critical yan, web application mo. So, paano tayo gagawa nun? Siyempre, bibili ka ng server, magkano yung processor, magkano yung memory, tapos i-connect ka ng network, yung hard drive pa, diba? Tapos, isang server para sa database, tapos isang server para sa web application. Magkano yun? Bibili ka. Wala pa doon yung development machine mo. Nakatanga lang yung web server, yung mga servers mo ron, kumakain ng kuryente, walang ibang ginagawa kung dito sa application mo. So, ang application mo lang naman is server.
Dito marinig sa ano ba?
Hello?
Yan.
Okay, ulitin ko lang ha.
Ayun.
We're going to create a virtual infrastructure. So, hindi natin nakikita yung mga servers. Yung mga servers natin, yung mga hardware natin, ay nasa cloud. O, tama. Diyan sa Microsoft Azure yung, actually, say this. Yan yung cloud computing ni Microsoft. Si Microsoft Azure. Okay? So, ano ba ang unang nakalagay yan? Gumawa daw tayo ng Microsoft account. So, itong PowerPoint na to is i-upload ko na lang doon sa groups. More likely sa docs.microsoft.com. Okay. So, provided na dyan yung mga links kung paano nyo gagawin. And, hindi ko sa inyo kayang i-demo kung paano gumawa ng Microsoft account. Kasi simple-simple lang siya. Pupunta ka lang dito, tapos load, ayan, kung sign up, medyo mabata ko load. Tapos ayan, fill up this, and then create account. Ano ba ito? Pinabasa niyo po ba yan? Sinipit nyo na lang yan. Tapos ayan, meron ka ng Microsoft account. Libre ang Microsoft account na yan. So, okay, magkano gastos natin? 1 lakh. After that, ano nakalagay dito sa ating PowerPoint? Gumawa tayo ng Dream Start account. So, sa Dream Start account, kailangan natin gawin ay mag-Google. So, sa Google, i-Google nyo sa Dream Start. Let's say, let's just, tinatama yung Google na spelling. Okay, just go to dreamspark.com and then we're just going to click students. Tapos, maglalagin ka using yung Microsoft account na dinasign mo. So, meron lang akong part dyan hindi kaya i-demo kasi nakapag-register na ako ng Dreamspark ko. Yeah. So, as you can see, bukod dun sa Azure na food area natin, meron din siyang ibang benefits. And, nakapag-create na ako. So, para lang makita niyo yung steps. Kung paano siya connected. Pag-create niyo yung makikita niya, then create account, and then continue, and then magsasign in ka using your Microsoft account. Tapos, ayan, you're going to fill out the information, required information, then continue to verify. After that, ito, na naman, you're being processed na siya. After that, dito na magkakaroon ng weird things, no? Kasi kailangan yung i-verify sa Dreamspark na isa kayong totoong estudyante. So, what are you going to do? Well, ako kasi verified na student ako. Ako student. Okay, this is not my account. This is... Okay. Sige na, nahuli na ako eh. Ginamit ko yung registration card ng kaibigan kong estudyante para matayo ko na siya. Okay. Subukan ko ito sa Ayan. So, mag-sign tayo using our wait lang. Our yan. So, nakaduplicate. So, I'm going to use my old account. Wala pang kahit just to demonstrate kung ano yung dapat mo. Ay, ayan. After you sign up, ito, importante yung get verified niya. Kasi yung get verified niya, yung magbibigay sa inyo ng kakayahan na magkaroon ng Azure account. No? So, there are many ways to verify. Isa rin place kung meron ka nung school email address nyo, which is the .edu. Okay. Kung meron kayo nun, hindi mo na kailangan gawin kung gagawin mo ngayon. Which is mag-upload ng RC, registration card. So, picture nyo yung registration card nyo, ilalagay nyo yan, yung pangalan nyo doon, then i-attach nyo ito. Okay? After nyo ma-attach, after a while, siyempre, i-verify na tayo. Hahanapin nyo lang, mag-mail sa inyo si Dreamspark team sa inyo na verify kayo. So, ang itsura ng email niya is something like this. Confirming your academic status. Yan. So, kapag click niya, verified na kayo, estudyante kayo. Okay? Nakagets ka? So, makakapalo naman. So, since meron akong account ng verified student, kahit hindi na ako student, hopefully, wag kayo remove sa akin. Ipagos ko. Yun na lang gagawin ko. gagawin natin is PV Manager. So, ito ka sa home. And then, ito, the cloud is ready for you. Get Azure now. Kunin natin yun. So, yan, mapapansin nyo, number 1, verified account. So, yun yung ginawa natin, verify natin. Pwede naman kayo mag-jump dyan, kaya hindi nyo makikita kung register na. Okay? So, kapag i-click niya, since verified na tayo, i-click na natin yung register now. And mag-register tayo sa Azure. For the expired subscription. Ayan, yan, nag-register siya. Oops. Gumamit na ako ng expired subscription. Tignan ko na lang po ang ensure niya. Well, simple lang naman yung gagawin niya. Simple lang naman yung kailangan natin gawin. After natin i-click yun, yan, magpipilat na naman tayo ng form. Tapos, you're going to verify by phone. So, lalagay dyan yung cellphone number niyo. Tapos, sabihin nyo lang na send your text. Makakapag-sign up ka na. So, bin-verify lang ni Microsoft na ito kahapon. Not ako. Okay? So, yan. After yung makapag-register, makaka-access na kayo doon sa portal.azure.com. Yan. Oops. Magkano gastos natin? Wala. Tumapit ko tayo ng credit card? Wala. Ang paslupa ba tayo? Medyo. Anyways, ayan. So, ayan yung dashboard ko. Medyo binago ko na yan kasi, how should I say this? Medyo binago ko na siya kasi inisa-isa ko na yung services natin na tinry out ko sila isa-isa. Ano ba pwede kong gamitin dito na libre? Then ayan, nilagay ko sila dyan. So basically, yan yung mga features ng Azure na pwede niyong paglaruan using your DreamSpark account. So, DreamSpark ko na DreamSpark dito. Ilan ba rin estudyante? Uy, ang dami. Para dun sa mga non-students, magpasaway na lang kayo gaya ko. Gumamit na isang estudyante. Hopefully, huwag talaga kayo dito. Actually, hindi ko pa na-try. Ako kasi, yung pinagkuhanan ko ng registration card, nanggaling na sa UD, University of Belize. So, nasa top 10 ba siya? Nasa top 20 University of Belize. I assume na okay lang kay Microsoft yun. Pero hindi ko pa na-try doon sa ibang schools if they will allow. Well, basically, makita nila yung RCU, mukhang yung mga units. I assume na may nagpipil naman nila sa practical yung gusto mag-aral ng Azure. Anyway, so, yeah. Ito, nag-testing na ako dyan. Tapos, ayan yung sinasabi natin, resource groups. Yung resource groups na yan, parang, sa working definition, sabihin na natin na folder na pwedeng paglagyan ng mga services natin. Nakagrupo siya ron. Tapos kapag dinilit ko siya, madidelete din lahat ng services natin. So far, yung parang yung gamit ko sa kanya. Pero yung ibang Azure expert, they are using the resource groups for different purposes. Some purposes na hindi ko masyadong nag-address. Para sa more likely monitoring ng resources and costs. Tapos ito naman yung app services. Kapag sinabi natin app services, yan yung server na paglalagyan ng web application natin. Tapos, ito namang SQL databases. Yan yung instance ng database. Alam mo na, may database. Yan. Tapos, yung SQL server naman, yan yung mismong machine na nilalagyan ng databases. Okay? So, ibig sabihin nun, pwede tayo magsalpak ng maraming SQL database sa isang SQL servers. Okay? So, itong dalawang to, I'll be saving this for the next time. Kasi, iba na yan eh. May kinalaman sa source control, which is a very good topic naman yun para sa inyong mga kiddos. So, ano ba ang nakalagay dito sa atin? Ang ating itinerary is gumawa ng resource group. So, to create a resource group, you can go lang yung resource group and then you add. Tapos nun, ang tayo mo group. Alam mo, a wise man once told me that patience is
Skill.
a skill. Tama. Sino nagsabi noon? Kayo. Hindi ako wise man. Wise woman. Hindi, si Sir John Tiriso. He's a Azure and Medium. Bakit tinatawag yun at saka pwede? Anyway, kumuha na tayo ng resource. Ang pangunahing problema nyo na dito is pangalan ng resource group nyo. So, dito. So, tingnan natin kung okay. Tapos ang subscription is automatically going to start. Itong resource group location is kung saan siya naka-deploy. So, hindi naman po yung sinabi natin cloud is nasa himpapawitan talaga yan. Nandiyan lang yan. No? Meron, pag sinabi natin cloud, in-outsource natin yung mga infrastructure natin, yung mga hardwares natin, pinaubaya natin doon sa company na nagpro-provide ng cloud computing. So in this case, si Microsoft ang pinili natin company na nagpro-provide ng cloud computing natin. At meron silang mga data centers. Meron ba nakakaalam po ng data center? Well, isa siyang building na maraming server. Sama na sila doon. Tapos minimaintain siya ng isang napakagaling na system admin. Yun yung tipong kapag nasira yung isang hard drive ng server, wapakils yung system mo. Sumabog yung server, wapakils yung system mo. Tinamaan ang bulalakaw yung data center, wapakils yung system mo. Buhay pa rin si system. So, yan yung isa sa mga advantage ng cloud computing. Yung malaking pera na in-invest ni Microsoft para sa kanyang hardware is magagamit ng mga small businesses. Of course, for price. Doon na makikita si Azure or si Microsoft. Nakayaran yun. Anyways, so, yun yung location ng mga data center nila. Pipiliin natin yung malapit sa atin. And then after that, we just get ready. Kaya ginagawa natin ang server. So after natin makakreate ng resource group, ang susunod natin create is SQL server. So, gagawa tayo ng server. Oo, parang kabuli lang. Wala. Lagay ka ng score. Nakalakan mo yung score. Ano bang panganda ng pangalan? Demo. Wala. SQL. Server demo. Tapos, password. Good. Ayan. Tama ba yung number ko? Okay, tama yung number ko. Tapos, so, syempre, ang subscription natin is start lang. If ever na gusto nyo try yung ibang subscription, you can paglagay ka ng credit card. Tapos, pipili natin yung resource group ng demo. Tapos, itong location na to, saan natin nilalagay yung server? Syempre, lagay natin sa pinakalalagay sa system card. Yan. After that, pipili. Yan. So, yan, pinipili ka na. Tapos noon, nag-start na daw tumubo, matuloy na siya, and then, after waiting, and waiting, and wait pa more, may good lang yung totoong skill na patience. May tuloy. Biruin mo. Ganyan na naman trabaho niyo. So, ano ginagawa niya? Kinukuha niya siya ng materials, ginagawa niya ng hard drive. Hindi, joke lang. Hindi siya gumagawa ng gano'n. Gumagawa siya ng virtual machine, more likely. Kasi hindi naman ganyan kabilis. Hindi naman ganyan kabilis gumawa ng server. More likely nagagawa niya siya ng virtual machine. So, may idea ba kayo kung anong virtual machine?
Sa loob ng machine.
Meron o wala? Meron. Okay. So, karamihan wala. So, isipin nyo na lang. Meron akong machine sa loob ng machine. So, meron akong computer sa loob ng computer ko. Yan. Kumpanya ako sa computer sa loob ng computer ko. Connecting to the sequence. So, maglalagay na ako. Walang kinalaman ko din sa details natin. Matagal na rin siya mag-deploy kaya kinukulit ko na lang kayo. Yan. Bad practice yan na gamitin ang administrator account ha. Okay, so as you can see, meron akong Windows Server 2012 R2 na ginagamit sa isang window. And yet, ito po, nag-test. Gamit ang Windows. Yeah. Yeah. It's a computer, within a computer. Or, in this case, a server, within a computer. So, yan yung virtual machine. So, gusto nyo na makapag-experimento nga, yun ang try virtual box or VMware. Virtual box or VMware. Or kung gusto nyo, kung meron kayong Windows 10, Hyper-V. So, yun yung mga brand ng virtual machine nyo sa akin. Anyways, so, kamustahin natin si Ayo. Nakapag-deploy pa, deploy na sa CEO. Okay, so refresh lang natin yan, and ayan, makikita na natin yung ating SQL server. Ayan. Okay. So, may firewall setting tayo. Mamaya i-configure natin yung firewall setting niya kasi hindi niya tayo papapasukin kapag sinubukan natin. Anyway, habang meron tayo pala, gumawa pa rin tayo ng SQL database. So, pagkatapos ng, ayan, database service. So, prerequisite siya ng database. Mag-add tayo ng database. Then, tapos, so, after nyo mong pangalanan ng database nyo, okay, ito. Ito pala. Kailangan ko pala piliin yung server na ginamit ko. Kasi ito lang tapos, kailangan ko ng server. you can see, nagtitulog ako ng resource group, pinipili ko mga resources na to. Kasi nag-conflict siya doon sa tema natin. Isa pala sa limitations ni Libre Azure is isang database lang per region. So, gusto ko Southeast Asia siya. And may Southeast Asia na akong database. So, it's either bibili ako ng ibang region at babagalan din ako or aantayin ko matapos ko dito. Bakit walang nakalagay dyan? Kulay. Teka lang. Eh, hindi kayo nagsasalita. Yeah. Kanina pa ba yun? Ginugel ko lang yun, okay? Google Windows 10 wallpaper purple. Hindi na siya. Matagal pa lang. Anyway, so pwede tayo dun sa ano. Actually, maganda itong virtual machine na to. Kasi kung ano katotohan na gawin mo dito, hindi affected itong computer na. So, kung mag-demo ka ng something like gusto mo mag-install ng SharePoint, gusto mo mag-install ng SQL Server, gusto mo mag-try ng kung ano ng trial, then just use this. Pinagano ka na yung lalagay ko. Hindi pala ito yun. Ano, ang the best dito is isolated siya. So kapag nakapatay siya, yung mga programs na nasa kanya, hindi tatakbo. Kapag kasi nag-install tayo ng SQL Server sa PC natin, the moment na install na i-load natin si Windows, kakain ng resources si SQL Server database. Database entity niya. Kasi ganun yung start ng computer. Available yung service niya. So yung start of the service, kung alam mo, kung paano i-learn out yun, eh, hindi ako ganun kasi mag-turn out, mag-turn on. So, ano lang ako ng virtual machine. Anyway.
May tanong ako sa
Ayan, dinitin na resource ko.
pwede din ba sa virtual machine, pwede ka rin mag-automate sa pang virtual machine?
Okay nga ba? Alam ko si VMware hindi. Saka si VirtualBox hindi. Pero si Hyper-V, which is yung virtualization of Windows, Microsoft, akala ko kaya. Oo.
Kaso anong purpose?
Oo nga, purpose pa. Talagang virtual machine, virtual machine. Ewan ko, ewan ko sa iyo, ako na iisip yan. Pero, sa mga virtual machine. Anyways, ulitin na ulit natin yung paggawa natin. Yan, so yan, maselect mo yung server. Pwede na siya. So, let us create our database. Ayan. So, paano ba gumawa ng database? Well, syempre, pag i-install ka ng Windows ng SQL Server doon sa machine mo, which is kailangan pang next. Tapos, i-select lahat ng gusto na i-select. Tapos, i-select mo. Tapos, next na naman. Tapos, i-configure yung account. Then, next. And then, antay mo matapos yung installation. After that, ayan, yun yung ginagawa niya ngayon. Which is, pabagal. O, mabilis na yan. Kasi nung nag-install ako ng SQL Server, that took me 15 minutes, 30 minutes yata. Nagmamadali na ako noon. Wala nang configure. Pero ito, nakakonfigure niya sa best practices ng SQL Server. Sa kaba. Uy, hindi pala. Ano pala ang pinakalimutan ko? Yan. Ito tayo ng source control. Ito yung natin source control. So, hindi masyadong wholesome ang pangalan. Okay. So, tapos na ba? Okay. So, well, ako nag-deliver lang. Nagawa na ako ng application ng nagawa na ako ng application na i-deploy ko. Simple application lang. Okay, successful na. So, makapag-deploy na siya, meron na tayong database. I-use demo. Ngayon, kung gusto nyo makuha yung kanyang kung gusto nyo makuha ang kanyang connection screen, ayan na, ika-copy-paste nyo na lang yan. As a matter of fact, ito na yung copy photo. Hindi na kailangan control A, control C, control D na lang dito. So, nakapag-deploy na tayo ng database. Ang next natin i-deploy is yung makagawa na tayo ng database. Ang next natin na gagawin is yung app service, which is yung paglalagay ng ating application. Ayan. So, nakikita nyo lang. Nakikita nyo itong Azure website stack. Azure website stack. Kung ano yung ilalagay yung pangalan nyo, ma-access nyo na yan on the spot. Hindi na siya. Brilliant. Tapos pili natin yung resource ulit para magaling ng video. Tapos itong service natin yung sige, ito naman. So, pwede ka mag-create ng yun. Kung ayaw mo doon sa South US talaga. Sige, mag-create ako ng yun. Then I want it sa Southeast Asia. Okay, let's create it. So, ano na ibig sabihin nun? Yung ginagawa niyong application server is nasa Southeast Asia. So, nasa Philippines kasi tayo mas malapit sa user natin, mas mabilis ang connection. That is the principle. Okay. So, ayan. Antay-antay na naman ulit. Si Sir John Deliso, MVP ng Azure, ko siguro nasabing patience sa skill kasi, yeah, totally. Anyway, so habang nagkagalan ka, you will do stuff like, kasi pagpapito, hindi mo ng application ngayon kung tinataman ka, in-apply, and stuff. Ay, uso pa ba yun?
Opo.
Yes, purple ang Visual Studio ko. Medyo lang. Alam mo na. Sino dito nakaabot ng red alert? Viewers Revenge. Yan. Kilala niyo si Yuri Prime?
Yes.
Kulay purple yun, di ba? Mind control. That's the inspiration. Kapag control ng mind. Anyways, nakikita na ako, titignan ko kung pwede pa ba ang application na to. Kasi siya yung deploy ko. So yan, deployment succeeded. Refresh. Okay. Demo 2. So, try nga natin yan. Demo 2. Ay, .NET. Okay. So, yung generate natin is accessible na. So, ano na lang ang kulang? Yung mismong website. Okay. Kaya lang, nag-debug yung website natin. Tingnan natin kung mag-work. Ayaw talaga. Since hindi ko na pag-work ito, let's just go to it. New project. Gulay. Oh, it's happening. Ako yung sinumpa ng developers. Ito. Teka lang. Isa pa. Yes. I'm having a different quality here. I apologize from this buwan sa tahanan. Okay, so for any questions, ano ba? Kung nagtataka kayo kung ano itong code na ito, sinusukat ko yung sarili ko kung marunong pa ba ako ng code o hindi na. So, yun lang yun. Natin manage. Medyo ako kasi, medyo addict ako sa, medyo addict ako sa data analysis. Dapat ko muna itong aking display for my nandun ba si Sir Andrew? Nasa chat? Wala. Okay. Dahil kapag hindi ko nagawa ito, restaurant, kaya lang ang pangit na itsura sa project ng pamilya. Pero kung material design na ba? Na, ikaw, siyempre, ano ka eh, nasa industry ka na eh. Ngayon kami, mga estudyante lang kami eh.
Kung ano yung tinatawag ng leaders. Recommended ko na try yung leader design. Kasi para standard yung design language na
Okay. So,
And so, good morning. So, thank you for inviting me here. And so, thank you rin sa Microsoft Philippines. So, for those of you who don't know me, we are Concepcion, and I'm currently working as a full stack developer, but I'm very planning to develop on it. So, yeah, so that's what I'm going to talk to you.
meron ba rito nakakaalam po ano yung full stack development? Okay. Generally kasi sa IT industry, yung ginagawa natin, gumagawa ng UI, gumagawa ng kung ano yung logic, tapos gumagawa ng database, magkakaibang tao ang gumagawa. Kapag ginagawa mo yung mag-isa, full stack developer ka. Okay? So, mag-ingat kayo doon sa mga recruiters na naghahanap ng full stack developer. Pero, masarap ang tila dyan, di ba? At saka, isa pang advantage ng full stack developer is you can create your own app. Parang kung front-end ka lang, kailangan mo humanap ng teammate para makagawa ka ng app mo. Unlike ng full stack ka.
Hawak mo yung buong project.
Oo, hawak mo yung buong project, mabubuhay kang mag-isa, makakapagbenta ka ng application mo. Mag-isa ka lang. Mas kanya sa ulo. So, sino rin ang gusto mag full stack developer? Wala! Grabe, hindi ba kayo nasisilaw sa pera? Hindi. Magkano kinita ng Flappy Bird? Millions. Flappy Bird pala.
Hindi lang yung
Millions of dollars. Mag-isa lang siya. Solo niya yun. Unlike kung front-end lang kayo, well, kailangan mo ng back-end. So, automatic. Nakate.
Pag-usapan natin ngayon yung minimum viable development, aka get stuff done and stuff analysis parameters. So, thank you, and thank you sa Microsoft, and thank you sa lahat ng ating sa TV and So what is minimum viable development? So basically, it's a collection of soft skill that allows you to get stuff done and ship on time, stop fussing with analysis paralysis. And so if you're looking for code tutorials, this is not the app for it. And yeah, so this is, if you want Android development tutorial, just visit my wall or the group docs. I have mini tutorial series there for developing Android apps. So just visit it. So how do we stop analysis paralysis? So the biggest thing that prevents us from getting stuff done is mentally. So we need to create a paradigm shift in our minds, meaning we can't get things done we because of the things we present to ourselves mentally. So this can be caused by a lot of factors in decision making. So for example, you're having a dilemma about if you should use fragments or you should use floor and mortar or you should be using this framework instead of XYZ or but we don't know XYZ, so but we need to ship this next week. So how do you decide on what to use? So that's basically what brings us to minimum viable development. It's the minimum amount of time and effort to accomplish that development task. So I'll teach you to be lazy. So this could be applied to anything, to a task, a feature, a simple project, could be as simple as just a decision being made, and the idea is to get things done as fast as humanly possible. So you might be wondering, isn't that what we're doing already? Hindi ba yun yung ginagawa na natin? Kasi ginagawa naman natin lahat ng magagawa natin para matapos yung isang task. So, yeah, pero as developers, I think we are all guilty nga sa perfectionism. Sino dito ang hindi guilty sa perfectionism? So, yan taas. So, and premature optimization is the root of all evil. So, unless you have good reason to optimize your code and you already measure that your app is getting slower because of your code, then that's just when you optimize your code. So this leads to analysis paralysis. So sino dito yung naka-experience na research na yung kung anong magandang design pattern yung gamitin or kung yung function ba dapat nasa left yung bracket or dapat nilay muna tapos bracket or tapos sino dito yung ay gumamit ng fragments dahil mahirap silang gamitin or sino dito yung nagbasa na about sa MVC, MVP or MVPM. So ayun, too much of this can lead to analysis paralysis. So, I have a little story about this. Bali, may pinapagawa yung feature last year na regarding uploading images to S3 bucket sa Amazon. So, tumagal ako doon ng isang linggo. Hindi dahil hindi ko alam yung ginagawa ko, pero dahil yung code kasi spaghetti code eh. So, bala ko siyang i-refactor dahil. So, ang nangyari, kinausap yung isang co-worker, paano nyo na-maintain yung itong klaseng code? Paano kayo nakapag-work ng ganito? So, ayun, ang sabi niya sa akin, hindi naman basura yan. It's worth $500,000 US, so it's not garbage. So, ayun, kung papalitan mo yung code niyan, bali, hindi na magiging familiar sa ibang developers natin, pwede silang mawalan ng trabaho. So, napaisip ako, ay, may pera para sa basura. Ayun, tapos, ayun, basically, yun yung napagpa-realize tayo na, wow, not everything is garbage. Ayun, so, that leads us to where we are now today. Na hindi dahil hindi best practice yung code, hindi mo na, babaguhin mo na siya. Kasi isipin mo rin yung mga susunod na mag-maintain ng code, kung maintindihan ba nila, or yung mga co-workers mo, kung makakasabay ba sa'yo. Kung ikaw lang nakakaintindi ng code, kung kahit best practice pa yan, wala rin. So, tatagal ka rin mag-develop. So, kung small startups kayo, ayun, bali, ang main goal nyo, makapag-ship ka agad. So, kung mahihirapan kayo mag-develop dahil sa in-impose mong strict standards, bali, ayun, so, alam niyo naman siguro lahat yung paralysis analysis. So, it's basically when you're analyzing too much input to determine a particular output. So, you spend all of your time reanalyzing all the inputs and not doing nothing. So, you can't get things done. So, lagyan natin sa context ng under development. So, gagamit ba tayo ng fragments, ng custom views, ng flow and mortar. So, may nakapag-isip pa ng recently. So, bali, parang every other day sa Reddit, makita mo na you shouldn't use fragments because they're terrible. Pero, pa rin ako, 99% ng cases, I use fragments because yun yung pinaka-familiar sa lahat ng devs eh. So, sa kunwari, gamit ka ng RX, gagamit ba tayo ng RX Java? So, kung masyado ng deep yung asynchronous calls mo, that's when you use RX Java. Pero, as long as simple lang naman yung calls, API calls mo, use the asynchronous tasking path. So, you should also think like a business owner. Every decision you make, ask yourself, is this going to enable me to ship faster, or does this enable the code to be maintainable? So, and kung may makita tayong mga new frameworks, new libraries, syempre gusto natin i-try. Kaso, tatanungin mo natin yung sarili natin kung mapag-ship na tayo ng mas mabilis kung gagamitin natin ito or magiging hindi naman yung code. Pero, at the end of the day, isipin mo, shipping faster is really the only goal. Siyempre, hindi. Kung nag-work ka sa startup, siyempre yun yung priority mo. Pero, i-compare mo yun sa isang Fortune 500 company, siyempre may budget sila na i-develop yung app within months or years. So, i-depende mo rin yun kung saan ka nag-work. So, kung yung CEO nyo, open naman siya na yung code nyo, yung product nyo is to be released 3 months or 2 months from now, syempre, bibilisan mo rin yung gawa mo. Kailangan mong stop yung analysis paralysis. So, ayun, sa small startups, you need to be more creative and more dynamic and not take a lot of time figuring things out. So, kahit sabihin ng startup na ito yung ginagamit namin para mas maintainable yung code, at the end of the day, kung hindi rin naman magsusurvive yung startup, anong sense ng magamit ka ng Dagger, ng RX, ng Retrofit, pero you should probably respect it. ayun, so this is what I'd like you to remember most on my talk. Think like a business owner. Ah, so, ano ba talaga yung kailangan ng company, yung client nyo, para maibigay nyo yung best work nyo sa kanila? So, ayun, kasi kailangan mo tanongin, ano ba yung time frame mo up, ano yung business plan nila, ano yung kailangan ma-accomplish, ano yung nagagawa na nila, ano pa yung kung on track pa sila dun sa timeline nila. So, ibabagay mo dun kung ano yung gagawin mo. So, kunwari, may 3 months ka pa para i-develop yung app. So, that's the time when you should consider refactoring the code and make it the best practice. Pero kung you need to ship in 1 week, you just, you just develop as fast as you can. So, remember that everything is an experiment. Dapat, hindi tayo attached dun sa code natin. Hindi tayo emotionally attached dun sa code natin kasi at the end of the day, pwede rin siyang ma-refactor, mabago na yung mga developers. Kunwari isang construction worker sa labas, gumawa siya ng kalsada. Tapos years later, iba na yung gumawa ng kalsada. Tapos hindi naman niya babalikan yun dahil, uy, pre, ang pangit ng pagkakagawa mo sa kalsada, re-refactor ko. No? Hindi naman pwede yun, di ba? So, you need to think kung anong magiging best dun sa project pag ginawa mo. So, isipin mo lagi yung future developers ng app. Okay, so now we remove all mental and psychological and emotional weight that prevents us from doing our project. So these are the actual techniques that you should use when developing projects. Yun. Time boxing. So, time boxing is just basically bounding every task to a specific timeline. This can apply to everything, a feature, an A/B test, or it could be anything like, hey, I need to learn to code at home. So, ayun, ibigay mo na siya ng specific time. So, kunwari, set ka lang ng 30 minutes para gawin itong task na ito. So, example, may bagong pinagawa sa yung task na hindi mo pa alam kung paano gawin. Bigyan muna siya ng 30 minutes, tapos after that, siya mo i-assess kung gano'n siya kadali or kahirap. Tapos, sino dito sa inyo yung nakakaranas ng situation na kailangan mo gumawa ng 5 tasks a day. Pero ang nangyari, ginawa mo yung una, then at the end of the day, hindi ka pa rin tapos sa una. So, ayun. Ang magandang gawin dyan, i-time box mo yung mga task mo. So, after 1 hour, i-observe mo strictly na dapat mag-change ka na ng task kasi na-i-stuck ka na dun eh. Tapos, as long as hindi dependent yung task sa isa't isa. So, ayun, i-limit mo lang yung sarili mo na kailangan strict ka na I need to do this in 1 hour, then move to another task, and then move to another. So, at the end of the day, mapapansin mo, nakatapos ka na ng 3 to 4 tasks, at least hindi na 1 task or wala talaga. So, ayun, be creative, tapos think outside the box. So, may situation kami dati na we are developing an NFC application, tapos we need to ship it next week. Pero yung client, nag-request ng isang major feature na kailangan ng major refactoring sa app. So, ang problema, isa lang yung NFC tag namin. So, ang ginawa ko, tinignan ko yung e-plus card ko kung gagana siya dun sa ano. So, ayun, so ginamit yung itas para mamako lang yung detection ng NFC, then ninak ko lang din yung data na kinukuha niya. Then, ayun, nagawa naman namin. So, the moral of the story is, dapat be creative and ayun, buy an itas card. So, ayun, basically just use what works and use what you know. So these are the actual Android libraries that help me develop faster. So lahat kasi inyo gumagamit ng bottleneck. May gumagamit na ng bottleneck. Kaya you should probably use it. Lahat ng Android developers kailangan gamitin yan kasi kung mag-find view by ID ka sa lahat ng views mo, abutin ka ng siyam-siyam. Pero pag may bottleneck ka, it takes 5 seconds.
Ano yung studio lang yan?
I think IntelliJ siya. IntelliJ plugin. So, ayun, use bottleneck Celeste para doon sa plugin. Then yung bottleneck yung mismong library. So, ayun. Kung kailangan mo naman ng network calls, use retrofit. So, one of my coworkers were using plugin. I almost threw up. So, just use retrofit, please. Yung iSpeak naman, so, naranasan nyo na ba pag nire-rotate nyo yung app nyo, nagka-crash siya? So, ayun, kailangan nyo lang i-save yung instance states ng mga variables nyo, ng mga kailangan yung data. So, iSpeak helps you save instance states. So, kung kailangan nyo naman ng data persistence, ayun, ang personal favorite ko is Realm kasi mas madali siyang gamitin kaysa mag-manual pa kayo ng SQLite. And Realm is almost an industry standard. So, sa iOS, halos ito na lang yung ginagamit, hindi na yung core data mismo. Pero, syempre, there are use cases na kailangan pa yung core data. Pero, sa Android, ang kadalasang ginagamit yung SQLite. So, when we use Realm, we introduce na shareable yung database natin from Android to iOS. So Dimmer is for logging. So you can disable your logs on development or production code. So Rehash should we use all these new cool tools and libraries or use every best design patterns on our app. So hindi ko alam, kayo yung bahala doon. So ask yourself na does this help makes my app ship faster? So, and maintainable. So, if it does, then use it. If it doesn't, then don't. So, use what you know. Ayun lang. So, thank you.
Any questions para sa ating esteemed speaker?
Diba yung dun sa, hindi ba kasali yung paglalagay ng comment para mapadali yung pagkukuha?
Yeah, kasama rin yun. Ang pinaka-importante doon i-ano mo, bali, i-document mo yung code, not just comments. Kailangan documented siya, ano yung kailangan ng parameters, ano yung return value niya. So, pag-aralan mo yung Java doc. Okay, so, kailangan ano talaga. So, minsan yung iba sa atin yung opinion, hindi ko na kailangan yung comment kasi readable naman yung code eh. 1 year after magsisisi ka, ba't hindi ako nag-comment dito, kaya ako patuloy aralin ulit. So, ayun, mas madaling basahin mo na kung ano yung ginagawa ng class mo kaysa ito pa yung class mo, tapos ito-trace mo pa kung ano yung ginagawa niya. Diba?
Kasi magagamit din po yun nung time bago maagaan din yung code nyo. Diba? Na-experience ko kasi dun sa naging plan na kailangan daw lagyan ko ng comment kasi hindi niya naiintindihan pag pinasa ko.
Tama naman. So, any other questions?
Just curious about dun sa pagdating sa yung pag-fulfill ng shipment or pagdating sa deployment ng code. Kasi parang, paano yun? Kasi sabihin natin is the timeline for the for the for a particular method to to deploy. Pagdating sa maintainability, kasi magkakaroon siya ng problema, magkakaroon ng time pressure. So, ang mangyayari kasi, paano yung pagkadating sa maintainability ng code? Kasi yung sinabi mo po is kung ano yung mas best fit na kung ano yung, sabihin natin, ako yung na nakaka-implement. So, yun yung paano dun sa maintainability ng code, pagkadating sa team members nyo, paano ako as a developer matutulungan yung ibang developer na maintindihan yung code na yun?
So, ayun. That's why we should stick with the standards kasi yun yung kadalasang alam ng
What
lahat.
standards?
Coding standards. So, kunwari, we use fragments instead of custom-based or flow and mortar kasi yun yung alam ng lahat, diba? So, ang problema lang dyan, kung hindi alam ng ibang developers paano gamitin yung isang code mo or hindi nyo maintindihan. So, ayun, makakatulong yung comments or explain to them kung paano siya ginagawa. So, ang problem lang sa maintainability, so, ang magandang solution dyan is unit test everything. Tapos, so, kung naka-unit test yan, kung may baguhin ng ibang developer, iranan niya lang yung unit test, then makikita niya kung may nasira pa siyang code or may nagalaw pa siyang hindi dapat. So, ang problema lang sa maintainability, hindi masyadong supported nung Android yung unit testing tools. Kailangan mo talaga i-map lahat ng Android classes.
Wala pa siyang patulad ng web, wala siyang Git. Para siya, version control system.
Pwede naman, pwede siya sa Android, pwede siya sa lahat actually yung Git. So,
integrated talaga for Android.
integrated sa IntelliJ, pwede na. Sa lahat yung Git. So, nasagot ko ba yung tanong?
Yes, thank you.
Any other questions?
Recommended API o record para sa mostly yung mga Android developer meron bang ganong record?
Yan ang pinaka-recommended yan ginagamit ng lahat ng nasa industries like Cookie and OpenHT. So, sobrang dali lang yung gamitin. Bali, mag-declare ka lang ng interface, i-declare mo kung get siya or post or code. Then, ilalagay mo lang yung path niya. Then, susubay mo lang yung parameters or path variables. Ayun. Mas madali siya kaysa sa kung kahit ano pang gamitin mo i-replicate ka lang.
Sir, paano pala yung security sa Android?
So, bali yung security, kadalasan na-address na yan ng Clover. Pero ayun, just don't have code smells. Tignan mo rin kung nakalit pa yung mga database codes, so kailangan parameterized lahat yan. Then, kailangan yung mga sensitive information naka-include yan. So, and also, kahit anong gawin natin, syempre, ma-re-engineer pa rin yung app natin kahit anong yan. Pero, you make it as hard as possible para dun sa mga reverse engineer yung ng app mo. So, kung kahit anong, kung anong magagawa para pahirapin yung buhay niya, gawin mo. So, use Clover. Ang ginagawa niya, i-obfuscate niya yung code para hindi siya maging humanly readable. So, unless may ginagamit siyang tools or nasa kanya yung seeds or yung map, hindi niya ma-reverse engineer yung
Kaya paano kung security ginagamit?
ayun, program. Kaya iwasan niya lang talaga yung mistakes. Any other question?
Yun lang, regarding dun sa topic mo kanina, yung analysis paralysis. Hindi lang ako lang, example. Diba kunyari, may program analysis program mo. Ilisip mo na ano, mga 3 hours. Hindi mo analysis paralysis, diba? Kasi nakaisip nung best way, pinakamabilis, pinaka-efficient na code, pinaka-main na pwede mo gawin. Eh, anong nangyari? May dalawa ka ano, may dalawa ka mo. May tatlo kayo itong option na, ano, na isip. Nung nagawa mo na yung particular code, bigla mo ma-realize, mas maganda, mas better pala yung iba mo naisip. Anong ma-realize sa laro? Ayun, ituloy na lang yung, ano, tingnan mo, balikan yung, baguhin yung code.
Patuloy mo yung sarili mo. Does this make this, does this enable me to ship faster or does this enable the code to be more maintainable? Ayun, so kung nasagot mo yung dalawang tanong na yun, siya mo i-decide kung itutuloy mo pa ba yung ginagawa mo or babaguhin mo siya. Kung saglit lang naman siya baguhin, edi gawin mo kung mas maintainable siya. Pero kung mag-take ulit ng 3 hours, tapos maiisip mo ulit, ay hindi, mas maganda pala ulit yung isa. So, na-stuck ka na doon. So, ayun, time bound mo lang. So, move ka muna sa ibang task. Tsaka mo na lang siya balikan kung natapos mo na yung mga ibang task mo.
I'm sorry, hindi ko alam na gano'n pala siyang kasensitive. Sa team live stream, meron ba tayong tanong dyan? Sabi nga, mukhang medyo delayed yata ang ating live stream. Team live stream. Okay, kung wala ng questions, ay yes. Thank you very much, Sir Howard. Okay. So, just a minute. Pagkatuloy na ang ating next speaker. Our next speaker is Sir Joey Gurano. He is the CEO and CTO of Gurano Software, an award-winning Microsoft Dynamics partner and a global provider of human capital management solutions, serving over 500 customers in 15 different countries. Para sa mga taong hindi nakakaalam po ano ang Microsoft Dynamics, ito yung enterprise resource planning ng Microsoft. Same as SAP and Oracle, yun nga lang Microsoft ang flavor niya. So, Joey started his career way back in 1982. He got a job with Apple Computer as a product support engineer for Lisa Computer, the predecessor of Macintosh. Lisa Computer pala ang bago si Macintosh. Lisa Computer pala si Apple. Then in 1986, he worked as a programmer at Microsoft on version 1 of Excel for Windows. We have a legend here. And He moved back to the Philippines in 1991 to start his own software company called Match Data System, which he sold to Great Plains Software in 1999, which was then acquired by Microsoft in 2003. So yung Great Plains Software, yan na yung Microsoft Dynamics GP. Ano? He worked as a Microsoft executive between 1999 and 2003, first as managing director for their business solutions software development team, and then Asia Pacific Regional Director for Products and Services. Sir Joey has been inducted into the Hall of Fame for Microsoft's most valuable professionals in recognition of his mastery and contributions to software technologies and businesses. In November 2006, the Philippine Center for Entrepreneurship acknowledged him as one of the country's 10 most inspiring technopreneurs. Grabe, sir. Thank you for being here. The presence is very much appreciated, sir.
And then just learn how to use my laptop and you'll be okay. So I think that's okay. So that the speaker of the speaker right next to it. Check my audio.
Hindi ka po makontrol. Ang dami na yung mga tanong niyo, especially when it comes to business decisions at kung ano pa. Dahil it's one of the rare chances na may ganito klaseng topic natin. So, remember kanina, we're talking about being a full stack developer. We are talking about kung paano magiging independent. And we are talking about na kapag ikaw ay isang full stack developer, kaya mo magbenta ng sarili mong software. Well, nagkataon naman na ang talk niya is about how to make money with your software. Para ganahan kayo mag-full stack.
Okay. So I just stand here or something. I'm on camera. Okay. Good morning.
Morning.
Glad to be here among fellow geeks. I'm going to start out my talk by giving you a quiz. First of all, to participate in this quiz, you must be under 40 years of age. If you're over 40 years old, you may not participate. Secondly, has anybody in this room seen me speak before? Anybody? Wala pa. Okay, good. So, walang leakage yung quiz natin. So, itong quiz natin this morning. Can anybody here tell me what this device is? Anybody? Yes, sir. Console ng? Game console? Game console. You probably guessed that because it has Atari on it, right? You're wrong. Anybody else want to guess what this is? I want you to know that I've shown this to about 100 different audiences, and only 2 people have been able to answer it. Yes, sir. You what? You're about 50 to 60% correct, but not quite. Ano? Hirap. Okay. Ano? What is it called?
Pwede mo Tagalog?
Sige, pwede. Pwede.
Saan nilalagay yung telepono?
Kaya nga, anong pangalan nun? Ang tawag doon? Ano? Yes, sir. Ano? Frequency duplicator, repeater. Not quite. Anybody? Yes, sir. Modem! Tumpak. Bigyan mo ng premyo yung tao. Give him a prize, okay? It's a modem. Modem is short for modulator demodulator. Specifically, this is what's called an analog modem. You don't have this anymore because what you have in your telephones are digital modems. In the old days, this is what we used to connect to what you now know as the internet. Back then, you called it the DARPANET. Now you call it the internet. And how you connected to it was using a modem in this manner. Okay, so siguro sa inyo, hindi pa kayo nakakita ng telepono ginagawa. Okay, ganun kami dati. So, this was back 70s, late 70s. When you wanted to connect to the DARPANET, you would have to know the phone number of the server that you wanted to connect to. So dahil yung telephone na yun, yung telephone number na yun, and when you start hearing the tones, parang fax, alagin mo yung telephone mo sa modem. And you will transfer data over the modem using tones. That's why it's called analog. It converts tones into data streams. Okay? So yung kanyang headset, meron niyang receiver, meron niyang transmitter. Microphone, speaker. Okay. Today, that same technology is used for faxes. But back then, we used it to connect to the internet. And we connected to the internet at the amazingly fast speed of 300 bits per second. Ngayon kayo, when you upload a photo on Facebook, you're probably doing it at maybe 5 Mbps, million bits per second. Back then, kami at 300 BPS. Which means that for me to send a 1 megabyte file to Seattle, which is where we were sending our files to, 1 megabyte, 15 minutes to send it. Eh kayo, mag-upload kayo ng mga litrato niyo mismo, tsaka mga video, several megabytes, 100 megabyte pa, ilang minuto lang, doon na, right? Back then, of course, we had much slower access to the internet. I'm just showing you this to sort of demonstrate how old I am. Okay, this is really old technology. Many of you were not even born yet when you were using this. I wanted to show you also my first laptop. This is my first laptop. Okay? My first laptop weighed 27 pounds. 27 pounds. At saka, wala yung baterya. No battery. You still have to plug it in to use it. I also had an amazingly wonderful screen which would display 40 characters per line. Meaning, when you're typing a word processing document, pagdating sa 40th character, gumagano siya, parang typewriter. Most of you have never even used a typewriter that did this, right? So anyway, 40 characters. And of course, when you wanted to store our files, our documents, we have these wonderful things called floppy disks. The floppy disk would hold a whopping 160 kilobytes of data. And these floppy disks were 5.25-inch square. They're like bigger than a CD, but they can only hold 160 KB of data. Of course, as a programmer, my interest in any computer was how much RAM I had. Because back then, you had to load your entire program in RAM, including the operating system. When I wrote my first program on my Osborne 1, that's what this is, I was able to do so using a total memory of 64 kilobytes. Not megabytes, 64 kilobytes. We have to write our programs in about 20 kilobyte chunks because pag load mo ng operating system pala, yung 64 kilobytes, halos kalahati mo na gamitin ng operating system. Back then was called a CPM. Okay. So, yeah, that was my first laptop. And here's what it looked like when you close it up and you plug it in. Yeah. Kaya lang tinawag portable kasi pwede nyo lagay sa taas ng upuan mo sa aeroplano. Okay? That's why. So, again, I've been around a long time. I started my career, in this industry. I literally grew up in the software industry. Back then, it wasn't even known as a software industry. When I started out in this industry, there was no such thing as BS Computer Science. But Wala pa. Okay. If you wanted to learn programming, you had to enroll in one of the engineering courses like double mechanical engineering, even chemical engineering, and they had programming classes back then. When I was in college in the US, this was back in 1980, early 1980, 81, if you wanted to take computer science, there were only two schools in the whole country in the US that had a BS computer science program, Stanford and MIT. I was accepted into MIT, but because of my financial situation, I could not afford to go there. So I never ended up going to MIT. I went to the University of Washington instead. And in my third year of college at the UW, University of Washington, I went to a job fair, and I had to go get a job because my wife, I was married already back then, was pregnant. And I figured, I really need to earn some money. And there was one particular booth in the job fair that had a really nice sign. It said, "No degree required." So I went and applied, and I was hired on the spot into this company. And back then, Steve had a really interesting vision. Steve's vision was to put a computer in every home. Wow. Today, parang isip mo, what's the big deal? We have computers in our homes. Sometimes marami pa, right? But back then, you gotta remember, he had this vision in 1977. The entire population of computers in the whole world was approximately 100,000. So nobody believed that you could actually put a computer in every home. But with Apple Computer coming out first with the Apple II, with the Apple III, and then the Lisa, and finally the Macintosh, the computer that you see here in this picture, they were able to accomplish that dream. Macintosh sold 1 million copies within 90 days after it was introduced. And that was the only computer until then that was able to accomplish that. 1 million computers sold in 90 days. Whereas today, if you take a look, especially the last 10 to 20 years, we're selling 1 million computers sometimes in a matter of 1 or 2 weeks. Okay? So ngayon, hindi na masyadong big deal. But back then, it was a big deal. And Steve Jobs made it happen. And Apple would not be where it is today if he didn't have that vision. Now, when I was at Apple, I was a support engineer for the Lisa computer, which predated the Macintosh. I left the company when the Macintosh was introduced, but before I left, I was exposed to this piece of software, which, by the way, back then, software was practically given away. When you buy the computer, it has that software. You believe in software. But I spent a lot of time learning this new software product that came out on the Macintosh. It was called Excel. Most people don't know this, but Excel first came out on the Mac, not on Windows. Nauna ang Macintosh magkaroon ng Excel. And that gave me a head start. Okay? That gave me an opportunity to learn something which most people in the world did not know about yet, which was Excel. Okay? So I learned about Excel, I learned how to program, do the macro programming language in Excel. I became very good at Excel development. And so when I left the company, I ended up becoming a freelance consultant. I used to do consulting work for large companies like Ernst & Whinney, PricewaterhouseCoopers, and other large accounting firms, so I could create financial models for them in Excel running on Macintosh. And these auditors would be using these Macintoshes, and they would be competing against programs being written for mainframes. And one program in particular which I wrote, which was a simulation, a financial model simulation, ginawa namin the exact same thing that was being done on the mainframe. That mainframe, every time you change one parameter in this model, it would take them several days, literally several days, to come up with a result. When we did the same program on Excel, it took me several months to do it. When we did the same program on Excel, every time you change a parameter, the result would come out in about 12 minutes. So that showed how much power these little computers had compared to mainframes back then. So I learned a lot about Excel, and I was a freelance consultant. But one day I saw an ad in the paper. I was living in Seattle, Washington, and there was this company hiring programmers to work on a new product that are coming out for this new operating system called Windows. Wala pang Windows nun eh. So I answered the ad, and I was blessed. I was hired, and I ended up working for this other company, which is run by this guy. Okay, and Bill, who was really directly in charge of the Excel project. Project was Excel for Windows. He had another different vision, different and probably more encompassing or broader than Steve's vision. His vision was a computer on every desk, in every home, running Microsoft software. That was Bill's vision. Not only did he want to put a computer on every desk, he wanted to have it running Microsoft software. And today, for the most part, that vision has been able to become reality, right? Most computers now run some sort of Microsoft software. If anything else, it's running Excel, which is a Microsoft software. Okay, so when I was there, I worked on this project. There were about 50 of us engineers working on Excel, the first version for Windows. I was very privileged to work with really, really good programmers, so I got an idea of what it was like to work with really, really good programmers. I learned a lot from them. There were only 50 of us. I personally was in charge of the database functions in Excel. So how many of you here have ever used the dsum or other function in Excel that begins with the letter D? Anybody? You used it? Okay, one guy? So yeah, not too many people use my functions. I wrote those functions in Pascal. Oh, in Pascal. That's an old programming language. It's still in Pascal. Of course, it's been compiled several times into machine code, but it still was written in Pascal. I wrote those functions. So anytime you have a chance to work with the D functions in Excel, if you find a bug, that's my bug. Okay? So I learned doing programming in Excel, but probably more important than learning the programming stuff with Excel was learning that you could make money with software. And that's part of what I'd like to impart on people. Because the title, I think everybody knows, no? The title of the talk is How to Make Money in Software. Okay. So this is about how to make money in software. Okay. Oh, sorry. Before I continue, I'd like to show you a little bit of a video. I showed you some really old stuff. Now I'd like to show you some pretty new stuff. Here we go. Okay, that video is called A Glimpse of the Future. How many of you have actually seen that before? Seen that before? You've seen it before? Okay. Seen it before. I'll give you another quiz now. I hope you were paying attention to that video. I'd like somebody to mention to me a piece of technology that they saw in that video which does not yet exist today. That's a glimpse of the future. So, what do you see there that does not exist today yet? Bagay, future pa lang siya. Yes, sir. Holograms. Okay, so give him a prize for coming up with that. Yes, and sir? Ano?
The newspaper.
Flexible display screens. The newspaper na pwede mong tupiin pero actually display siya, computer display. Give him a prize for that? Okay. Yes, you have one more.
The mirror tablet.
The what?
The mirror.
The mirror tablet. Okay. So wala na kaming prize, so sorry, wala akong prize. But yeah, so the mirror tablet meaning they have basically everything is a competing surface, right? Yung sa umpisa niya meron siyang glass dyan, but actually it's a touch screen. And what they're seeing on the glass is actually students that were in Israel, and the student on this side of the glass was in Seattle, Washington. So they're able to interact with each other pretty much in real time as if they were in the same room, separated by a glass panel, but in fact they're in two different countries. That's what they call everything's a computer display. And you notice na sa table, di ba? Pag lagyan niya ng kanyang device doon, naging display yung table, yung buong table naging monitor. And then the hologram, of course, being able to do augmented reality, being able to take a look at something which is not there, but display a virtual reality representation of itself. And of course, the flexible screen. I mean, something like a newspaper can display computer images. Okay, now, what if I were to tell you that, in fact, all those technologies exist today? It's not for the future. This video was made in 2012, 4 years ago. It was entitled A Glimpse of the Future 2020. So 8 years in the future. But all of this stuff actually exists today. Everything you saw in that video is available today. It might not be very cheap, but it's available. But what is keeping them from being available to the mass market, being available to everybody at an affordable price, is not the hardware. Because the hardware goes down in price the more you make of it, right? What's keeping it from being available is software. Kulang ang software. And as we now know, software is ubiquitous. It's everywhere. Everything that we do involves software. Okay? When software is everywhere. It's in this building. It's in hospitals. It's in airplanes. It's in trains. It's everywhere. And when software doesn't work, bad things happen. Can you imagine what would happen if a 747 or a jet plane is flying with 250 passengers and the pilot gets a blue screen of death? Or if you have a pacemaker in your body and all of a sudden it hangs. Or some piece of code that some programmer wrote running on the ECG machine in the hospital that starts telling you that the guy has a BP of 200 over 150, when in fact normal naman. The doctor starts giving them medication for something which doesn't exist. So when software fails, bad things happen. How many of you want a Montero? Mitsubishi Montero. Okay? That problem is not hardware, okay? That problem is not hardware. That problem is software. That uncontrolled or unanticipated acceleration, software yun. Hindi yung hardware. Kaya hindi nila madebug it. They can't debug it because it's software. Mahirap. So when software fails, bad things happen. So we need programmers. How many of you want to be programmers? Or already are? We need you. Okay? We need not only lots and lots of programmers, we need good programmers. Because software is everywhere. And I think it's important to note that as programmers, you have to know what exactly programming is. First and foremost, programming is not just a skill, not just a knowledge, not just a profession. Programming is a talent. You either have it or you don't. It's like singing or drawing or dancing, or playing an instrument is a talent. Some people have it, some people don't. Okay? And if you have it, you can do some really wonderful things, like write bug-free, elegant code, which not everybody who programs can do. Okay? So it's a talent, right? So you either have it or you don't. So how do you know if you have it? How do you measure it? You write a program and you have somebody critique it, you have a senior engineer take a look at your code. Actually, it used to be that way. But a few years ago, technology came and made this job of assessing talent a lot easier. You can measure talent now using an artificial intelligence algorithm. So it's very important, I think, that I start with this, because if you do not have the basic programming talent, you should not aspire to become a programmer, because you will never excel at it. You will never excel at it. It's like somebody saying, I want to become an NBA professional basketball player, but you cannot dribble, or you cannot run, or you're 4 feet 5 inches tall. You don't have the talent, you shouldn't do it. Okay? So how do you measure this talent? Well, there's this tool now called Proxter. Okay? This is something which has been only around for about 2 years. It is now being used to test the talent, the programming talent of people who want to get into programming. Let me tell you about Proxter. Okay? After taking a Proxter assessment, you get a rating. That's called the Proxter rating. And there's 4 ratings. Proxter 1 is the highest rating. This is the top 5% of all programmers in the world. Proxter rating 1. Proxter rating 2 is you're still pretty good, you're above average, but you're not a 1. Okay? 3 means you're pretty much able to learn any language that you want and do pretty decent work, so you're still going to be a really good programmer. 4 is basically entry level. Most people who graduate out of college and get a job are at this level. Okay? And then there's unrated. If you get an unrated rating in Proxter, look for another career. Simple as that. You have to work much, much harder and put in more time than everybody else to even just write decent code. Okay? So if you want to do that, fine. I'm not stopping you from becoming a programmer. If you want to work more than everybody else, put in more extra hours, put in more work, just to be as good as everybody else, then fine. But let me tell you this. I mean, there's a lot more fun things to do with life than to try to do something which you're not good at. So, parang yung mga trying hard na gustong kumanta. Diba? They invest in singing lessons, they go to the karaoke bar every night para makapractice. Pero after 10 years of doing that, hindi pa rin kayang gayahin yung pagkanta ni Sarah Geronimo. Hindi pa rin talaga kaya. Malayo-malayo pa rin. Okay. So, make up your mind whether you really want to be a programmer by finding out what your Proxter rating is, and then deciding whether you really want to pursue that career path. Okay. So what does it evaluate? I'm not going to go into all the details, but there are 14 programming areas it evaluates. Okay, and it will give you a rating on how well you perform at each of those 14 evaluation areas. Okay. But the most important thing to know about Proxter is it does not measure knowledge. Because anybody who comes out of CS or IT, you have knowledge. What it measures is actual skills and talent, the ability to code. That's what it measures, not talent. You need the multiple choice. You need to fill in the blanks. It's writing code. The assessment is writing code. So how authentic is it? It's only been around for 2 years. So how authentic is this Proxter rating? Well, first of all, it was developed in Carnegie Mellon University, which is known as the top software engineering school in the world. Secondly, Proxter actually measures what you do when you're writing code. It's not a multiple choice or fill in the blanks type of exam. It actually measures how you write code because it puts you through practical tests like writing code, debugging it, compiling it, testing it, and so forth. Yeah? It puts you in a virtual environment where you're actually writing code. And finally, after 2 years, it's now been delivered to thousands of programmers in many different countries, in several continents, and the results have been very consistent. Okay? And what do those results look like? So far, we've gotten data from several different countries. So this is the global distribution. Okay, there's been about a sample of maybe 20,000 programmers now after this 2 years. And basically 1/3 of the people who've taken it get unrated. So don't feel too bad if you take it and you get unrated. Because 1/3 of people who try to be programmers really should not be programmers. Okay, they should look for another career path. About another 1/3, or maybe more than 1/3, get either a Proxter 3 or a 4. Okay? Less than 20% get a Proxer 2, which is pretty good. You're up there now. And like I said kanina, about 5 to 7% get a Proxer 1. These are the top programmers in the world. As a matter of fact, we have a standing, offer. Kasi sa buong Pilipinas, after several hundred tests have been given, wala pa nakaka-1. Wala pa. Pinakamataas na yung 2. The most number of 2s so far, how many of you here from UST? UST. Anong UST dito? UST has the most number of students who have been Proxer rated 2. Silang pinakamarami. Okay. So, challenge sa inyo yan. Baka ma-beat ng school nyo. But they have the most number of Proxer rated 2s in the country. But there is nobody yet who's got a Proxer rated 1. So, ito ang aming guarantee. You get a Proxer rated 1, in the Philippines, you're the first one, you will get a job with Accenture automatically. They will hire you on the spot. Okay. So, why would you get a Proxer rating? First of all, you get a Proxer rating because you want to set yourself apart from others. Kasi most people, wala pa eh. Okay. If you have a Proxer rating, you already set yourself apart. Secondly, multinational companies like Accenture, IBM, HP, and so forth are now looking for Proxer rating. Kasi napakahirap mag-evaluate ng programmer. Napakahirap. So now, instead of evaluating them, we just say, what's your Proxer rating? And if you don't have one, they'll say, well, we'll get one. You show us what your Proxer rating is. And finally, as I said earlier, if you get a 1 or 2, it guarantees you will get a well-paid job in the Philippines. Kasi wala pang nakakakuha masyado ng 1 or 2. Okay? That's Proxer, and that's how you measure your programming talent. Now, once you've done that, that's just getting in the game. Okay? Kumbaga parang entry-level pa lang yan. That is your entry ticket in the software industry. Okay? Kumbaga, without that, hindi ka makakapasok. So remember, programming talent by itself is a commodity. You and many other people in this room and many other people in this country have programming talent. Okay? Maybe they don't know it, maybe they haven't discovered it, but they have it. So, pang entry level pa lang yan. So once you've got this, the question becomes, how do you make money? How do you make money in software? So, first of all, remember this, as programmers, as good programmers, you're in an elite group, okay? Because less than 1 out of 250 people in the whole world are capable of programming. Okay? Mas marami pang doktor, at saka nurse, at saka accountant, at saka abogado, at saka magaling programming. So it's very unusual to find a large group of programmers in any one place. So how do you take this commodity, but a very valuable and rare commodity, and make money? That's what I'd like to spend the next 15 minutes telling you about. Okay. So, in how to make money, well, first of all, how many people here are interested in this topic? Yun lang? These are the only people interested in making money. Okay. I assume those who are not, how many of you are not interested in making money in software? Not. How many of you will never raise your hand no matter what? So I assume everybody's interested. How do I make money? Of course, how do I make asset in software? Okay, like some people have done. So I'll cover a really simple topic, so real basic stuff. First, how much money do you need to make? Second, how will you earn that money? Third, how to maximize the opportunities for earning that money. And finally, some success references. Okay. Real simple topics. By the way, how many of you already are employed as of today? So the rest of you, hindi pa kayo employed. Kasi nakita ko dun sa Netflix nyo, from Excel yata yun, di ba? I think we had like 84, but more than half are from school, students, right? More than half. And most of those who are students are in their graduating year, pag-graduate na. So I assume you're still interested in how can I get a job or how can I make money? So let's talk about this topic now. So let me start with the first topic, which is how much money do you need to make? I didn't say how much money do you want to make. Okay? Kasi kung sabi mo, how much money do you want to make? You'll say, billions. Everybody wants to make billions, but how much money do you need to make? Iba-ibang sagot niya to different people. Okay? If you're just getting out of school, you're still supported by your parents, right? Sa bahay ng parents nyo, you don't have to support yourself yet. Iba yun, kasi so, you're now working, you have maybe 3 kids, a wife, you're renting a condo or a house. Ibang news, no? So the answer to this question is different for different people. And remember, when I say how much money do you need to make, it's not just an amount. It's not just an amount. It's also a term. Do you need to make that amount per hour, per day, per week, per month, over a 5-year period, over a 10-year period? You need to begin with the end in mind. When you talk about money, actually, or any other measurable thing, you have to begin with the end in mind. Ano ba yung goal mo? Kasi when I ask people this, 9 out of 10, especially fresh grad, and I ask them, how much money do you want to make? They'll say, oh, lots. I want to make lots of money. When I ask, okay, specifically, in the next 5 years, total, how much money do you want to make? They can't jump. Because they haven't given it a thought, they haven't studied it. But you must. If you're trying to accomplish something, you must be able to measure it. That's true even for programming, di ba? If somebody says, this has to be a high-performance software, may metrics yan. So, first and foremost, begin with the end in mind. And the end is, how much money do you need to make? In over what period of time? Just remember, though, that once you come up with a figure, the more you need to make, the longer the runway, meaning the longer it will take to get there, the more wisdom it will require, the more difficult it will be, and the more lasting the reward. Nothing is easy that's worth doing. Nothing is easy or convenient if you're going to be different from everybody else, because most people probably do not make the kind of money that you want to make. So first things first, how much money do you need to make? Once you figure that out, be prepared to do what it takes to earn that. Are you prepared? Are you prepared? Good. So, after you've figured out the end result, here's what I want to end. I haven't even asked you paano gagawin yan, because that's the next question, right? The next question is, how will you earn that money? Now you got to put first things first. I mean, there are many things you can be doing with your time, right? This weekend, you choose to be here. You choose to make this a priority. Your buddies are out in the mall watching movies, watching Civil War, okay? Or going out on a date with their girlfriend or boyfriend, or staying at home sleeping late. You choose to be here. You made this your first choice for today. You have to do the same thing with your career and when it comes to making money. You have to make it your first choice. And the first choice you have to make is, how am I going to do this? There are many different ways of making money, but for software, for programming, there's really only 3 ways. And you have to understand which of those 3 ways you want to do. Not everybody is cut out for each of those 3 ways. So what are those 3 ways? First, you can be an employee. You can work for somebody else. You can work for a company or an individual or an organization, but basically you work for somebody else. In exchange for that work you do, you get a wage. Okay? You get a wage. They pay you by the hour, by the day, by the month, whatever. But you get paid based on your employment. That's one way. Second way is to be a freelancer. You're not employed by anyone in particular, but in fact, you're employed by many different people for temporary stints, kumbaga parang per project. Okay? So you're still being paid for your work effort, but now you can dictate what you will charge for your work effort. You can also dictate how much time I'll work. The more I work, the more I get paid. Okay? That also means that you can dictate how much you don't work, so you control your time as a freelancer. That's the second way you can make money as a freelancer. Third way, you can become an entrepreneur. You can use your software skills, your programming capabilities, and leverage that and parlay that into a business of some kind. So you are a technopreneur. Technopreneur being a combination of technology and entrepreneur. You can do this on your own. You can do it with a group of friends or colleagues. Bottom line is, you have your own business. And you're using technology as a way to be in that business, to deliver value to the customer. So, totoo naman yan. Be an employee, be a freelancer, or be a technopreneur. If you want to know which of those three categories you will most likely fit in best, there's a really nice online tool called StrengthsFinder. This is the website. You can go to and see. StrengthsFinder evaluates you and says, here are your strengths, here are your talents, and then you can map that to the kind of job or profession you want to get into. It will tell you whether you're suited for an entrepreneurial pursuit. It will tell you if you're suited more to be a freelancer or what's called a solopreneur. It will tell you if you should stick to being an employee. Okay? So, as a recommended thing to get into, StrengthsFinder. Okay? The good news is that any one of these things that you choose, I mean, it's okay because you'll find opportunities everywhere. As a matter of fact, software is everywhere, and the industry needs programmers. We need you. There's some statistics about, even here in the Philippines, not even globally, but here in the Philippines. Okay? In the Philippines, we currently employ 120,000 programmers. There's 120,000 employed programmers in the Philippines. And when you think about the fact that there's about 40 to 50 million employed Filipinos, that's a very small number. Maliit lang yan. Okay? And every year, we graduate more people, which is good because we've discovered that between now and the year 2020, we will need 30,000 more programmers if we're to satisfy the needs of our economy, the BPO industry, the software companies like mine, and even overseas work, okay, the OFWs. 30,000 more programmers in the next 4 years. Now, every year, we graduate 15,000 computer science, IT, and IS students. Every year, right? So see, if you do the math, parang, look, okay naman pala eh. 15,000 every year. In 4 years, we'll graduate 60,000 people, right? 60,000 people. Kaya-kaya yan. You only need 30,000. Well, not quite. Hindi naman talagang kayang-kaya because here's why. They took a survey, now this is ongoing for the past few years, 12 months after graduation, what CS, IT, and IS graduates were doing. What they found is that, first of all, 50% of them were either unemployed or working in a non-IT job. Okay? 50% of those 15,000 graduates. 25% of them were working as a non-programmer in an IT company, and only 25% were actually working as a programmer. That means only 1 out of 4 of those graduates were able to get a job as a programmer. So at that rate, you do the math, I hope you can do the math, if only 1 out of 4 of those 15,000 graduates per year are able to get programming jobs or are able to work as a programmer, kukulangin tayo. Hindi tayo abutin ng 30,000 na kailangan natin by 2020. Okay. So, that's the state that we're in today. That's across the entire industry, right? So we'll see now how many of you are paying attention. Okay? I'm going to give you another pop quiz. And there'll be prizes for people who can answer this properly. As a matter of fact, the prize is a 16 gigabyte USB stick, right? Yeah. Okay. So, first question, how many programmers are employed in the Philippines? You went first again. Okay. That's how to say. How many programmers?
15,000.
Sorry, no, Rob. So how many programmers in the Philippines? 120,000. Give them a prize. Okay. Next question. How many programmers must we produce in the next 4 years to make what we need in this country? Yes, the guy in white. 30,000. Give them a USB stick. Okay. Last. How many graduates do our schools produce with CS, IT, and IS? Yes, sir. Here. 15,000. Good for you. Okay. So that's the last of the 3 prizes. But actually, at the end of this presentation, we have other prizes I'd like to give out. These are raffle prizes, and they're worth 5,500 pesos each. If you want to be eligible, for these raffle prizes, you have to sign up. All I ask is that if you do sign up and participate, that you're really serious about pursuing a career in programming. Okay? Pagbigyan nyo ang iba kung hindi naman kayo seryoso. Okay, so Trina has some sign-up sheets. Just hand them out, maybe one per row or something. And I'll be speaking, but while that's going on, this sign-up sheets will be passed around. If you are interested in joining the raffle, you can put your name and your email address and your mobile number, basta contact details in there to join the raffle, and we'll raffle off at the end of my presentation. Okay? Okay, so don't forget the guys over here. Okay, so siguro naman when it comes to jobs, you're pretty familiar that there are many jobs available in the Philippines. The BPO industry is really booming right now. But I wanted to maybe give you a flavor for another segment of our industry, which maybe you have not heard as much about. And maybe this would give you an idea of something that you might want to pursue rather than going to work for the traditional sectors in programming. Okay, so this is a video I want to show you that has to do with the startup community in the Philippines, people who are being technopreneurs. Maybe it's something you want to consider.
Yung mga IT tsaka IS lang sa amin nakalagay sa
Lendo is helping people to use their social connections to prove their identity and creditworthiness.
We allow people to earn 5% to 20% cash back every time they buy at a partner merchant.
At Unclinica, we are using mobile technology to connect pharmaceutical companies to pharmacies to make healthcare better for the patient.
I'm the CEO and founder of Pico. It's a dating site made by girls for girls who are dating.
Caliber is the fastest growing platform where job seekers can look for jobs and where companies can source for workers.
We are the creators of Jam, a suite of learning solutions that are bilingual, rockstar made, educator approved.
In the Philippines, you find a very interesting bunch of founders. There's one particular trait which separates them. They actually care. They want to change lives for the good.
Many startups here will try and address the most wicked social problems: poverty, inequality, education, health.
As we know with technology, in some cases it can actually divide and separate us, but there's a number of startups in the Philippines that actually use it to bring people together.
We're a dynamic new generation that actively harnesses technology to reach out, to connect, to communicate. There's really no limit to what we can share, what we can build with the rest of the world.
Just seeing the ecosystem develop in the last 2 years, it's amazing. Now you've got places that are helping develop talent, which I think is one of the biggest things that has to happen here.
The world is coming to the Philippines. They came as entrepreneurs, now they're coming as investors.
It's a bit of east and west. You can build products that are scalable on both sides of the globe. Really, I think that's why the Philippines is a uniquely positioned place to be able to do this.
It takes a little for Pinoy creativity to be smart. Being able to get investments, it just fans the flame. If a company can enter and succeed in the Philippines, it can enter and succeed anywhere throughout Asia.
These
startup community for any economy helps with innovation. It allows creativity to come out from individuals, allows them to have a global reach. It gives them a voice.
We can create not just an emerging middle class, but a new society in the Philippines that can help take the country forward.
As a country, we need to rise and find solutions that perhaps do not exist today. The traditional business models that brought us to where we are today, those models are not going to work in the future. The future has to be invented.
Okay. Before I continue, so this live streaming right on YouTube. That's my hi Ate Perla. Kamusta? He's watching in San Francisco. He just texted me. And hi Mahal, my wife, is also watching at home. Said I'd greet them. Okay. So you saw the video. This is a very recent phenomenon in the country. I'd say it's no more than 4 years old, but it's really boomed in the last 2 years, and that is entrepreneurs starting technology businesses on software. You saw a few examples there. When I came to the Philippines in 1991, siguro there might have been 20, maybe even just 10 startups in software technologies. Today, there's over 350 and growing. Even Silicon Valley startups are now setting up shop in the Philippines to hire programmers here because they can't find them in Silicon Valley. So if you're considering this path, I highly encourage you to find out more about it. There are many organizations. Minute Navarrete is with Kickstart and Idea Space from BLDP and Globe. PSIA has a group called Spring. And we mentor, we teach for free people who want to become startup entrepreneurs. Okay? So I wanted to share that because to me, that's one of the most exciting parts of software in this country today. Yes, BPOs are nice, and working for a bank and being a programmer is also nice job security, stability, and all that. But in terms of being able to make a real difference in this world and being able to make more than the average amount of money if you're successful, getting into a business is a really good option. Okay. So let me wrap this up. We talked about knowing how much money you need. Talked about the different ways that you can make that money. You can be an employee, you can be a freelancer, or you can be a technopreneur. Now, how do you increase your chance of success? How do you maximize the opportunity to earn that money that you want? This is what people ask me all the time. Jerry, how much does an average programmer make in entry level? What is the entry level salary in a program? Or after 5 years, how can I expect to make? What can I expect to make? And my answer to them is, it depends. It depends on you, it depends on what you have today, and it depends on what you have 5 years from now. Remember, whether you're an entrepreneur or a freelancer or an employee, you are paid not by who you are, but your value and what you're worth. Okay. Let me repeat that. You are not paid based on who you are. I don't care what degree you have, from what school and what family you come from. You are paid based on what you produce and the value of what you produce. I will tell you now, in the next 5 minutes, a secret to success. If you want to maximize your earnings, if you want to maximize the amount of money you make, or if you want to be successful in anything else, this secret applies. And I'm going to share this with you now. Something which I've learned over 40 years of being in this industry. This is called the 80-20 rule for success. You notice on the side there, it talks about being proactive and not reactive. Okay. So let me explain what the 80-20 rule is relative to being proactive versus reactive. Okay. Being proactive means focusing on the things that you control instead of complaining and making excuses for things that you do not control. We have an election coming. Couple more days. Does anybody here control the outcome of the elections? Can you control who wins the elections? Can you? No. No, you can't. No single individual here can control that. It's out of your control. And yet people spend tremendous amounts of time complaining, campaigning, putting up their candidates. At the end of the day, though, I have to ask you, what is it that you can control? You can control whether you vote or not. That's what, and it gets me when all these people complain about the candidates and all that, and I ask them, naka-register ka ba? Hindi ka naka-register, bakit ka nagreklamo? The one thing that they can control, they didn't do. And they complain about all these other things which they don't control. Okay? Can you control whether you get hired for a job or not? Can you control that? Somebody else makes that decision. You don't make that decision, right? What can you control? You control that you're prepared for the interview. You control that you're there on time. You control that you appear presentable. You control the fact that you're ready for the interview. You control the fact that you do well on the exam that they give you. These things you control. But whether you get hired or not, no, you don't control that. So I'm going to show you how you can take that same concept and apply that to succeeding in anything. Focusing on the things that you control, not the things that you don't. It's called the 80-20 rule. And here's how it works. In anything that you want to do, look around you. Look at all the other people trying to do what it is you want to do. Whether it's succeeding in a business, getting a job, getting a promotion, making more money, getting a raise. Observe everybody else. Observe what 80% or more of the people are doing. And then do the exact opposite. Do the exact opposite. Why? If everybody's doing it, and they're not all succeeding, guess what? What they're doing is not succeeding. If you do exactly what they do, you will not succeed either. Because 80% of people are not succeeding. Okay. So I'll give you an example. How many of you here chose to get a computer science or an IT or an IS degree because your parents wanted you to? How many? Yun ang sabing dati ko eh. Yan, in demand ngayon yan. In demand. Okay. Pwede ako meron trabaho sa Saudi. Kailangan ng programa doon. Right? Again, do you control whether you're going to be hired by an employer or not? You don't control that. If you want to be a programmer, if you want to pursue a career in programming, you have to focus on the things you can control. You control how good you are. You control how many languages you know. You control what you know. You control what you learn. You control what you spend your time on. You've all heard of the 10,000-hour rule, right? Are you familiar with the 10,000-hour rule? To be an expert at anything, you have to practice it for 10,000 hours. Guess why Michael Jordan is the most successful basketball player in the world? Is it because he was born that way? No. When he was in high school, binangko yan. His coach told him, I'm sorry, Michael, you're not good enough to play on this team. High school. Then he went to college, and after many, many thousands of hours of practicing, guess what? He was MVP in North Carolina. Then he went on to the NBA. Long after people have left the basketball court, he would practice for 2 more hours, shooting baskets and practicing his game. He just put in more hours. So, if you want to succeed, do what other people are doing. Right now, you've chosen to be here. That tells me something already. Your buddies are out going on dates and watching Civil War. They choose to do that. Okay? But you're here. That tells me something. So again, the 80-20 rule. Observe what most people are doing and don't do it. Do the exact opposite. That's being proactive. So, let me apply this then to the 3 different paths. Okay? Employee. You want to get a job, whether it's the first job or the next job. What's everybody else doing when they are looking for a job? Anybody tell me? What's the most common thing people do when they look for a job? Go to Job Street? What did you say? Sorry? They're looking for salary, right? Is that right? Most people, when they're looking for a job, they say, anong salary? Most people, right? I just told you, if that's what most people are doing, do the exact opposite, right? So what's the exact opposite to just focusing on salary? What do I learn? What can I learn? How fast can I move up? People don't think about that. I have interviewed thousands of programmers. I've never had somebody ask me, how quickly can I move up in your organization, Mr. Brando? How quickly can I become a manager? How quickly can I become a technical lead? How quickly can I become a pre-sales consultant? Never ask me that. Pag entry level. I do get asked a lot, ano bang benefits dito? Hindi pa ka na-hire. Wala pang job offer. You control what you do. So again, look what everybody else is doing. Do the exact opposite. People ask you about salary. Malapit ba yung workplace sa pinagawa? Kasi ba traffic eh. Traffic is my pet peeve. Okay? You don't control traffic, right? But you do control how early you leave to get to your appointment. You control that. And the people always arrive, sorry traffic eh. Alam mo lang traffic eh. So why do you leave 15 minutes before when you should have left 1 hour before to get to this appointment? Be proactive. So as an employee, when you're applying for a job, don't do what everybody else is doing. Okay? Here's a trick. Here's a hack. It's called a hack. Okay? How many of you use JobStreet? A lot of people use JobStreet. Okay? So if a lot of people use JobStreet, guess what? You have to do something different. How many of you have ever written a personal handwritten letter to the CEO of the company you want to apply for? He's done it. Did it work? Because nobody does that, right? How many of you ever stalked the person you want to work for? I was at Eastwood one time, about to go to the movie, and this young man, by the escalator, said, Mr. Grando. Well, I actually wasn't that surprised because people come to me all the time because I speak a lot and we have interns who I don't know. So lumapit siya, Mr. Grando, kamusta ka? Siyempre, sabihin, sino ka? I won't say that, right? So one of the escalators, I'm looking for an internship, and I've got a pretty good grade in college, but I'm looking for an internship in a really good company who will give me valuable knowledge. And then he gave me his resume, right there. How did you know I was going to be there? Stalked me on Facebook because I said, I'm going to watch this movie today. And he waited. No, my point is, how many people would do that? Nobody does that. So guess what? I remember that guy. And we got him an internship. I couldn't forget him. Besides, I wanted to come work para mabantayan ko siya. Right? Baka anong gawin niya. But that's my point, see, he did something nobody else did. Freelancers. You want to do freelancing? I get this question all the time. People say, hey Joey, I'm a freelance graphic artist, I'm a freelance web designer, I'm a freelance programmer. How can I get more work? I'm on Odesk, I'm on Elance, I've got, on Facebook. I'm not getting enough work. Interesting. So how many other people are on Elance or freelancer.com or on Facebook? Dami, diba? So that's what everybody's doing. So I told them this. Look for an opportunity in Rotary or in Kiwanis or some other, or JCs. They have meetings every month. Look for an opportunity, talk to the person in charge of the meeting, say, can I be given a 15 to 20 minute slot to talk about technology, like websites and how you can use it for your business? He didn't do it. Kasi shy daw siya. He wasn't willing to do. He wasn't willing to be proactive. Siyempre wala. But the most successful freelancers I know, that's what they do. They do things that they're shy about. They do it because it needs to be done. And they do it because nobody else is doing it. How many people do you know, a programmer, have ever spoken in front of JCs during one of their monthly meetings? Siguro mas sila pumunta lang para maghanap ng brochures, di magawa. And yet they're wondering why they have no work. Technopreneur. You want to be a technopreneur, right? I've had people, we do mentoring for startups. In the last 4 years, we probably mentored over 200 startups. Most of them have never succeeded. And I always tell them, there are 3 books that you have to learn, read and learn from. You have to read Business Model Generation by Alex Osterwalder. You have to read The Lean Startup by Eric Ries. And you have to read the Lean Startup Lean Startup Owner's Handbook by Steve Blank. Give them 3 books. Okay? Read these books, learn from them, and come back. It's the Lean Startup, Business Model Generation, and the Startup Owner's Manual. I can tell you the references later. And 3 months go by, and I see them, and I say, well, how do you like those books? I haven't started reading it yet. Okay, so it must not be that important to you, right? You want us to advise you, to coach you, tapos you won't even read the books. So and by the way, most people don't, so that tells you what most people are doing. Most people don't read those books, and they think they can be successful as startups. So even as a technopreneur, there's a lot of technopreneurs out there. The ones who are succeeding are the ones who are doing things that everybody else is not doing. Okay, that 350 I mentioned earlier, there's now 350 startups in the Philippines. That's 350 out of maybe 2,000 that have started in the last 3 years, 2 to 3 years. Those are the ones who are doing what everybody else won't do, right? They're the 20%. The 80% are the ones who are no longer around. Okay? So, I mentioned books, which I can repeat later, but those books I mentioned are very specific. Like you can get a book on, learn from, for example, how to be a better employee, how to be organized, the 1-minute manager, all these different books. So, okay lang yan, Lean Startup, Business Model Generation, to be a startup technopreneur, okay lang yan. But I'm going to share with you 3 books that if you read them and learn from them will literally change your life. These are books I have learned from because books contain information, but once you apply them, that gives you wisdom. And to succeed in anything, whether it's an employee, freelancer, or technopreneur, you need wisdom. Not just knowledge, not just programming knowledge, but you need wisdom. And here's those 3 books. First, when I was a teenager, I read this book, and it changed my life. It's called How to Win Friends and Influence People by Dale Carnegie. When I was a little bit older, like maybe 20 years later, I read this book. It's called The 7 Habits of Highly Effective People. Okay. That changed my life. And about 10 years ago, when I'd already been in business for almost 20 years, I read this book, The E-Myth. It changed my whole perspective about success in business and how to run a business. None of these books are very thick. Actually, any of these books you can read within a few days, cover to cover. But the information, the knowledge is in them. If you put it to practice, it will make you very wise. And I can't mention books without, to me, what today is the most important book that I have. And that is the Bible. To me, as a Christian, that is my main source of wisdom. All the books combined can be found in the Bible. So let me close by just giving you the 3 main points of my presentation today. First, you got to find out if you have programming talent. Some of you here might not. Now's the time to find out, not later. Okay? Find out if you have programming talent. Get a proxy rating. Get yourself rated. Okay? Second, be proactive in determining how much money you need and how you can best earn it. You must be proactive. Don't wait for something to come your way. That's being reactive. Don't wait for your friends to tell you what to do. Be proactive. And finally, remember, programming skills are commodities. A lot of people has them. It's your entry ticket to success. Making money requires wisdom. And you can only get wisdom from books and other people. Those are the key points. Thank you very much. Okay, so we have a raffle. Parang babay yung raffle prize. These prizes are worth 5,500 each. How many people signed up? We're going to do this in a manual method. Those of you who signed up, nakuha mo na lahat. You have the, no more signing up. So those of you who signed up, please stand up. Just stand up. If you didn't sign up, okay lang. So pretty much everybody. Okay, here's how we do the raffle, okay? We'll do this in an analog fashion. You need to digital, analog, okay? So basically, the raffle prize is a free Proxer exam. And everybody gets it, so you all win. Thank you very much. You all know. That's it. Okay. So everybody here, if you signed up, you are now eligible to get a free Proctor exam, which is worth 5,500 pesos each. If you put your correct contact details, Fina will email you within the week to give you a schedule of when the exams are being held in our office in Quezon City. Okay, so you can pick what day you want to take it. You can go there, take it. I would allocate a whole day for it because it takes at least 6 hours or at most 6 hours to take it. But after that, you'll get a Proctor. Remember, beginning in the next school year, the schools will be charging 5,500 for this exam. And you guys get it for free. Thank you very much.
Do you still have any other questions for Mr. Joel? Joey. Mr. Joey.
Okay, you have a question? Yes, sir.
Sir Joey, about nandun sa business, yung tanong ko kapag, kasi 2 years pa lang sa IT industry, so mga 5 years plus, I'd like to, to build a startup company. So my question is, ideal pa ba sa time na yon na magtayo ng startup? Kasi ngayon pa lang dami ng startup.
Hindi madami yung para. Hindi madami. If you think about Silicon Valley, we probably have 1/10 of the startups in Silicon Valley. So hindi madami yan. 350 is not a lot because hindi madami yan. There are over 100,000 businesses in the Philippines. But if you want to know how to get started, there's no good age, perfect age to start. Okay? You can be very young. The reason why most of the startup founders, as you saw from the video, are fairly young is because when you're young, there's less risk. Diba? Mas madali. One thing we tell people about startups is that you have to be prepared to fail. But if you're going to fail, you fail fast. You fail fast, you fail often, because the number of times you fail is what's going to lead to success. Most of them are young because wala pa sila masyadong responsibility. Wala pa silang asawa, wala pa silang anak, wala pa silang utang, right? So they can fail and it won't hurt them much. The main problem with people who are older, like myself, is the risk. Diba? You can't just like quit your job and not have any income and then start a business. So having said that, no matter what age you are, I will tell you the 3 things you need to do, you must do, if you want to increase your success chances in a startup, in a startup business. Number 1, find a co-founder. Don't do it by yourself. Find somebody else who's willing to do it with you. Because if you can't even convince one other person that you have a good idea, guess what? Nobody else will believe you have a good idea. So, suggestion ko yun. I know there are people who have done this and wala silang co-founder. But remember, Steve Jobs had Steve Wozniak. Bill Gates had Paul Allen. Okay? Mark Zuckerberg had his guys, and one of them actually screwed, but that's a different story. Okay? There's 2 guys that started Google. Okay? 2 guys started LinkedIn. 2 guys started Twitter. Always 2 guys, or girls. There's a reason for that. So, number 1, find somebody else who will go in it with you, number 1. Number 2, validate the idea. Usually you have an idea, you want to do something, right? Whether it's a product or service. Validate it. And I don't have enough time to tell you all the techniques for that, but there are techniques. There's a scientific method to validate ideas. In other words, before you jump in with both feet, validate to make sure the idea has some merit. Okay? Third, get adult supervision. Once you validate the idea, find somebody much older and much more experienced than you to advise you. You can't substitute that from books. You can't substitute that from experience. I'd rather do something quicker than longer, right? Kung gusto mo mag-succeed, mas maganda yung mabilis. Kasi mas matagal. Well, the only way I do that is to learn from the mistakes of others rather than making your own mistakes. Okay? So that's my 3 advice for the people here who want to get into startups. Find a co-founder, validate your idea, and find yourself an old guy with white hair who's done it before. Okay? So they can advise you. Questions? Next questions? Yes, sir.
Sir, as a fresh grad, I just want to know, saan po ba mas prefer na magsimula ng career? Sa mga big companies po ba o sa mga startups?
Okay. It depends on what you want to accomplish. If I talked about kanina, how much money do you need to make? Okay? And I said that the more you want to make, the longer the runway, the more wisdom you need, and the more challenging it is. If today you have obligations that require you to make a certain amount of money, then you have to go with a big company. Right? They pay the most, they have the most number of jobs, and more often than not, they have the most job security. Okay? But if today you don't need to make a lot of money and you want to maximize your earning capacity for the future, startup shop. Okay? There's a couple of people I know, Unique Santa Ana and Raymond De Rosario. LaSalle graduates from 2011 or 12. That's not 4 years. And they started a startup called Orchestra. They were both 23 years old when they started. That was 4 years ago. Today, they're competing against Nielsen with the startup. Nielsen ratings, yung nag-measure ng advertising effectiveness. And they're a 7-man company. And Unix and Raymond recently got funding from an investor in the millions of dollars for the startup. Now, there's no way anybody working for a company after 4 years, even how big it is, will get that kind of funding. And they're doing very well. Not bad for 26, 27-year-old kids. After 4 years. They've been able to accomplish in 4 years what most people will probably take 15 to 20 years working for a large company. So it depends on how much you need and by when. Next question? Anybody else? Okay. Number question. Huh? Okay. Yes.
Actually, what do you prefer? What people do you prefer? A curious programmer or a lazy programmer?
A curious programmer or a lazy programmer? Why would I want to hire a lazy programmer? Most programmers are lazy, so I should do the opposite. I'll give you a more generic answer. If I was to choose one particular property, attribute of a programmer, it would be character. Somebody of good character. That would be the most important thing. Skills can be learned. I don't care how many programming languages you know. You can learn more, right? But character is innate. You either have it or you don't. So I pick the programmer with character. Okay, I think we have gone over time, so I gotta stop now. Thank you very much for your time. I'm looking forward to seeing the first Professor 1 rated programmer in this room, okay? Thank you very much.
Thank you very much, Sir Joey. Medyo overwhelming ang kanyang presence. So, masyadong maganda. Priceless yung wisdom na in-impart sa aming grupo. Buti na lang naka-record ito. Okay, so nagugutom na ba kayo? Okay, sige, magsikain na muna tayo.
Iwan na natin. Standby lang.
Okay. Be back at 1:30. Salamat.
Please do this.
One 1:30 p.m. ang callback time. We will resume at 1:30.
Serious
Nakastart ko lang yan. Nung lumipat ako ng company.
Existing.
So,
Objective senior natin.
Okay.
until now naman po
Special interest.
Siguro, more than 70,000.
Sure.
Yeah.
What are that?
You can check us.
Wow.
76, 79.
Wow.
Kinakabahan niya po kami kasi mag-overload yung venue. Buti na lang konti lang.
Are those mostly
Ayun, pero
he sent me a dashboard. So I saw all the. You did it. That's pretty good. He sent me a Excel charts. That's good.
Pagdating sa data, gusto ko yung malaman kung ano ba yung mga klaseng tao pumapasok dito.
Yeah. It demands skill.
Yun yung madalas dito sa katrabaho namin. Hindi pala ako pareho.
Yeah, actually I had to go back to Eastern by 1:30. So but yeah, next time, that's a big group. Huh? We have 11,000 active members on this.
Pagkayamanan pa namin po yun.
Yeah, next time we have something, I'd be glad to pop up. I like Sige.
Thank you po ulit, sir.
Yeah, sige.
Ay, sure. Pwedeng pa Wow, medyo cross-platform. Uh, I'm curious dito sa Ionic framework na to. Kasi, merong isang how should I say this? Merong isang grupo ng mga open source advocates na talaga namang ina-advocate yung Ionic framework na yan. I don't know why. Hopefully, Sir Jerome would give us a glimpse of the answer. Okay. Ayan na. Ayan na. So, ihanda nyo na yung questions nyo for mobile development kasi this is unlike nung nauna na theoretical and soft skills. I think it would be, we will get our hands dirty with codes. So, magpakidip na tayo for a moment. Talaga namang geek tayo. Yeah. Sino ulit mobile developers dito? Isa na lang? Saan napunta yung iba kanina? Okay. Sino yung aspiring mobile developers dito? Ayan. So, ano platform nyo balak mag-develop? Android? Android Studio? Mga Android kayo. Ay, yung iOS. Nakakikita dyan. Alam nyo, kung hindi kayo makapili ng Android or iOS or Windows Phone, magsama rin kayo para lahat madedeployan nyo. Biglang vlog yun. Oo, sa kabayan. Yeah. Sige.
Hello, good afternoon. So before we start, may I introduce myself. I'm Jerome Maltura, software engineer from Microsourcing. Microsourcing is a BPO company, and under Microsourcing, my client is Machines for You, which is a advertising-based company based on Australia. So that's it. So graduate ako sa PUP, kung may PUP dito. So that, CMI. So how many dito ang student pa? Okay? Since maraming student, kailangan ko muna i-tackle tong first. Hindi kasi tayo pwedeng basta-basta tatalo ng Ionic framework kasi wala tayo talagang alam. So, fresh tayo. So, yung mga nasa industry na. Okay? Okay? So, alam ko, medyo alam nyo na to. So, patience na lang para dun sa mga estudyante. Okay, let's start. So, ito yung, sa mobile development kasi, meron tayong dinadala, may tinatawag kasing dalawang uri ng application. Hybrid applications and native applications. So, ito yung i-discuss po. So, next slide. So, yun muna yan. Let's discuss ko na. So, ito yung muna yung terms and definitions na kailangan nating maintindihan. Web apps, applications, running on a web browser. Simple lang. Native apps application written in Java Objective-C on C#, meaning executable file native. For example, you write a C# program in Visual Studio. So, yun, native application siya. So, native application. Hybrid application. Combination of web and native technologies. And yun. Next is Cordova framework for making hybrid applications. Mamaya. So, yun yung mga yung mga terms and definitions. So, platforms, meaning Android, iOS, Windows, and anything. So, anything. So, may Windows tayo, may Android, may iOS, may Firefox, and may BlackBerry kung nag-exist pa. Okay? So, sino dito yung mga gustong, sa mga fresh, o gagraduate pa lang o estudyante na gusto mag-mobile app sa industry? Taas kamay. Okay? Sino naman yung gusto ng web development? Taas yung kamay. Taas yung kamay. Lahat ng web development. Okay? So, I'll introduce some history about me. So, when I started working in the industry, pumasok ako sa industry na wala akong alam. So, in my school in PUP, they used to teach us how to program in C, especially Microsoft, C#. Ang unang hawak ko noong 2008 pa yung Visual Studio ko. So, 2016 na siguro. Meron na ba 2016? 2015. So, yun yung latest. So, ako, ang huling hawak ko 2008. So, yun. So, when I entered the industry, kasi nung third year college ako, medyo sabi ko kailangan ko ng pera. Then, I look for a job. Siyempre, programming it. Since nung naging web developer ako. So, pagpasok ko doon, totally wala akong alam. So, nag-aaral ako ng web. Mabait naman yung company na pasukan ko. Maliit lang siya. Pero, ano naman siya, what you call this? Accommodatable naman siya sa mga, hospitable naman sa bagong fresh grad. So, I started building web applications using PHP. HTML, basic HTML, pure PHP. Kasi pagpasok natin, lalo na sa mga nasa industry na, pag sinabi kasing web development, dapat marunong ka ng MVC. So, since sa mga fresh grad, hindi nyo pa naririnig yung MVC, pumasok ako na hindi ako gumagamit ng MVC. What is MVC? Model View Controller. So, OOP siya ng web application. Diba sa C# may OOP sa C. So, yun. And then, pagkatapos nun, nung 4th year ako, nag-work pa rin ako sa kanila. 4th year ako, nagkaroon kami ng project, Android. And then, what happened is, pumasok ko dun sa work na yun, nakita ko ng boss ko na gumagawa ko ng project ng Android. So, when nakita ko, pinatawag kami, kasi tatlo kami nag-work eh. Kaming magkakaklase noon, third year college kami noon. So, sabi sa amin, ano yung ginagawa niyo? Sa akala namin, papagalitan kami. So, what happened is, sinabi namin na, sir, sorry, gumagawa kami ng project namin, Android, Java. Kala namin papagalitan kami, hindi kami pinagalitan. Yung pala, parang, sige, tuloy nyo lang, kasi may project akong papagawa sa inyo. Then, it started. So, kung mapapansin nyo, noong umpisa, talagang PHP, HTML, CSS, JavaScript. So, at first, we are web developer. And then, we shift to mobile developer. So, what is? Sino ba dito sa inyo ang gustong mag-aral ng maraming languages? Tasang kamay. Okay, gusto. Pero yung porsigido, mag-aral ng maraming programming languages, taas kamay. Sigurado kayo, ha? Sigurado kayo, ha? Lalo na sa mga estudyante ka. So, yun. Mayroon kasi pag nasa college tayo, mayroon kasi misconception eh. Na kapag marami kang alam na programming language, master ka na. Tama ba? Sa mga estudyante? Diba? Pag marami kang alam na programming language, master ka na. O hagi ka na, sa amin ganun. So, bakit? Iba mo hagi, sir. So, yun. When I entered the industry, natuto lang mag-Java, natuto lang mag-HTML, Java, PHP. Dumating yung punto na yung project na prototype na ginagawa namin, naging in demand. Kasi yung company namin dito is GMAC Incorporated. Kung narinig nyo lang siya, pero hindi talaga siya narinig. Maliit lang siya, pero mapakalaki yung clients niya. Like Starbucks, Yellow Cab, SM Malls, sila yung nagsusupply ng cashiering sa SM, sa Robinson. Yung POS, nakikita niyo yung may cash drawer, may PC na malaki. Sila yung nagsusupply nun. Then what they did is, pero binagyan kami ng prototype na gumawa kayo ng tablet base. So, hindi na kailangan ng PC, monitor, and CPU. So, yun. Ngayon, nung siyempre, yung thesis namin, PHP. So, nagsasabay yung Word tsaka yung thesis. Nahirapan tuloy kami na magsabay yung dalawang language. So, noong pa na, okay lang. Kaya rin eh. Kaya yun, college eh. Wala nang ibang ginagawa sa bahay. Pagkagawa, tulog, gising, pasok, yun lang yung ano eh. When we enter the industry, we must consider kung ano talaga yung gusto nating industry. So, for example, kung gusto mo talaga mag-mobile development, bawa Android, gusto mo talaga yan, push mo yan, okay lang. Tapos, gusto mo maging iOS developer, do it. Pero kasi, itong talk ko, para to sa web developers. So, ang karamihan ngayon kasi ng web developers is master na nila yung database, UI, and anything. Katulad yung tinuro ni Sir kanina, yung Microsoft Azure, yung sa cloud server. Cloud server. So, tulad ko ako, mahal ko yung web development. So, merong mga instances na, syempre, for example, noong 2008, Facebook, 2009, ang Facebook lang, website lang naman, di ba? So, at habang tumatagal yung panahon, napapansin nyo, saan na kayo nagpe-Facebook?
Mobile.
Sa phone. Hindi na kayo masyadong magamit ng PC, di ba? So, ngayon, for example, ikaw, sir, gumawa ka ng website mo. Marami kang user. Napapansin mo, nag-ship na lahat ng ibang application, ibang website, may mobile version na. Ngayon, ikaw lang mag-isa ang gumawa ng website mo. O kaya, malaki co-founder na. Dalawa lang kayo. Ang knowledge nyo lang is HTML. So ngayon, doon papasok ngayon itong hybrid applications. So using your HTML, JavaScript and web development skills, makakagawa kayo ng isang hybrid mobile applications na pwedeng i-download sa Play Store o kaya sa Google Play. Okay? So, okay. Next slide na. So, ito yung mga tanong. Since web developer ka, anong platform na di-develop ko? iOS ba o Android? Tapos, gagamitin ko ba yung existing skills ko o mag-aaral ako ng bagong programming language? For example, iOS, mag-aaral ako ng Objective-C. O yan, yung Swift, yung bago. Tapos sa Android, nakabutan ko kasi nag-Android development ako, Eclipse pa yung gamit ko. Ngayon, may Android Studio na. Wala pang material design noong 2012. Okay? So, yun yung mga kailangan i-consider ng mga web developer para makagawa ng mobile applications. May tanong po? Okay, next. So, few things to consider. That is scope and limitation, type of mobile application, target mobile platform, skill and knowledge, reliability, availability, and maintainability, and cost of development. So, for example, scope and limitation. So, for example, yung website mo is nag-advertise lang. So, kailangan mo malaman kung ano ba yung gusto mong malagay dun sa mobile application mo. Kung yung website mo, yun lang talaga yung ginagawa, display content ng mga blogs mo, syempre, yung mobile application mo rin, yun din yung gagawin. Okay? So, kailangan, before you start the mobile application, bago ka mag-code, bago ka mag-search ng platform, alam mo muna kung ano yung gusto mong gawin. Kasi, pag hindi mo alam yan, at tumalon ka agad dito sa apat na to, at na-realize mo na may mali ka, babalik ka ulit dun. Hanggang umikot ka ng umikot. Yung kanina sinabi ni Sir na analysis paralysis. Ito yung magandang example. So, okay. Next. Type of mobile application. So, alam mo yung scope mo, limitation. Ano ba gusto mong gawin? Games? Games ba gusto mong gawin? O pang transportation? Or what you call this? Photography? So, dapat alam mo yung type ng mobile application mo. Next, target mobile platform. Sa industry kasi, dino-consider kasi, alam niyo ba yung sa web development, sa mga company advertisement, ang pinakamahalaga sa kanila, traffic. Tama? Na-gets ko yung traffic. So, mas maraming nagbi-visit sa page namin, mas maraming profit. Kasi, for example, yung ad mob ni Google. So, lagi siya nagbi-visit o kaya Google Analytics. So, mas maraming users na nagbi-visit sa page natin, mas malaki yung traffic. So, target mobile application. Ngayon, gusto mong gawin mobile version yung app mo. Eh, siyempre, i-consider mo, kung may analytics ka sa website mo, malalaman mo, sino ba yung, anong platform ba yung madalas gamitin kapag binibisit yung website mo. So, kung may analytics kayo, makikita nyo doon ilang percent ng visits nanggagaling sa desktop, sa laptop, ilang traffic yun nanggagaling sa Android device, saka sa iOS device. Kung sa Australia kasi, ganito, hindi ka talaga sa Pilipinas, mas marami ang Android. Sa Australia, kung nag-work ka na doon, kasi nung gumagawa ako ng project doon, I started kasi Android lang kasi wala akong Mac noon, wala akong iPhone. So, Android ako nag-start ganito. Nung nalaman ng boss ko na gumagawa ako ng mobile applications, eh di bida-bida ako, sir, magaling ako mag-Android. Tapos, nung sinabi niya sa akin na, sorry, here in Australia, most of the people use iPhone. So, kahit magaling ka pa sa Java, kung di naman na magaling ka sa Android, pero hinihingi ng industry or ng company mo is hindi mo provide. Wala din. So, we must know our target platforms. Kung sa Pilipinas, kung mapansin mo maraming Android, edi target mo yung Android application. Pero kasi ngayon, almost pantay na, hindi mo masasabi. Depende kasi sa country yan. Tulad sa Australia, sabi ko, sa traffic nila, 80%, sa mobile na, 80% naka-iPhone. Mas 20% lang yung Android. So, nung dinedevelop namin, kailangan natin mag-develop sa iOS. Okay? Skill and knowledge. So, kailangan natin i-consider yan. Kasi, for example po, katulad ng sinabi ko kanina, biyasa ka sa Java. Sample. Tapos, may requirement na kailangan yung project mo na ginawa, magkaroon ng ibang version. Okay? Skill and knowledge. Pag sinabi skill and knowledge, siyempre, since alam mo na yung Java, ibig sabihin ba nun kailangan mag-aral ulit ng bagong language para makagawa ka ng bagong version? Yes, walang maling sagot. Pwede yun. Pero, depende dun sa financial capability ng industry mo. For example, siyempre, sa Android kasi, kahit wala 1,000 pesos lang, I think 1,500, you just enroll to Google Developer Console, pwede ka na mag-upload ng maraming APKs, Android apps, unlimited yun. Sa iOS, mamimili ka, enterprise or developer. Pag developer, kailangan magbayad ng annual fee na 15,000 pesos. Okay, another things na i-consider. So, kung skill, kung hindi ko pa kaya, sige, dito ako. Sa Java na ako. So, pag kaya ko na, So, kailangan, syempre, yung skill and knowledge mo, marunong ka nga mag-iOS, marunong ka mag-Java, pero yung budget, wala din. So, dito muna tayo. Okay? Next is reliability, availability, and maintainability. Kasi, itong things to consider to choose a platform, for example, narinig nyo ba yung DOS? So, ginagamit siya sa banking system, right? Yung narinig nyo kaninang language kanina na Pascal, narinig nyo ba yun? So, may idea ba kayo doon? Sa tingin nyo ba yung Pascal ginagamit pa kayo? So, yun. So, kailangan, before we choose a framework, before we decide na ito yung gagamitin natin, alamin na natin yung future na magiging problems niya, tsaka mga pros and cons sa future. Kasi, for example, ito like in web development, meron kaming MVC framework na tinatawag ko HANA. Noong 2008, sabi ng boss ko, kasi siya nagsimula, boom na boom daw yun. Talagang maraming gumagamit. Noong 2010, dumating yung Yi. Narinig niyo ba yung Yi? Yi framework. Yes, it is. Framework siya sa HTML. Dumating. Ngayon, si Kawana, deprecated. Ngayon, may mga bagong features si boss na gustong palagay. Ito na yung hindi available dun sa previous framework niya. So ngayon, stop development siya. So yun yung ibig sabihin ng reliability. Yun din yung katumbas ng availability. Okay? Nasabi ko na. Maintainability. Dapat consider natin na kung ano na lang kasi i-consider natin yung time ng delivery ng application. Kung gaano katagal, dapat ba mabilisan? For example, na-deploy mo na yung project mo, tapos may nakitang bug, dapat may quick fix ka. So dapat alamin mo yung framework na gagamitin mo, maintainable ba siya? Okay? May naiintindihan po. Pwede ko ulitin. Okay po? And next is cost of development. Nasabi ko na kanina, medyo na-advance kanina. So we need to consider yung cost of development. For example, yun nga, may website ka, gusto mong magkaroon ng mobile app version nun. So, ang nangyari, since wala pa naman tayong budget, kaya pa lang natin ipunin yung 1.5 or Google Developer Console, makapag-create tayo ng Android. Kasi sa Android kasi, pwede mo kahit nasa Windows ka or Mac ka, gamit mo, pwede mo i-download yung SDK niya, walang bayad. Okay? And si iOS kasi, para ka makagawa ng isang iOS application, unang-una, kailangan mo ng Mac. Oo, sabi na iba, meron Hackintosh. Pero pag nag-deploy ka na, chinecheck kasi yung serial number ng Mac, kung saan dineploy saan ginawa yung app mo. And then pag hindi na nila na-detect yung serial number ng PC na ginawa ng app mo sa iOS, hindi ka pa-upload ni Apple. Hindi niya i-upload yan kasi nalaman niya na hindi mo ginawa sa native na iOS yan. So, yun yung kailangan natin i-consider. Okay? May tanong ka po? Ibisan lang po natin. So, types of mobile application. So, web apps. Kasi, pag sinabing types of mobile application, meron lang website sa phone na nagagamit naman, di ba? So, yun yung tinatawag na web apps. So, application running na web browser, Chrome, Firefox, Safari, ay yung Microsoft Edge. Edge. Kasi, ang huling hawak ko ng Microsoft, 2014 pa. Yung simula na lumipat ako dito. So, native apps, katulad ng sinabi ko kanina, written in Java Objective-C na nag-create ng executable file to run natively. So, hindi niya kailangan ng browser. Kailangan lang, for example, naka-Java ka, kailangan yung machine mo may Java. Kung naka-Windows ka, tapos gumawa ka ng C#, dapat may .NET na naka-install dun sa ano mo. Hybrid apps, combination of web and native technologies, meaning cross-platform. Bakit natin sinabing cross-platform? Since, for example, si Kuya, meron kang iPhone, meron kang Android, si ate naka-Blackberry. Puntahan niyo yung Facebook.com. Diba, iba-iba kayo ng platform, pero nakapag-Facebook kayo sa phone niya. Yun yung ibig sabihin ng cross-platform. Okay? So, most gamit siya ng HTML5, Cordova, yung mga i-demo ko, Ionic Framework, jQuery, tapos Xamarin. Yung Xamarin, hindi siya web-based. Bakit gusto natin hybrid app? Kasi ang ano naman niya, native siya. Kaya lang, hindi mo ginagamit yung platform ng iOS at Android. Sa iOS kasi, you're using Objective-C. Sa Android, pwede kang pumili ng C o kaya Java lang. So, itong Xamarin, gumawa na siya ng middleware na single code base using C#. Tapos, siya naman bahala mag-compile sa dalawa. So, yun ibig sabihin ng hybrid. Parang write once, run anywhere. Gets po? Okay. So, yan yung illustration kung ano yung mobile web. So, alam na natin yan, automatic. Hybrid, doon tayo sa pure native. So, device API, talagang direkta, gumagamit tayo ng default APIs niya. For example, you want to open a camera. So, sa Android, so you'll use a Java code to look for a plugin to open the camera. So, yun. Next naman is hybrid. So, ang UI mo is HTML yung UI mo, tapos may plugins. Yung plugins na to is run by your JavaScript, and your JavaScript communicates to device API. So, for example, you want to open a camera. So, nagawa ka ng UI mo yung HTML, simple jQuery, na tapos tatawagin mo yung code na yun, siya nang bahala mag-open ng camera, tapos magre-return siya ng image. Okay po? Next. So, native apps, when speed matters. Native apps live on the device and are accessed through icon and the device home screen. Napakasimple po, di ba? Nagets na po? Next. Native apps are installed through an application store such as Google Play or Apple App Store. So, iba yung native apps dun sa ina-access sa URL, sa browser. They are developed specifically for one platform and can take full advantage of all the device features that they can use: the camera, the GPS, accelerometer, compass, list of contacts, and so on. Kasi di ba, for example, gumawa ka ng website using PHP. So, paano mo naman open yung camera dun sa mobile phone pag pinisit mo yon? So, wala pang way. So, ngayon, meron na kasi ngayon yung Google Chrome, Safari, tsaka Edge. Meron na rin sila tinatawag na permissions. Na generic code siya, for example, you want to open a camera using JavaScript, tatawagin mo lang. Parang, pansin nyo ba doon pag for example, sa Facebook, mag-upload kayo ng photo sa desktop. Di ba meron nagpa-pop up that Facebook want to open your camera, to access your camera. So, yun yung ano niya. So, native, sa when speed matters, so purely, mabilis talaga siya. Mabilis yung rendering ng UI niya, mabilis yung calculations niya. Pero in the end, yung coding, nandun kasi yung complexities. So if you, kung gusto mo talaga ng ganyang, kasi nakapag-develop na ako ng Android native Java talaga. So I developed 3 apps nun. So POS, delivery tracking system, tsaka stock market system, yung app, using Java. So, nung panahon kasi kulang konti yung plugins. For example, you want to add a Grab or chart plugins. So, yun, you need to study. Tulad yung mga binanggit ni Sir, yung kanina sa Android, yung fragments, kasi bago na yun eh. Dati kasi, 2012 ako nag-start, 2013. So, mapapansin nyo, nagbabago yung trends. So, ito, isang advice din, for example, nasa industry na kayo, kala nyo pag graduate kayo, hindi na kayo mag-aaral, tuloy-tuloy po ang pag-aaral. Okay po? So, pag graduate ako, nakagraduate na ako, ayoko na mag-aaral, trabaho na ako. Kala mo, nakahinga ka na, wala na akong assignment, wala na akong i-research, work na lang. So, pagdating mo sa industry, kailangan mo mag-aaral. Kasi pag hindi ka nag-aaral sa sarili mo, okay, hindi ka nag-aaral, for example, ito, magandang event pa to, hindi mo pinupush yung sarili mo na maghanap ng seminar o kaya any webinar na gusto matutunan, may iwan ka. Pag naiwan ka, pag naghanap ka ng trabaho, at yun lang yung skills mo, naiwan ka doon, dadating yung time na yung skill mo magiging obsolete na. Okay? So, mahihirapan ka ngayon maghanap ng trabaho. So, advice lang sa mga graduate o mga estudyante, yun ang kailangan mo mag-aaral na mag-aaral. Next. So, web apps, na-explain ko na, try to understand anywhere. So, gagamit ka ng web server o kaya cloud system to deploy your web application. So, meron kang backend. So, all your user interface are written in HTML, CSS, and JavaScript. Okay? May tanong po ba dito? Next na. hybrid apps. So, fully loaded with better fuel economy. So, hybrid apps are part native and part web apps. Like native apps, they live on App Store and they can took advantage of many device features available. Like web apps, they rely on HTML being rendered in a browser with that browser is embedded within the app. Hybrid apps are popular because they allow cross-platform development na significantly reduce the development costs. Kasi for example, sabi nga nila sa company, magtatayo ka ng company. So gusto mo meron kang, yung app mo na existing na, gusto mo may mobile version ng iOS, tsaka Android. Kung ikaw ay magsisimula at hindi mo alam at may pera ka naman, gusto mo mag-hire, mag-hire ka ng iOS, mag-hire ka ng Android. So, using this native application, pwedeng isa lang yung i-hire mo. Basta alam mo lang itong hybrid applications. Actually, marami ng frameworks na nagkalat. For example, Ionic, if you're heard by React Native, by Facebook, yung React.js, AngularJS, AppGyre, NativeScript, marami yan. So for example, ikaw, nag-aaral ka kung meron ng Ionic, ngayon, pag hinire ka, Ionic, you will deliver different platforms. Ngayon, HTML code components can be reused on different mobile operating system. So yun. May tanong pa po? May tanong po ba? Masyado ba ako mabilis? Okay lang. Nakakasabay? Pag may tanong, pag na medyo hindi nyo naiintindihan, taas na lang kami nyo, ulitin ko. Okay lang. Okay? So yan. So, nasa gitna yung HTML5 applications. So, sino ba nag-C# dito dati? C# project. Nakagamit na ba kayo ng web view? Kumbaga sa C#, di ba, dinadrag yung components. For example, button, panel, checkbox, textbox, sa Visual Studio. Meron doon na web view. Dinadrag siya. So, for example, meron mong form, tapos gusto mo, may website ka na render dun sa application mo, kunyari. Gagamit ka ngayon ng web view. Yun yung tinatawag na web view. Component siya sa programming na idadrag mo lang, tapos using that properties, pwede mo iset yung URLs. Okay? So, web browser, iba, talagang application siya, lalagay mo yung URL, dapat mo yung access, tapos i-render na yung content. Okay po? So, yung native, yung hybrid apps, actually, nung nag-start ako niyan, nung wala pang, kasi ngayon, alam niyo ba yung command line interface, CLI? Kasi nung nag-start ako mag-build ng Cordova apps, all is drag and drop. So, gagawa ako ng Android project, and then I'll drag the web view, and then sa code ko sa likod, kung ano yung website ko, nalagay ko lang yung URL nun, so pagbukas ko ng app, may web view na siya, ilo-load na yung HTML ko. So wala na siyang URL. Para magmukha siyang web native siya. Kasi di ba katulad sinabi ko rin, native icon siya na pinipindot, tapos bubukas na lang. Na wala ka na nilalagay na URL. Nagets po ba? May tanong? Sige. So yan yung illustration. Kung mapapansin nyo, using yung HTML5 mo, pwede automatic i-render mo. For example, hindi nag-exist yung platform mo, meron ka sa Android, parang hindi nag-exist sa iOS, pero ayaw mong mag-develop ng iOS. So, magagamit pa rin yung iOS using Safari. Okay? So, since naka-Android ka, kaya mo naman gawin, so you can compile a HTML5 into APK na pwede mong i-upload sa
Play Store.
Sa Google Play Store. Okay? So, nag-gets po ba? So, choosing mobile platform. specific mobile platforms. So different platforms, different programming skills. Madali lang intindihin. So, kung gusto mo ng uh, specific mobile platform, so different platforms, different programming skills ang kailangan matutunan. Kaya tinanong ko kanina, sino gustong matuto ng maraming programming languages? Nasa taas yung kamay nung nagsabi kanina na sino gustong matuto ng maraming programming languages. Wala namang masama sa matuto ng maraming programming languages. Pero we need to consider when we enter the industry, so we gather the requirements from the stakeholders. Kung ganito yung gusto nila, kahit anong gusto natin na gawin na ganito, hindi natin magagawa. So, for example, if your company want to deploy it in different industry and you want to choose a specific mobile platform, you are required to study different languages. So, okay, nagawa mo sa Android. Ito yung algorithms mo, kasi Java. Ngayon, sabi ng boss mo, gusto mo ng iOS na. So, nag-aaral ka ng iOS. So, oo, madali siyang pag-aralan. Siyempre, for code structure, for example, meron kang logic na ginawa dito na ikaw lang nakaintindi sa Java. Ngayon, aaralin mo pa siya dun sa iOS. Mabawa, paano ba mag-release view dito sa Android? Alam mo, nakabisado mo. So, paano ba ako mag-release view dito sa iOS? Gusto ko yung mga data ko naka-list view. Naka-list. So, ngayon, oo, magaling nga yung alam mong gawin kung sa magaling ka, pero ang kalaban natin is oras. Remember na sa college, okay lang na lumagpas sa oras yung papasama mong case study o kaya yung software na ginawa mo, okay yung lumagpas. Sa industry, hindi po. Sa industry kasi, tulad ng sinabi kanina, bakit yung mga technology na pinakita kanina, hindi agad na available na siya, pero hindi available na, created na siya, pero hindi pa siya available sa market. Kasi nga, pag hindi tapos yung app mo, hindi perfect, hindi maganda yun. So, you need to consider also the deadline. Hindi ko naman sinasabi na huwag kayo mag-specific mobile platform. Kasi si Samsung, si Sony, syempre Android, and they are big companies, so they can deploy apps in different platforms. So for example, you're a startup, walang naman, so you can consider the cross-mobile platform. Yes? So, cross-mobile. One platform, one framework equals different platform. So, ang ibig sabihin nito, isang programming language na ang kailangan matutunan, tsaka design patterns, pag dineploy mo siya, it can be deployed in different platforms. Okay? So, ano yung mga, sa taas, hindi sinasabi ko, specific eh. Si Android, they use Java. Sa iOS, Objective-C. Sa Windows, .NET or C#. Okay? So, dito naman sa cross-platform, marami siya. So, JavaScript, Cordova, Ponga, tsaka Xamarin. So, itong Cordova to is a native plugin siya. Kumbaga siya yung bridge from HTML to your native APIs. So, siya yung parang hindi na natin pa kailangan i-code. Mga plugins na siya available dun sa website. Kailangan lang natin siyang i-install para magamit. For example, meron kang JavaScript code. So, gusto mong i-open yung camera, gusto mong maka-capture ng picture. So, single lang yung code mo. Gusto mo ma-deploy sa dalawa. Si Cordova, siya yung automatic nag-detect kung anong platform mo, tapos kung anong kailangan mo. Kung sinabi mo open camera, meron na itong Objective-C na code na siya na bahala, meron na rin siya itong JavaScript, Java na code para mag-open yung code. Ang kailangan mo lang is sundan mo na yung pattern kung paano ginawa ng Cordova. Mamaya, maintindihan nyo mamaya dun sa coding. Mamaya may live coding tayo gagawin. So, yan. So, reliability, availability, maintainability. So, yung picture speaks from itself. Nuggets nyo ba? Tingnan nyo po mabuti. So, sa taas, platforms. So, sa baba, mga developers. Okay po? Yan yung native applications. So, ang kailangan dyan is time and energy, oras. For example, gusto mo talaga maraming gusto mo mag-platform. Kailangan marami kang oras at marami ka ring energy para mag-aral. Siyempre, knowledge and skill. Kailangan alam mo yung mga languages na yan. Kung paano gamitin. Versus sa cost of development. Versus dun sa hybrid app, kailangan mo lang matutunan. Simple JavaScript, and then you can deploy everywhere. Okay? Ito kasi, yung 2012, yung 2010, nag-start yung phone gap. Kung narinig niyo yung phone gap sa Cordova. Maraming, si Facebook, isa siya sa gumamit ng Cordova. Remember, Facebook magsimula sa website. Nagsimula sila sa website. Gusto nila magkaroon ng mobile app. So what they did, kasi gusto nila mabilis magkaroon ng app ng Facebook. Alam mo na natin na yung web marami ng features and functionality na nandun na dapat mabilis ma-migrate dun sa mobile app. So what Mark Zuckerberg did is his company use PhoneGap. So wala siyang binago dun sa UI niya. Nilagyan na lang ng JavaScript. For example, you want to upload pictures. So yun, naging app na siya. So mabilis nilang na-transition. Yun yung isang example ng cost of development tsaka yung time and energy. Ngayon, noong 2012, yung hybrid apps kasi sa downfall. Why? For example, ID. So, meron tayong Google Chrome ngayon, di ba? So, if you're the web developer, you need to consider also ng mga browsers. For example, gumawa ka ng layout sa UI using CSS. Ang ginamit mong testing ground is Google Chrome. So, kada nag-code ka, nire-refresh mo yung Google Chrome. Okay, ganda ng UI. Tumalon ako ngayon sa Firefox. Ngayon, magkaiba itsura. Tama? Nasira yung design ko dito. Ngayon, pag ginayos ko siya kay Firefox, na-perfect ko na siya yung UI, pagbalik ko sa Chrome, sira naman si Chrome. So, yun yung issue dati. Kaya bakit yung hybrid applications bumaba? Actually, yung isang founder dyan, yung Adobe, yung sa Photoshop, yung may-ari doon, sila yung bumili ng Cordova at pinangalan nilang PhoneGap. Almost malugi sila. Pero, sa ngayon kasi, it's 2016 na. At alam naman natin na yung devices noong 2012, mga single core, 251 RAM, 128 MB na RAM, talagang mabagal. Pero as we can see now, sa mobile application, we can get a low-cost phone, a budget phone, with high specs. Tama ba? Yung pansin yun. So, bibili ka po sa Cherry Mobile 4,000, pero yung specs niya, quad-core, 2 GB RAM. So, as you can see, yung mga mobile devices natin, mataas na yung specs. So, ngayon, doon ulit nabuhay yung hybrid applications. Kasi noon, lumang-luma pa. Kung mag-render ka ng Facebook sa Nokia mo, for example, ang bagal mag-load. So ngayon, dahil mataas na yung specs ng mga phone ngayon, pataas na pataas, pamura ng pamura, mataas yung processor, yung iba meron na mabibili na 5,000, naka-LTE na yung phone, no? So, ngayon, umaangat ulit si hybrid application. So ngayon, doon lumabas yung mga HTML5 applications like Ionic. Yun yung i-discuss ko mamaya. Okay, may tanong po ba? Wala. Okay. So yan, native applications and yung mga framework na gagamitin. Next, so ito yung hybrid app application. So meron tayong Sencha, AngularJS, jQuery, Cordova, Ionic, tsaka Xamarin. Yun yung sinabi ko sila. Kasi ang alam ko, si Xamarin ata is kay Microsoft na. Dati kasi hiwalay siya, binili siya ni Microsoft yung Xamarin. Kasi written naman siya sa C#, so in-integrate na nila sa Visual Studio. Okay? Pros and pros of native apps. So better, sabi nga, better performance, can store more data offline, can be featured search in App Store, full access to device hardware and OS feature. So increase installation. So ini-install siya, and App Store handles purchase transaction on behalf. So pwedeng nabibili mo yung app. So yun yung pros ng natives application mabilis. Next, cons. Typically more expensive to build than a single platform. Build cost increase significantly for each new platform. Yung na-explain ko kanina sa picture kanina, di ba? So for example, Android ka lang, mag-decide ka ng Firefox, tapos biglang mag-decide ng iOS. So gagastos ka. Yun yung one niya. Another thing is, because code base need to be reworked on each operating system. So kailangan, for example, may picture ka na dinagdag sa Android. So once na nagawa sa Android, kailangan mo mag-rework sa iOS paano magagawa yun. So kailangan mo mag-aral, i-hone. Yun yung isang ano. So the time to build of that, so the time to build an app for multiplayer can be also be quite involved. So oras. So, yun yung ano yan. Naman yung pros ng web application. Single code base which can access any browser enable mobile using web technologies. So HTML, CSS, JavaScript, which are arguably easy to learn than native languages like Objective-C or Java. So performance issue is becoming less of the use issue in mobile kasi browser become faster and the JavaScript engine keeps on improving. Yun yung in-explain ko kanina na yung mga phone natin, pataas na pataas yung specs niya at low cost. Unlike before, syempre 2012. So, ang pinakamataas na natin, dual core, tapos 512M, masaya na tayo. So, yun yan. So, yung performance issue, nag-rest na siya. Yun yung pros niya. No approval process needed in updates of the app can be easily happen instantaneously. Meaning, kung yung web application nyo nasa isang server, habawa, I-explain. Okay. So, meron ka ng mobile application. Ngayon, sabi ng boss mo, gusto ko yung header kulay black. Kasi white eh. So, kung hindi naka-database nung yung mga settings mo at naka-hardcode na black yun. Sa native, magko-code ka ulit, change mo yung kulay ng header, gagawin mong black. Pagkakuha mo ng black, i-compile mo. Pagka-compile mo, i-upload mo dun sa Play Store o sa App Store. So, hindi agad makukuha ng mga naka-download na users mo. Tama? So, paano makuha nila yun? Kailangan mo nilang mag-update. Nagets po ba? So, unlike in web apps, for example, sinabi ng boss mo, itong header gawin mong black. So, pupunta ka lang dun sa code mo, tapos, ikaw-commit mo, gagawin mong black, commit, then deploy. Ang gagawin lang ng mga user is to refresh, andun na siya. Yun yung isang pros niya. So, no revenue sharing within an app store. So, kung yun yung gagawin din mo, ang ibig sabihin niya, hindi ka naman kailangan mag-upload ng website sa Play Store at sa App Store. So, basta yung app mo is accessible through web. So, ang babayaran mo lang is yung web server mo. Okay po? So, cons of web application. Using web technology is interpreted code as opposed to compile. Some people believe means web app will always be slower than native apps. Totoo naman po kasi yun. Kasi yung web apps natin, yung mga websites natin, is nire-request natin through URL. So kung yung internet natin mabagal din natin ma-render yung UI natin. So don't have full access to all methods exposed on device. So wala silang, kung HTML yung gamit mo, wala silang pure capability na mag-open ng camera or kaya mag-access ng user contact sa device mo without a middleware o kaya without a native application. Okay? So, yun nga, can be found in App Store, napakasimple lang. Kasi website din naman siya. So, cross of hybrid apps allows you to capitalize a single code base offered by web technologies, yet still market your killer app each major mobile app store. So, single code base, yun yung features niya. Single code base pero maraming platforms na navigator. Gives you APIs to access some, if not all, the features locked out of the browser, such as camera, compass, contacts, using Apache Cordova. Yung Cordova, isa siya mamaya i-explain ko sa kanya kung paano siya ginagamit. Okay, next. Easy to manipulate user interface using HTML5 and CSS3. I-explain ko kanina. So, parang pagka sisave mo lang siya, tapos i-reload mo lang yung page, automatic, mag-change na yung CSS, yung UI niya. So, easy to integrate existing web application using web API such as and Ajax. So, nabanggit kanina yung full stack development, which yung gumagawa ng UI, gumagawa ng business logic, tsaka yung back-end. So, yung web applications, madali siyang i-integrate through REST APIs. So, for example, you want to log in, and then available na agad yung methods mo to cater your username, password. Kasi check lang nila sa database kung okay, authenticated yung data mo, and then makakalagin ka. Nag-gets po ba? Okay po? Next. So, ayan. Cons, still subject to store approval, process, revenue sharing, no instant updating. So, bakit? Ano yung ibig sabihin niya? Isang magandang example po is yung iOS. Pag gumawa ka ng application sa iOS na hindi tugma sa design patterns nila, kasi ang Android at iOS may design patterns sila. So, iOS, yung iOS 9, yung UI nila dapat gano'n. Sa Android naman, yung material design. Sa Android kasi wala namang pakialam kung ano UI mo eh. Pero for example, gumawa ka ng sarili mong UI na hindi nakabase dun sa design pattern ng iOS, i-decline nila yan. Hanggat hindi ka sumusunod sa design patterns nila, i-decline nila. Yun yung cons ng hybrid apps. Okay? So, the app performance is still dependent to the device browser's capability. So, nakadepende po yan dun sa gamit mong phone. For example, meron kang Galaxy S7, saka meron kang Galaxy S, tapos in-install mo parehas. Kung nag-run siya ng smooth S7, alam mo na yun kung bakit. Okay po? Actually, nagyayari itong issue to sa Android. Kasi alam naman natin, na Android, maraming manufacturer. Hindi katulad ni iPhone, si iPhone lang yun. So, once na niran mo sa iPhone 5, nag-develop ka sa iPhone 6, automatic pa ba? Pare-pareha sila nag-update eh. Diba? Kung iOS 9 ka na sa iPhone 5, may iOS 9 din naman dun sa iPhone 6. Diba? So, yun yung example dun. So, bit slower than native application. Mas mabagal lang siya ng konti. Okay? So, yun. So, yun yung first part ng So, may tanong po muna. Hindi na tayo tumalon sa Ionic. Gusto niyo na ba? Okay, sige. So, ang gagawin natin ngayon, ipapakita ko kung ano yung Ionic framework. So, mabilis lang to kasi gamit yung HTML, papakita ko sa inyo makakapag-compile ako ng app sa iOS at sa Android. So, for the meantime, ang gagawin ko is gagamit lang ako ng simulator at saka Android emulator. Hindi ko yun muna yung display sa device. So, Ionic framework. So, mainly, like mobile optimized HTML, CSS, JavaScript components, and highly interactive native progressive web apps built in SaaS optimized for AngularJS. Kung malilito kayo, si AngularJS hindi po programming language yan. Kumbaga framework lang po yan. So yung AngularJS, JavaScript po yan. Okay? So may patterns ka lang masusundan. Yun yung AngularJS. Prerequisites nga pala, bago ka mag-start ng Ionic framework, dapat may konting knowledge ka sa AngularJS. Sa industry po, may nag-AngularJS na po ba dito? Si Sir Erion. Sino pa po? No, sir. Nag-Angular. So, try mo to, sir. AngularJS siya built itong Ionic framework. So, built siya sa, magamit ka Ionic, sir. Nice, sir. Thank you. May Angular material. So next, performance obsessed kasi nga, yung AngularJS kasi hindi na siya plain JavaScript. So all codes then, all plugins na binilt sa Angular are optimized. So virtual DOM efficiency, hindi siya masyadong kumakain ng DOM storage pag nag-render ng UI ng HTML. So yun, built on top of Angular. So kung may knowledge na kayo sa AngularJS, automatic, madali nyo ma-reject itong Ionic. So native focus, so have you heard of native focus kasi ginagamit niya yung Cordova, which is the middleware for the HTML and the device APIs. So, yung code niya, hindi nyo na kailangang aralin. Parang may binibigyan silang documentations. For example, you want to open a camera. So, install these dependencies. Tapos ito yung code. Ikaw na bahala mag-manipulate kung anong gagawin mo sa code na yon. Ang ginagawa lang naman niya is asynchronous function. So, pag may tinawag kang function, expect two functions. Error and success. So, for example, you open a camera and then you shoot a photo. And then, automatic pupunta sa success yun. So, for example, you open the camera and then you canceled it. So, pupunta siya error. So, lahat ng codes dito is asynchronous function. So, yun. Beautifully designed. So, ibig sabihin po niyan, yung Ionic framework, yung CSS and HTML nila, pinattern po nila doon sa design framework ng iOS at Android. So for example, kung problema ka, ito yung pagkakadesign ko sa Android. So sa Android, mag-i-itsura siyang material design. Pag kinumpile mo siya sa iOS, hindi material design yung lalabas sa iOS. Automatic, i-adapt niya yung design framework ng iOS. So So narinig niyo na ba yung bootstrap? Diba? Bootstrap. So, ito rin yung Ionic, parang siya yung bootstrap for mobile application. Okay? So, mahilig ba kayong gumamit ng terminal o kaya command prompt pag nagpo-program? No? Sino madalas gumamit ng command prompt pag nagpo-program? Sino yung nag-drag and drop? Taas kamay. Yung iba. Ano yung iba? So, powerful CLI, all you have to do is to kabisaduhin nyo lang. Kasi paulit-ulit lang naman yan eh. Kasi when you create a project, unlike in Android, you need to have a Android studio and then open it, then file, new project, and then select design patterns. Kung may side, may tabs, o may flag. Yun yung Ionic. May ganun din naman. Pero ini-encourage kasi na through terminal. So, through command prompt. Mamaya demo ko yan. So, before we start creating Ionic framework, kailangan natin ma-install yung Node.js. Node.js is a executable file na ida-download nyo lang sa website ng nodejs.org and then pwede na kayong makagawa ng Ionic apps. Si Node.js, alam niyo po ba yung Apache? Sam. Alam niyo yun? Si Sam, para siyang Node.js. Si Node.js, para siyang Sam, WAMP or anything as LAMP ba yan? Which is web server siya, di ba? Pwede kang Apache or PHP, MySQL. So, yung programming language sa SAM, automatic PHP, pag-render ng data. Si Node.js kasi, web server din siya. Kaya lang, narinig, di ba, usually, alam niyo ba na dati, pag sinabing JavaScript client side lang, alam niyo yan? JavaScript client side. So, yung Node.js, ang ginawa nila is, yung server code niya, ginawa niyang JavaScript. So, imbis na PHP yung pang-code niya ng server, JavaScript din. So, maganda nitong advantage pag natutunan niyo yung Node.js. Kung ano yung existing JavaScript skills, tapos gumawa kayo ng Node.js app, pwede na kayo maging full stack developer na ang alam nila ay JavaScript. So, kasi when I develop, yung mga develop kong applications dati, written in Java yung Android ko. Pero yung backend ko, PHP. So, for example, I want to render my profile here using this endpoint. Ito yung parameters ko, ID ko. Pupunta ako dun sa server. Kailangan, isusulat ko pa sa PHP yung code ko. Na, gamit tong user ID to, select ka sa table where ID equals it, tapos i-render, ibabalik niya. So, yun yung medyo mahirap. Isa rin, siya, parang native din siya. So, si Node.js, so long story short, lang siya? Web server written on JavaScript. Next. So, easy to learn. Siyempre nga, HTML, CSS, JavaScript. Pero na classmate nung high school ako, third year pa lang kami, nagja-JavaScript na siya. High school. So, madali lang siyang matutunan. Usually, yung mga nasa marketing, yung mga gumagawa ng email template, wala naman silang skills sa programming, pero nakakagawa sila ng UI using HTML at CSS. So, madali lang talaga siya. So, start building Ionic with Ionic. So, paano siya i-install? So, first, kailangan natin i-install yung Node.js. Check ko lang. May ako.
Top 6% na lang ako.
So, papala, gamit ko ngayon Mac, so huwag kayong mag-alala, pwede rin yung i-install yan sa Windows. So, kung ano yung code na dineploy nyo sa Windows, sa iOS, yun din. Oops.
siya. So, ano ako,
Naka-Mac ako, kaya yung lalabas. Pero pag naka-Windows kayo, ang nakalagay dyan is yung pang Windows that executable. So, hindi ko na siya madali lang naman siya i-install, next, accept, tapos okay na. So, hindi ko na siya i-install kasi automatic naka-install na ito. Ngayon, punta tayo sa website ng Ionic. So, kahit, actually, maganda yung documentation nila. Kasi lahat ng kailangan mo nandun na. Hindi ka na basta, kasi pag gumagawa ka ng mobile application, hindi mo na dapat pinoproblema kung ano magiging itsura ng app mo. May design patterns na siya. Ang gagawin mo na lang, once na natapos mo yung design pattern, palitan mo lang yung kulay, palitan mo lang yung fonts. So, yun. So, tayo sa document, get started. So, yan. So, kailangan natin, since sinabi ko, kailangan natin mag-open ng command prompt or terminal. So, paano ngayon, mag-create tayo ng Ionic project. So, new folder, sabihin natin. So, open tayo sa terminal. Ano yung sabi? Oops, tapos na tayo dito. Unang-una, since si Ionic kasi is Node.js library. So once na-install natin yung Node.js natin, to check na naka-install na yung Node.js natin, type lang natin node-b. So pag lumabas yung version, meron na. So, check din natin yung npm. So ano yung npm? npm is Node Package Manager. So, yung Node.js, lahat ng plugins niya and packages, na-install siya through NPM. So, website din siya, for example, NPM. So, yan. Ibig sabihin ito, sabihin natin, okay, so, andito yung mga functions ni Node.js. Unlike if you are familiar sa PHP, di ba pag na-setup mo yun, sinesetup mo kung gusto mo i-enable yung MySQL o SQLite. Di ba nasa settings yun sa php.ini. Si Node.js, totally blank siya. Wala sa kanya lahat. So, kung ano lang yung gusto mong gamiting package, for example, MySQL Connect, MS SQL Connect, kukumpay mo lang yan, sample yan. And then, nakikita niyo to, yung installation. So, npm install, tapos pangalan ng plugin, say, automatic sa project niyo, may install na siya. So, ganun din si Ionic. Si Ionic is a Node Package Manager, Node Package. Siya naman, ang ginagawa naman ng package na to, nag-create ng application. So, i-skip natin yan kasi nagawa na siya. So, start na tayo. Paano mag-start ng Ionic project? So, ganito. Unang-una, punta muna kayo dun sa desired destination nyo. CD, change directory. Ang ginawa ko dito sa desktop, may folder akong Ionic, tapos sa laro ng Ionic, meron akong folder na to do. So, gagawin ko lang is, kasi minsan hindi kabisado, di ba? Para hindi nyo na-type yung directory, so, i-drag nyo na lang. So, CD, okay, ibig sabihin nandun na tayo sa directory nyo. So, first step is to create Ionic project. So, there are 3 types, Ionic blank, tabs, and side menu. So, for example, you want a blank application, kaya gusto nyo maglagay ng UI, ito ang ilalagay nyo. Pag gusto nyo tabs, meron na siyang tabs. Kung gusto nyo may slide menu, meron na siyang slide menu. So, para makita ng example, install natin itong side menu. So, ang syntax, Ionic space start space pangalan ng application nyo. So, dito, ang pinangalan ko, to do. Tapos, space, kung anong gusto nyong layout. Side menu ba siya? blank or Meetup. So, ganyan yung itsura. So, try natin muna yung, yung side menu. So, once na... Ito pala, pag gumagawa kayo ng Ionic app, make sure na nakakonect kayo sa internet. Kasi dina-download niya yung project for a central repository. So, once, yun yung pinaka-basic. Kasi, ba't nila ginawang ganyan yan? Kasi each time may update si Ionic at si AngularJS. So, each time nakikreate ka ng project, kailangan nasa repository talaga. So, dina-download nila yung base. Wait lang tayo sa clip. So, balik muna tayo doon habang nag-download. So, ang expect natin na UI ay ito. So, once na kunyari, na-install na natin yung, na-create na natin yung Ionic project natin, paano naman siya i-run? So, ang gagawin lang natin, change directory tayo dun sa kinreate nating folder. Kasi, once na nag-Ionic start ka, space app name mo, may ma-generate na folder. Ay, wala pa. May ma-generate na folder dito. Ang pangalan ng folder niya, yung tinaype mong pangalan ng application. So, first, CD. Ngayon, kung gusto mo mag-add ng platform, madali lang. So, Ionic space platform add iOS. So, siya na yung mag-create ng Xcode project. Hindi mo na po problemahin mag-create ng project. Lahat terminal na. So, hindi mo na kailangan new file dun sa Xcode. Wala ka nang gagalawin dun. Basta i-add mo lang siya. Next is, if you want to i-build yung application, run nyo lang tong Ionic build iOS. So, pag gusto nyo namang i-run sa emulator, Ionic emulate iOS. Teka, malapit na. A second. So yeah, initializing project. So dito sa Ionic, hindi nyo kailangan ng Android Studio o kaya Xcode to code. Kailangan nyo lang siya i-install para ma-create ng ulitin ko Sa Ionic, pwede kayo mamili na kung anong text editor nyo. Nasa inyo yan. Ang kailangan na required is maka-install lang kayo ng Android SDK tsaka iOS Xcode. Okay? So, yung after this, pag natapos yung event natin, magpo-post ako ng document dun sa PT para mabasa niyo yung guidelines kung paano Okay? So, nakaka-create na tayo ng project. So, meron tayong to do. So, ang gagawin natin is CD to do. Ngayon, for example, wala ka pang Android SDK tsaka iOS kasi simula pa lang Pero gusto mo na mag-view yung UI mo. Since gawa siya sa HTML, meron tayong command na ilalagay. So, kailangan lang natin is, yun muna, magsi-CD muna kayo. Change directory kayo dun sa project. I-type nyo lang, Ionic serve. From the word serve, isa-serve niya sa browser yung UI. So, mamimili ako, pipiliin ko lang to. Oops. I-inspect element natin. Pili tayo. Okay. Sabi natin, Nexus 5X. So, meron na tayo application. Okay? So, for example, wala ka pang gagalawin. So, naka-Android siya, di ba? Gawin natin iPhone 6. So, napunta sa gitna. Kung may nakahawak kayo na Android, yung header, laging nasa gitna. Ay, si iOS, laging nasa gitna. Pero pag naka-Android, pansin nyo nasa gilid. So, yun yung sinasabi ko na yung Ionic, sinusundan niya yung design pattern ng dalawa. Without na hindi mo na po problemahin kung, ay sa Android kasi kailangan yung header nasa gilid. Ay sa iOS, dapat nandito yung sa gitna yung header. So, hindi natin po problemahin. So, pwede na tayong mag-code yan. So, for example, punta ko tayo dun sa folder structure niya. Ano ba yung laman nito? So, dito nyo makikita, meron tayong platforms. So, sa platforms, sa platform, dyan nakikreate yung iOS project tsaka yung Android project. Since naka-Mac kasi ako, si Ionic kasi medyo pabor kay Apple. So, once na nag-create na siya ng Ionic project, automatic, ginagawa niya ng Android project. Ay, ng iOS project. Sorry. So, next naman, plugins. Dito nalalagay yung mga plugins. Example, camera. You want to open a camera, you want to open a video player o media player. Kaya kung gusto nyo i-access yung geolocation, dito siya nalalagay. Pero hindi nyo na siya itatype dyan, lahat through terminal. Next. So, www. Dito yung holy grail nyo. So, dito kayo, ito lang ang tanging folder na gagalawin nyo during your development. So, for example, nakita nyo dyan, di ba? So, meron tayong templates, nandito yung mga templates, login, menu, playlist. Tapos, yung code nyo, nandito sa controller. Ito yung sasabi ko. So, written kasi ito sa Angular, pero sa JavaScript naman to, madali lang siyang matutunan. Actually, nung nag-start ako mag-build ng Ionic, hindi ko alam yung Angular.js. Totally hindi ko alam. Ang ginawa ko lang, inaral ko lang yung patterns ni AngularJS ni Ionic. Ayun, natutunan ko na siya. And then, ano ba? So, dito nilalagay yung CSS, yung mga style sheet nyo, IMG, kung meron kayong images na kayo gustong i-render, dyan nilalagay. And then, ang magre-render lang, index.html. Yung index.html, dyan nilalagay yung mga, yun yung pinaka-base ng UI nyo. So, wala na kayong once na na-set up nyo na, hindi nyo na gagalawin yung index.html nyo. Lagi lang kayo magpo-focus dito sa controller. Okay? So, game. Since na, sabi ko kanina, wala pa akong platform, so dito muna ako magko-code. So, pag nag-code ako dito, pwedeng, meron akong, gusto ko lang i-display yung to-do. O kaya, simple notes lang na walang masyado kayo. Hindi mo kailangan gumamit ng device API. Pwede yung simple logic lang, gawa ka ng SOS na game, o tic-tac-toe, pwede na siya. Dito. Ngayon, gusto mo nang ma-deploy siya sa iOS. So, balik lang tayo dito sa terminal. I-quit muna natin to kasi nagsaserve siya. Sinaserve niya kasi yung web para makita mo yung UI mo. So, i-quit lang muna natin siya. Tapos, since nandito tayo, gustong magkaroon ng iOS app. So, ang iraran lang natin muna, platform, saan yung Ionic space platform at iOS. Kapag Android naman kayo, ganun din. Ionic space platform at Android.
So, since nandito na kasi yung
Automatic na sa platforms kasi naka-install na yung iOS. Hindi ko na siya iraran. Basta ito lang siya for iOS. So, magkikreate na siya ng iOS project. Since nakakreate na yan, na-build na natin. Gusto ko na siyang gawing app. So, ito lang yung natin. Emulate. Ganun din kay Android. Ionic, emulate Android. So, mangyayari, compile niya sa likod, kasi, oops. So, ito kasi, yung folders ko kasi naka-encrypt. So, kailangan user. Pero sa Windows, hindi na kailangan. Naka-users kasi, nakatawag doon, naka-read only kasi sa guest yung yung folder ko. Kaya through administrator ko siya inahan. So, yan. Option, nagkaroon na siya. Tayo lang natin. So, itong bago nangyari to, isipin nyo, pag nagko-compile kayo ng Android, di ba, sa Android, Control F9 nata, para mag-run yung mag-compile. Kumbaga ito, background lang siya, ginawa na siyang, oops, ang laki na iPhone 6s. View. Yeah. So, nagko-compile siya, wait lang natin. So, wait lang natin siya. Balik muna tayo dun sa terminal. So, for example, gusto niyo sudo na naman. Sorry. For example, gusto nyo i-delete, na-mess ko yung Android project ko o kaya yung iOS project ko. Tatype nyo lang yung kabaliktaran. Ang tatype nyo lang, Ionic platform, remove iOS. So, pag i-remove nyo yung iOS sa platform, mabubura siya. So, para ma-add ulit siya, ang gagawin nila, add ulit. So, yun din, mag-download din siya ng project, automatic na yung i-create. So, tingnan nyo mabuti itong platforms, magkakaroon na ng folder. Ayan, nakita nyo? Tapos, Xcode project na siya. Pero, kapahit sa nyo, wala akong gagalawin sa Xcode totally. Okay, sense natin na siya. Dahil pasaway itong emulator ko, sa phone ko na lang i-run. So, paano naman i-run sa phone? Make sure na nakakonect yung phone nyo dun sa device, sa PC nyo. Parehas din sa Android. So, ang gagawin nyo lang, imbis na emulate, gagawin nyo siya, run. Tapos, --device. Kasi pag walang --device, hindi ang gagawin niya, emulator yung i-open niya. Ayan, nararanig natin. Yan, sa emulator na lang ulit. Hindi niya kasi ma-detect yung device ko. So, wait lang natin. So, ngayon, ang paborito ko kasing editor is Atom. So, open source naman siya. Libre naman siya i-download. Pero, minsan, pag gumagamit pa kayo ng Microsoft yung code, Visual Studio Code na editor. So, yun, ginagamit ko rin siya. Pinili ko lang to, itong editor na to kasi pwede ako mag-install ng terminal. Kasi for example, di ba, nakakayamot naman na code ka ng code, tapos change window ka, pupunta ka ng terminal, mag-run ka. So dito kasi sa Atom, may install lang akong dependencies. Sa baba, meron na siyang sariling terminal. Okay? So pwede natin ulit dito na so, ayun, serve mo na tayo. So, itong app na to, ito yung i-demo ko sa inyo. So, paano tayo gagawa ng isang to-do app? Alam niyo ba yung to-do app? Parang i-list nyo lang kung ano yung mga gusto nyo gawin, diba? So, since nandito sa web muna tayo, kasi hindi pa siya naglahan. So, yan po. So, since tulad ng sinabi ko kanina, naka-Galaxy S5 tayo, kaya natin yung ano. So, pag naka-iOS, 5, doon lang natin, immediate na siya. Kaya napansin nyo, nag-iiba yung itsura nung search. Diba? Pansin nyo. Okay. So, itong app na to, simple lang naman. So, mag-create lang tayo. Halimbawa, banto po. So, ang ginagawa lang ito is nag-create lang ng to-dos. So, single app na siya. Ngayon, itong part na to, wala pa tayong ginagamit na native APIs. Pure JavaScript siya. So, ngayon, ang gawin natin, i-code natin siya bit by bit para malaman niyo. Sa index, pagka-create nyo, automatic po, pag blank yung ano nyo, pag blank yung, dito na ito. So, pag blank yung application nyo, ganyan lang talaga siya. So, once na pinili nyo yung blank, since blank yung pinili natin, ngayon, paano kung gusto kong maglagay ng mga UIs? So, ganito na siya kadali. So, pupunta lang tayo ngayon sa documentations. Tapos po, CSS components, sipin nyo parang Java, parang bootstrap lang siya. So, for example, sabi dito, para magkaroon ako ng header, kailangan ko lang ito. So, papalitan lang natin yung values. For example, you want bar light. So, bar plus bar header, bar light. Ito yung kulay niya. Pag ginawa natin stable, ito yung kulay niya. Tapos, pag ginawa natin yan, papalitan lang natin. So, try natin copy ito. So, save lang natin. Ulit tayo doon. Meron na tayo bar. So, pwede natin palitan to, sabihin natin. So, nakikita nyo na, once you are creating a hybrid application, kasi sa native, once na may changes ka, compile. Right? Pagka-compile mo, kailangan mong maran sa phone mo. Kumbaga, for example, paano kung marami kang dapat i-compile UI changes? So, merong oras na nasasayang kasi pagka-compile mo, lalo na kung mabagal yung machine mo. Diba, dual. Hindi naman lahat sa atin may magagandang machine. O, naka-dual core ka pa lang kasi student pa lang naman. Tapos, kinompile mo yung app mo sa Android. Magkaantay ka pa bago ma-compile, bago makita yung end result. May nagandaan dito sa Ionic. Once na naka-Ionic serve kayo, for example, pinalitan ko to ng text. Gagawin ko lang, Control S, balik ako doon, automatic napapalitan siya. So, yung capability pa sa pag-design ng UI, mabilis. Okay po? Naintindihan po? So gawin naman natin, lagyan naman natin siya ng content. So, lagyan natin siya ng, sabihin natin, footer. So, kabaliktaran lang ni header, bar footer. So, since andito tayo sa body,
Footer na tayo sa baba. So, kung papalitan natin ito ng kulay, sabihin natin dark. Dark tint. Automatic na siya. So, kasi sa Ionic kasi, meron siyang base color. Yan yung mga base color nyo. So, pwede kayong meron kasi dito na CSS, style CSS. Style.css na pwede nyong ilagay yung gusto nyong color. For example, gusto ko bar, sabihin natin, what is this? So, ayan. So, gagawin ko lang dyan, background color, sabihin natin, save natin. Tapos punta tayo doon. Okay, anong nilagay ko? Danger. Siyempre, yung kulay ng text. White. Sito ba yung kapila? So, yun. Kasi hindi ka nalagay yung... Oops. So, yan. Nakita nyo sa baba. Naging red siya, tapos naging white. So, ganyan siya kadaling mag-design. So, ngayon, lalagyan natin siya ng list. Kasi yung list, yun yung pinaka-importante. So, delete natin yan. Dito po ba? So, ito, sige, buttons muna. So, usually, yung mga apps natin, karaniwan dun sa Android, may button sa left side, may button din sa right side. So, paano maglalagay nun? So, ito yung documentation ng buttons. Slide down lang kayo. Yun, meron tayong, kung kanina, dun sa code natin, nakalagay lang dito is to do, at gusto natin maglagay ng icon sa left para bawa to create new to do, gagawin lang natin is create a button, sample yan. Paste natin dito. Tayo doon. Yun, nakalagay na siya doon. So, pwede siyang text, pwede siyang normal na button, at pwede rin siyang image or icon. So, for example, balik ko natin ito sa dark, medyo pangit kasi nasa light na lang.
So, light. So, button siya. Gusto natin, for example, walang border. So, button dash clear. So, mapapansin nyo, nawala yung border niya, right? Lahat naman siya nandito kasi. So, for example, ano yung clear? Ito, sorry. So, button, right? Yan. So, dito ako kinuha. So, pansin nyo, pag ito yung ano mo, button clear, ang ginagawa niya, tinatanggal niya yung background, and then, yung color niya, dun nilalagay sa text. So, sabihin natin, gawin natin positive yung button. Palitan natin ito, gawin natin itong add. Ito natin dito. Ayan, may add na tayo. Okay? So, ngayon, maglalagay tayo ng, sorry. Gusto natin maglagay ng search sa baba nitong ano. So, punta lang tayo dito, hanapin natin yung input. Kasi medyo maliit yung screen. Ayun. So, konti lang natin to. Oops. Ito pala. Sa baba ng bar, paste lang natin siya. Oops. So, makikita natin siya, nasa baba nag-overlap. Kasi, dun sa ionic header sa taas, meron dong node. Ang sabi dun, pag may bar header ka, kailangan maglagay ka ng subheader. Ay, hindi. Pag subheader pa rin. Pag meron kang nilagay na header sa taas, kailangan maglagay ka ng hash header. Kasi ito subheader to eh. So, since walang class to na hash header, lalagyan natin hash header. Oops. And then, ililipat natin ito dito. Plus, first, has, see? So, yan. So, nakita niyo kung paano siya kadaling kayo i-UI. So, sa part ng yan, for example, binigyan kayo ng boss nyo kaya ng assignment na gusto ko ganitong UI. So, using available UI set ni Ionic, madali nyo na siyang magagawa. Hindi nyo na kailangang aralin na, ay, mag-create ako ng UI para dito CSS, paano kaya pag ganun. So, next naman, try natin gumawa ng cards. So, cards, andito, automatic lahat yan. So, if you want the basic card, ito lang. So, copy lang natin yan. Use natin ito sa loob ng content. Tapos natin i-save. Yan, meron na siyang card. So, if you want naman na may picture, list na may picture. So, ito yung sinasabi ko. Pag gusto mo mag-create ng list, ang madali lang siya, class equals list. So, lahat ng mga components dito, niname dun sa class niya para madaling tandaan. So, okay natin po ito. Oops. Remove this. Ayun, hindi kasi nag-exist yung image na yun. So, ayan siya. Gets po ba? Ngayon, paano natin gusto natin, kasi di ba hard-coded to, paano kung meron tayong 5 item, yung list kasi may item siya. Gusto natin na yung items na yun is flexible. So, dito na papasok ngayon yung JavaScript. Okay? Balik muna natin sa dati. So, yan na siya. So, using AngularJS, meron tayong tinatawag na app.js. Sa app.js kasi, dito natin sineset yung Angular module. Yung Angular module, yun yung pinaka-base application natin. And then, meron tayong tinatawag na controller. Yung controller, dyan natin ilalagay lahat ng functionalities na nakakabit sa UI. Okay? So yan. So, since nandito tayo, ang pinangalan natin is starter. So, pag starter Angular module natin, ilalagay natin dito na ng-app sa body starter. Ano ibig sabihin yan? Ibig sabihin, itong buong JavaScript na to, lahat ng functionalities niya, inilalagay natin sa body. Sa body. So, any components in HTML na nasa loob ng body, makaka-access doon sa code na ito. Sa mga functionalities. Ngayon, paano naman tayo maglalagay ng event? So, meron tayong tinatawag na controller. Yung controller na yan, syempre, pinapangalanan natin yan. Kung baga sa Java class siya, event class. So, ang ganito yung pag-declare niya is pangalan ng controller, function, first parameter, scope. Ano ba yung scope? Scope is a glue between UI and your functionality code. Ang ibig sabihin niya, kasi gusto mong maggabawa, siya yung tulay para yung data na gusto mong i-display sa UI mo, ma-display using same variables. Bigyan kayo ng example. I-expect nyo na si scope is a variable, is a data type. Depende sa equals nyo. For example, sa ngayon, ang nakikita natin dyan, to do app, right? Tapos, naka-hardcode si to do app. Okay? Bago pala yun, para mag-take effect yun, kung ano yung pinangalan yung controller, i-display, dapat i-include nyo siya dun. Kung anong view yung gusto mo magkaroon ng ganong controller. Kasi sa mobile kasi, meron tayo iba-ibang views. For example, login view. Meron tayong register view. Magkaiba siyang form, di ba? Hindi naman siya isa-isa. So, pwede kang mag-declare dito ng multiple controller, multiple view. Kumbaga si Ionic, isang page lang siya, nagbabago-bago lang yung content. So, sa ngayon, isang controller lang dineclare natin, kaya isa lang siya. So, ilalagay natin siya dyan. So, for example, gusto kong dynamic yung name ng header ko. So, mag-declare lang ako ng scope. Kahit anong pangalan na gusto mo. So, ipapangalan ko header, title, equals, anong gusto ko bawa? To do. Save. Hindi pa yung mag-effect. So, punta tayo dito sa HTML. I-delete lang natin to. Ang echo niya, sa PHP, di ba may echo tayo? Dito, dalawang curly braces. And then, isulat mo yung to do. Oops. Sorry. Header title. So, yan. Nakita niyo po. Okay? So, ganun din. Familiar na ba kayo sa JSON? Ako po. JSON. Si JSON kasi is para siyang array na structured. For example, nagmamay SQL na kayo, di ba? So sa may SQL, meron tayong fields tsaka values, di ba? Yung JSON is a array representation of data sets. So for example, ano ba yung JSON? Sample ng JSON is bar data equals. Ang alam pa lang kasi natin, ganyan, di ba? Array. Yung may ganyan, ganyan, ganyan. Array of integer siya, di ba? So, si JSON naman is dataset. Kung alam niyo yung data structure. So, for example, galing sa table, kunyari lang, sabihin natin, name. Natin, 0. Tama. Title, mobile, so yan, example ng JSON yan. So pag pumunta, gawin natin scope para mas maintindihan nyo. Pag i-display ko siya dun sa sa data, pwede natin gawin data.name. Pupunta tayo doon. Oops. Oops. Sorry. Yan. So, alam niyo na ba yung objects? Object array. So, object siya. So, pag gusto natin marami, kasi di ba, for example, yung list natin, 5 items. So, pag gusto natin marami, ang gagawin lang from database, So, yan. So, yun yung ibig sabihin ng JSON. So, ito yung basic, basic JSON. Pero, pag dumating na kayo, may mga, tawag dito, may enjoy niyo yung paggamit ng JSON. For example, you want to get multiple data, different structures. So, within a single JSON variable, makukuha niyo lahat. Okay? So, yan muna yung example ng JSON. Idea lang. So, balik na natin ito. So, ngayon, paano ko madi-display yung JSON file ko? Kasi sa ngayon, kung makikita nyo rito, empty. Gusto ko mag-create ng file, ng listahan dyan. Kasi to-do siya eh. So, before we proceed to that, pupunta muna tayo kung anong UI yung gusto natin. So, ang pinili ko, itong UI na ito. Itong UI na to. So, yan. So, gawin muna natin. Pinapi ko siya. Ito yung UI. Isang beses lang siyang nakalagay. Okay? Hindi siya paulit-ulit na kinode. Isa lang. So, dadami yan. Depende dun sa variable na i-glue mo sa UI using scope. So, for i-display muna. So, meron ang ginagamit natin na pang display ng data dito sa UI na to ay si $scope to do's. So, ang gagawin ko muna is mag-hardcode muna tayo dito para makita nyo. So, yan. Pangalan. Title description. Title. Tapos ang kinagandahan pa pala nito, kung nagde-debug ka, andito na yung debugging tools sa Google Chrome. So, lahat ng errors dito mo makikita. So, for example, magkaroon ka ng error dito. For example, gawa ka ng error. Comment muna natin to. Alert, pero hindi mali yung ano. Okay. So, nakita nyo, sira yung ano natin, sira yung UI natin, tapos makikita nyo sa console may error. So, yan. Unexpected token app.js line 33. So, automatic line 33. Ay, oo nga pala. Ba't ako nag-alert dyan? Ba't ganyan yan? Concept natin, alert siya. So, na-maximize natin para sa mga web developers, na-maximize natin yung existing skills natin sa debugging sa web dito sa pag-create ng app na ito. Okay? So, ngayon, sa jQuery, alam nyo ba yung document.ready? Ang ibig sabihin ng document.ready, pag na-render na yung buong page, mag-execute ka ng event. So, si Angular, meron din siya. So, ngayon, ang ginagawa dyan is ng-init, meaning initialize. So, pag initialize nung view mo, kasi ito view tawag dyan view mo, anong gusto mong gawin? So, ng-init equals function. Remember, si scope, hindi lang siya pang glue ng data. Pwede rin siyang pantawag na function. So, mapapansin nyo rito, so pag ininit niya, pag nakalagay yung init dyan, pag na-render na, ang gagawin niya is itong function na ito. Itong init depende sa iyan kung anong pangalan mo. Kumbaga, gusto kong init yung ilagay mo lang para hindi initialize, para madali kong tandaan. So, alam mo, for example, gusto mong pag-upload ng app mo, i-check mo kung meron kang data. So, ito yung algorithm niyan. So, try. Tapos, si web kasi, meron tayong tinatawag na local storage. Si local storage, available po siya sa lahat ng sa web browser na updated. Ito yung capability na pwede tayo mag-store ng data dun sa web browser. So meron ako dito na, so makikita mo siya dito sa resources. So mapapansin nyo, kahit si Google Chrome, pwede ka na mag-develop ng app. Okay? So, empty yung value niya. So, to do, empty value. So, ginawa niya, try, pinaparse ko yung empty. Kasi ito, mag-e-error yan. Nagpa-parse ka ng array, pero empty. So, nakatry siya. So, pag walang laman, ang gagawin ko, ang catch ko, empty. Yan. Empty yung catch ko. Ngayon, so, meron tayong tinatawag na add to do. Okay? So, paano bang mag-capture ng data from input sa UI mo papunta ng code? Diba? So, paano natin ma-access yun? Meron tayong pong tinatawag na may tinatawag po tayong ng model. Ang ibig sabihin ng model, yun yung variable na papasahan mo. Sa jQuery kasi, di ba, pag kukunin mo yung value, lalagyan mo ng ID or class yung input mo. So, bawa, $sharp name nung input mo, that value, makukuha mo yung value nun. Kung meron naman dito, hindi na. So, bigyan ko kayo ng isang example kung paano makuha. So, dito sa baba, sa content, maglalagay lang ako ng input. ng/model kung anong gusto niyong pangalan na variable. Sabihin natin input, text. Okay. Tapos, paano ko makukuha yung data niya? Automatic, ganyan lang yun.
echo yan ah. Ito na lang. Gamit natin, di ba, yung meron tayong input sa taas na search, right? Search. So, paano kumuha yung value niyan? So, ng model, title, ang gagawin ko, lalagay dito sa taas. So, nag-type ako dito. So, hindi nyo na kailangan kunin. Madali na siyang kunin yung value. So, paano naman pag ipapasa na dun sa loob ng code? Kasi sa UI, nakukuha na natin eh. So, i-declare nyo yung title. Pagkita na lang muna natin. Gawin natin input. That title. Output. So, ito, magiging input the title din yan. Para makuha natin ito sa loob, gagamit ulit tayo ng scope. I-declare tayo ng object, input. Tapos ang gagawin natin, para makuha natin yan, scope, dala sa atin. Alert, scope, input, title. So sa ganyan, makukuha natin yung value. So, for example, yan. Ito na siya. Pasa ko sa kabila. Nag-gets ko ba? So, yan po yung
Ionic framework. So, may tanong po. So, tuloy na tayo para matapos na. Kasi medyo mahaba na. So, okay. So, ito na yung buong application niya. So, let's code. Kung mapapansin nyo, meron lang tayong add, remove, show form, show to do. Pag show form, may-show ko lang yung form para makapag-add ako ng to do. So, click lang natin to. Sabihin natin, do 1, then, like that. Oops.
So, yan. Nag-render na siya. So, yeah. So, yan siya.
Okay po. So, yun nga lang kasi, mahirap kasi siyang ituro sa ngayon kasi students pa lang kayo. So, ang suggestion ko is to learn AngularJS. Kaya niyo yung aralin siya na isang araw o isang araw na ano lang. Kasi para matutukan ng ng AngularJS, ako wala naman nagturo sa akin eh. Ang ginagamit ko lang YouTube. So, maximize yung paggamit ng YouTube tutorial. Sige po. And then, okay, sige. So using, meron kaming, okay. So this is the thing. So using this, last year, 2015, sige, ano muna natin ito. Noong 2015, meron akong client, freelance. So, may-ari siya ng taxi company. If you heard MGE Taxi. So, si MGE Taxi, ayaw niya kasi mag-grab. Ayaw niya sumali sa grab kasi ang nasa isip niya, kung nag-grab daw, parang pinapasahod niya lang yung grab. Parang kumikita yung grab sa kanya. Ayaw niya ng ganun. So, what we did is nag-hire siya ng developer. Actually, dalawa kami. Kinreate namin yung booking taxi na para sa kanya. Okay? Sa ngayon kasi, dinown namin siya ngayon kasi nga nagkaroon sila ng problem with LTFRB kasi nag-change meter. So, ayaw nila na magkaroon sila ng extra charges o kaya magkaroon sila ng kaso, kaya dinown muna nila yung taxi. Pero, ang ginawa namin as a, syempre, developer, meron kaming setup na hiwalay. Diba? So, okay. Ito mo na. So, parang, familiar na kayo with Grab Taxi, right? Familiar na kayo. So, itong app namin is using Ionic Framework itself. Nakagawa kami ng driver application and then passenger application. Okay?
So yan, nakikita niyo ba? Medyo kasi maliit yung screen. So natin viewer yung device ko para ma-demo ko sa inyo. So, ito po yung
yun. So, ito yung taxi application na ginawa namin using Ionic Framework. So, kaya namin ito demo para makita nyo kung ano yung capability talaga nung Ionic Framework. Baka mamaya sa isipin na iba, ay, HTML lang yan. Wala naman masyadong magagawa dyan. So, ang ginawa namin, actually ito, project to, nakabeta na siya, naka-up na siya sa Play Store, yung APK nito. Sa ngayon, nag-run lang siya sa Android. Kasi ayaw pa mag-iOS nung may-ari ng MGE. So, we started it on Android. So, yung mga drivers nila, they have 600 drivers. So, out of 600, nakapag-deploy sila ng 200 phones for them. So, yan. So, yan yung UI. So, ito yung application ng driver. Kasi nga, kaya namin, bakit siya hindi username and password? So what we did is, para sa security ng driver, hindi pwedeng basta-bastang iba't ibang telepono lang yung makakapasok sa system. So para maiwasan namin yon, ang ginagawa nila dun sa kanila, meron kaming back office. Ito yung back office namin. Ito, gawa siya sa PHP. So, when we are doing this project, dalawa kami. Ako yung sa UI, and then yung partner ko is on back-end. So, siyempre kasi, since mabigat na project to, hindi ko kaya gawin mag-isa. So, naghanap ako ng katulong. So, siya yung gumawa ng UI, ng website, and then ako yung gumawa ng admin. So, dito, ang ginagawa ng itong system na to is kung makikita nyo, dito yung overall operations nung taxi company. So makikita nyo dyan, active schedule, sino yung mga drivers na may pasada ngayon, kasi yung mga driver kasi meron niyang schedule kung kailan sila lipad. So ito yung mga driver schedule. Ngayon, gusto ko makita naman ngayon kung nasan yung mga taxi ko. So yan, merong marker. So dito, nag-iisa lang yung kasi admin user to. So isang phone to, naka-login po. So nakikita na siyang kulay green dyan. Another is, file maintenance. Pwede ako mag-inventory ng sasakyan. And then, dito namin dina-add yung driver. So, wala kaming, dinesign namin siya na yung driver, para malaman namin isa siyang legit na driver at hindi siya basta-basta makakapasok sa app namin, nire-register nila manually doon sa company nila. So, dito na nila add yung device ID. So, nire-register yung device para kahit sino, dinownload mo lang sa app mo, tapos makaka-access ka, hindi siya maka-access. Kaya, ang nilagay namin dito is PIN code. We treat this as a parang ATM personal mo. Hindi mo pwedeng pairam sa ibang driver. So, ang sinet namin dito, yung password is 1, 2, 3, 4, 5, 6. And then, ayan na siya. So, na yung UI ng application mo. Okay? Medyo mabagal ng internet. So, dito makikita yung ito yung pinaka-UI niya. Dito sa masyado makita. Pinaka-UI niya, click natin. Okay. Kung makikita nyo, unlike dun sa Grab Taxi kasi, pinapakita lang kung saan may, kung magkano na yung ilang users na na-drive mo, ilang transactions na nagawa mo, yung pangalan mo. Ang ginawa namin dito is, pag open mo pa lang ng app mo, makikita na yung location mo sa map. Gumamit kami ng Google Maps. So, itong app na to, pagbukas ng device, ng app, pagka-login niya, kinukuha agad namin yung geolocation niya, tapos pinapakita namin dito. Para alam nila na nandiyan siya. And then, meron kaming security features. Dito muna. Itong picture na to, yan yung picture ng profile ng driver. So, pag kinlik na yan, so, medyo lang, andyan yung information niya. Sige po.
Sir, ang tawag dito, ano yung, di ba, for user device yan?
Opo.
And then, paano ba yung connection nyo? Web socket ba yan? I mean, para fully updated yung location ng driver or via HTTP?
Ayun, magandang tanong yung sinabi ni Sir. So, ang ginamit namin is combination. Kasi nga, gumamit kami ng PHP as HTTP. Parang REST API to get data. Ngayon, sabi ko sa partner ko, low budget yung server natin. Hindi naman natin pwedeng i-timer yan sa JavaScript na every 5 seconds, magpupull ako ng data, magsisend ako. Sabi ko, ang disadvantage, mabilis malobat yung battery mo, malakis kumain ng data, yung server natin, tataas yung traffic, tapos, mapipilitan tayo kumuha ng mas malaking infrastructure ng cloud. So, what we did is, since nagja-JavaScript na naman din ako, at magamit ako ng Node.js, minaximize ko na yung socket I.O., which is as a web socket. So, ang structure namin, pagka-login mo, lahat ng request mo is through HTTP. Ngayon, itong device namin, for example, nag-login na siya. Pag naka-login na siya, meron siyang authentication, kumukonect siya dun sa socket server namin. So, dalawa siya. So, hindi siya, kumbaga, yung geolocation, papakita ko mamaya, dito sige. Sa hub locations, makikita nyo, sa hub locations, bakit mayroong statuses? Po, patay yun sa akin eh. I-on ko lang.
Palitan na namin. Pinalitan na po. Pwede niya.
Mag-screenshot na naman sana ako.
Ay, di, recorded yun. Oh, yung mga... Okay. Okay lang. Bakit ba yung ID? Password. Kakatot na. Maraming script o maraming script sa program.
Ano yun sa akin namin. So, okay. So yun, nakita nyo, meron kami socket server. So, isang demo, ang dinediscuss ko sa ngayon is yung driver applications. Kung ano yung kinaibahan nito dun sa Grab Taxi. So, we designed this not for major transportation. We designed this application for the operators. Kasi yung operators dito operators ng taxi yung operators ng taxi sa Pilipinas, lahat sila naka-manual. So what we did is, yes, meron tayong booking application. So, for the mabe-benefit, hindi lang yung mga passengers and drivers, mabe-benefit din yung company. Kasi syempre, ang lahat ng kotse nila, inventory manual. So, nilagay na rin namin dito. So, let's proceed. So, may sakit na tayo. So, kung makikita nyo, ito yung maps. So, nandito tayo sa Makati. So, ayun yung ako, driver ako. So, pag bumalik tayo dun sa code, yan, nakalagin ako. Okay? So, ngayon, kaya click natin yan, ito yung profile ng driver. The license, the plate number, mobile number, body number, and model ng siyempre, pangalan. Sa taas, meron kaming tatlong icon. The last icon on the end is the logout. Simple lang. Ito naman is, itong setting na yan, is trouble. Statuses yan. Kasi, ang problema sa mga operators, hindi nila alam, for example, yung taxi, isang driver nila, nasiraan. Hindi nila makontak kasi wala naman telepono. So, for example, yung driver, nasiraan siya dito sa sa Makati. So, ang gagawin lang niya, i-click lang niya yan. So, sending trouble status. Oops. So, yun. Kung mapansin nyo, naka-block siya. So, ibig sabihin, mayroon kaming admin doon na tinitingnan niya lagi yung mapa na to para alam na, may nag-block. So, automatic, tatawagan niya. Anong problema? Para matulungan ng ibang, papadalan siya ng mekaniko. Ano bang features niya? Hindi, kasi nakawa sa akin kami. Automatic yan kasi hindi ko lang na-check kasi hindi lahat ng network ina-accept yung sakit kasi kumunik tayo sa Microsoft. Okay po? Nakasakit po siya. So, hindi na siya nire-refresh. Okay? So, next is itong red. So, for example po, para siyang panic mode. For example, na-aksidente yung nabangga ka, yung driver nabangga, o kaya alam nyo na nararamdaman nyo na ma-hold up siya. So, mabilisan, diskarte na lang ng driver, click na lang na yan. So, automatic, magsisend siya ng kulay red. Ayan po, kita nyo po, hindi ko nirefresh ha.
Paano kapag hindi sinasadya?
So, yung namin yung display. Meron kaming, siyempre, tinuruan na namin yung driver. Baka, hindi mo sinasadya na pindot. Kailangan, tinatawagan kasi naman agad ni nung administrator, ba't ka naka-red? Automatic, syempre, kung talagang hold up yun, o kaya nabangga ka, o kaya talagang tutuluyan ka na, hindi na makakasagot yung driver. Pero kung napindot lang nila, makakasagot yung driver. Ay, sorry sir, napunta akong red. O, sasabihin lang ng operator, o sige, gawin mo yan. Gawin mo uling yan. Normal. So, pag naka-red ka, hindi ka makaka-log out. So, ginagawa namin sa kanila, ito sila trouble, tapos punta na sila ng log out. Kapag nagpunta tayo doon, mawawala sila dyan. So, automatic siya. So, kung mag-login ako, tingnan niyo mabuti ito. Magla-login po ako. Yung driver, magla-login siya. Pagka-login niya, makita niyo po, nag-add yung marker. So, itong marker namin, may mga color siya. So, pag sinabing ito, kung ilan yung online, green, available, walang sakay. Blue, may sakay. Yellow, kapag nawalan siya ng signal o kaya bawa, namatay yung phone niya, hindi niya na binuksan. Every 10 minutes, chine-check namin yung locations nila back sa likod using socket. Pag hindi nag-respond yung device nila within 10 minutes, nagiging yellow siya, yung marker na yun. And then, yung trabaho ng admin, i-click niya lang yung ito, tatawagan niya, parang call center. Oh, sir, bakit naka-offline ka dyan? Baka sasagot, sir, wala signal, nasa, sa underground, na signal. O kaya, sir, nawala na ako ng load. Kasi hindi naman pinoprovide yun Kumbaga naka-data lang talaga yung mga driver. At nung unang ginawa namin to, akala namin malakas sa data. When we try 3 drivers, niloadan lang namin sila ng globe kasi masyado siya matapid Nag-load sila ng 1 GB yung per month. 500 pesos ata yun. Na may Spotify na siya sa Globe. Tapos 1 GB yung 1.5 GB, 500 pesos for 1 month. Consumable. Tinry namin, sabi namin, sige sir, gamitin mo yan ng 1 week, tuloy-tuloy, nakabukas. And then 1 week, sabi ko, huwag kang mag-i-Spotify sir, huwag kang mag-YouTube, basta yan lang. Tinry namin siya, 1 week ginamit niya. Ang nagulat kami, ang nagamit lang niya is 50 MB. 50 MB. Kasi ang ginagawa namin, imbis na large data yung binibili namin, binary yung binibili namin. So, kasi kaya namin malakas yung data, paano huwag marami na. So yun, pinaparse na lang namin yung data. So for example, na-hold up, mag-red siya dyan. So danger siya. So ang standard procedure ng admin, tatawagan niya yung driver. Kapag di sumagot, within 5 minutes, 5 times di sinagot, tatawag siya ng ibang driver dito. Kasi, ito isang driver lang Pero pag maraming driver yan, makikita niya yan. Kulay green, kulay blue. Ngayon, ang ginagawa ng admin nila, hinahanap niya kung may malapit dito na driver. Tapos nakakulay green. O sabi niya, puntahan mo si dito sa may Ayala. Meron na siyang problema. So, using this application, natutulungan yung mga operators to monitor yung mga sasakyan nila. Kasi ito yung wala ngayon sa mga operator Unlike, meron sila, yung nag-install talaga sila ng GPS. Pero, kumbaga, kung gusto mo nang may booking na, tapos meron ka pang operations na ganito, ito na yun, cost effective pa siya. Okay? Tapos, meron din dito, malalaman kung sino yung mga nakaschedule for today, for tomorrow, tapos, and then, dito rin makikita yung mga active transactions. Okay? So, for example, may nag-book kay driver 1, makikita rito, bawa ito. So, pick up, waiting. So, waiting. Meron kaming So, by the time na nag-book yung passenger, nag-create namin ng log dito. Na si passenger ganito, nag-log na ganito, in-accept ni driver 1. So, for example, ito, waiting, kasi nag-accept si driver 1. Once na in-accept ni driver 1 dito, yung pasahero, automatic naglalag dito na pick up. So, the whole transaction is nasi-save dito sa admin. Okay po? Tapos meron dito pong reports. So, medyo maliit kasi height pala ito. So, ito yung buong example ng isang buong detail, itong drop-off. So, mapapansin nito, close na ito. So, yun yung details ng booking. O, ang passenger po, itong si Jerome, and then, saan siya nag-book? Dito sa lugar na to. Tapos itong second, saan siya pinick up at saan siya binaba. Okay po? Tapos itong engagement, ang ibig sabihin nito, sino yung mga nakatanggap ng book? Sino yung nakatanggap ng booking? So ngayon, isa lang kasi, isa yan. Pero pag halimbawa, 5 yung nakatanggap ng book, 5 person yung nandyan. Tapos, siyempre, isa lang naman yung mapipili mong driver, hindi naman, di ba? So, nakalagay dito, selected, tapos yung ibang 5, nakalagay, cancel. Ibig sabihin, hindi sila na kuha. So, once na select na sila, yung endpoint is yung sa driver. I-click lang niya yung drop off, tapos, pagka-drop off niya, nire-record din yung kung saan siya binaba, ilang kilometro, tapos gano'ng katagal yung biyahe. Okay? So, yun. Papakita ko naman ngayon yung dito, yung passenger.
Passenger na lang tayo.
So, ito magandang tool yung Team Viewer. Pwede nyo itong viewer yung Android phone so kung may gusto kayong i-present. Download nyo lang po is Team Viewer Quick Support. So, ito naman yung iyan ko. Ito naman yung display ko. So, ito yung phone. So, ito naman po yung ano natin ha? Gagawin mo natin. So, ito po yung passenger application.
Nakakita natin.
So, itong nasa left side, ito po yun. Ito yung passenger application. So, ilalag out ko muna siya para makita natin yung ano niya. So, si passenger application can be logged in through Facebook or Google account. So, mapakita namin. Hindi po siya mabagal dito Dito po mabilis. Team viewer po siya. Baka sa isipin nyo, HTML mabagal. So, dito po siya mabilis na team viewer lang kasi. So, yan. So, can be logged into yung Facebook po and Google. So, off muna natin. Siyempre, ito yung password.
Naka-record yan. Yeah. Gawin natin. Okay. So, that's the issue.
Mali.
Okay, pwede na. So once na nakalagay na siya, hingin niyo yung mobile number. Makalagay yung mobile number kasi kaya tawagan din minsan ng driver yung passenger. Pag wala siyang mobile number, mamaya yung pasahero pala, nagloloko lang. Meron tayong walkthrough. Dito po mabilis po dito. So
Bilis dito. Ayan. So, loading your location. Ayan. So, yun po. Sa first loading, syempre, mali yung hindi naman exact. Meron tayong icon sa taas to refresh our location. Current location. So, mapapansin nyo, wala siyang makikitang driver kasi ito naka-danger. So, gagawin mo na, ilalog out ko to. Oops, hindi na nakakagaw. Sorry. Ma-danger eh. Hindi pwede na to. So, yun. Okay? So, yan. So, mapansin nyo, naka-green siya sa baba. Ibig sabihin, available. So, ngayon, wala akong nakikita. Pag click ulit yung, yung load location, nasa likod po siya eh. Hindi ko makikita. Nasa likod, kasi since pareha siya ng nasa likod po eh. Nasa likod. Nasa likod. Nagpatong sila eh. Ayun, makita nyo may kulay green doon. Nagpatong. Kasi same location nga naman. So ngayon, nakikita yan dyan. Pag ito, bawal, nagkaroon siya ng sakay. Naging hired siya. Pag pinindot natin to, mawawala yung green doon sa baba. Kumbaga, ang kinukuha lang nito yung mga, tawag doon, yung mga available drive. So, makikita nyo, wala siyang driver dun sa ano. So, ang gamit namin na map API para sa iba, Giflet.js, para rin siyang Google Map, kaya lang open source. Pero, dito naman sa baba, ang gamit naman namin is yung Google Maps API, location-based. So, hindi mo na kailangan i-code kung ano yung mga location, hindi mo kailangan i-database siya. Kukonect ka lang sa Google Maps API, tsaka libre lang kumonect. Huwag ka lang lalagpas ng 100,000 requests per day. Ito tayo ng mula data. So, yan siya. So, pag naano yan, location mo, oops, napindot ko, sorry. So, yung location mo, saan yung endpoint mo? Saan kayo naraba? So, pag kilik ko to, dahil walang passenger, yan yung message niya. Okay? So, pag in-available natin to, kasi kanina, nagka-technical problem, nakawali kami dito, hindi na ma-receive, pero try natin kung ma-receive niya. Kasi ang gamit namin dito, sockets, web sockets. When we are talking about web sockets, meron tayong ginagamit na ports. Yung bawat IP address may port. Ngayon, depende yung port mo kung saan ka nakakonect na network. For example, sa office namin, hindi gumagana kasi yung internet network namin sa office, pang ano lang talaga, pang AU. Pero, so pag data ka naman, open naman yung port. So, try natin. Mati-detect. Ayan. So, pag lumabas yan, ibig sabihin, may driver siyang na-receive. Okay? So, papakita kung saan pipick upin, tapos saan pupuntahan, continue. Yun, tumana. Yes. So, mapansin nyo, natanggap niya. So, meron siyang 60 seconds to accept and to accept, to skip. So, for example, sige, yan na lang. Accept natin. So, accept. So, yan. Dito sa baba, lumabas yung driver nung lumabas sa UI ng passenger, yung driver, na may nag-accept. Medyo mabagal. So, itong line na to, one driver responded. So, kanina naka-block yan, di ba? Waiting for driver. So, pag nilik ko to ngayon, so nag-aantay si driver. Eh, nagbago isip ko, cancel na lang. Ayoko muna sa mga ito. So, yun. Cancel na siya. So, for example naman, in-accept. So, ito yung pinapalitan namin na kaya ni Ionic Framework yung mga real-time applications. Sige po.
May picture ba yan na may push notification?
Sa ngayon, hindi muna kami nag-push notification. Kasi yung push notification is feature siya available na pinaprovide ni Apple tsaka ni Google, right? So ngayon, hindi namin siya pinush notification kasi nga, nagtitipid yung kliyente namin. Actually dito, tinipid kami. Pero hindi namin dapat accept tong project na to kasi tinipid nga kami. Pumayag lang kami kasi hindi sa kanya yung application, nakapangalan sa amin. So our agreement is pag may pwede namin to ibenta sa ibang operator. Kaya pumayag kami. So yun. So ngayon, tinipid kasi kami kaya hindi kami nakagumamit ng push notification. Okay? So accept na natin dito.
Ayan. So, i-accept natin. Select. Ayan. So, passenger has responded. Okay. So ngayon, ang gagawin nito, pupuntahan niya yung passenger. So makikita na ng driver kung nasaan yung passenger. Okay? So for example,
Sa Grab Taxi kasi, walang features paano malalaman kung sino talaga yon. Walang security. Malalaman lang using plate number. Oops, mali itong nabuksan ko. Passenger. So ito. So alam niya parating na. So alam niya yung plate number, S-Cab. So syempre, abangan niya yun. May darating na kotse. Pag gusto, and then, so yan, pag pinrest niya itong menung to, meron siyang options. Is to call the driver, send na text message. Kapag kinig niya yung text message, diba? Just once. Parang katulad lang ng OLX. Ilalagay namin yung information na ito yung booking ID, SMS from Jerome Antura, tapos ma-receive na to. Okay, yun lang siya. And then, for example, nag-arrive na sila. To secure, para malaman ni driver na siya talaga yung pasahero at para malaman ni passenger na siya yung pasahero, ang gagawin ni driver, meron din siyang SMS call tsaka, eto, i-click niya yung pick up passenger. Once na i-click niya yung pick up passenger, pick up, sa kabila, magpapavibrate yung phone ng passenger to confirm na nandun na yung driver. Uy, nandito na yung driver mo. Sabi nung phone mo, has arrived. Not yet, edi close mo lang. Pag nandiyan na, yes. Ngayon, pag hindi pa rin na-feedback to, si driver, pwede niyang senda ng pick up passenger, ng pick up passenger yun. Okay, not yet to. So, sendang ito. Kulit ko eh. Dito na nga ako eh. Okay. So, click na yes. And then, nire-require namin yung passenger to pick up, to enter the pick up code, which is yun nandun, pataas. So, enter natin. 6384, then continue.
Now proceed to passenger's destination.
So, yun. So, ayun na yun. Na-pick up na yung passenger. So, mag-iiba yung kulay niya, kulay blue. Ibig sabihin ng blue, hired, may sakay na siya. So ngayon, nasakay na siya. Ngayon, may mga problems yung driver, paano pag hindi nila alam yung daanan. Hindi naman masyadong usable yung map na yan. So, nilagyan namin yung request, sige, bigyan namin kayo. Click nyo yung Google Maps dun sa taas. Nakita nyo yung icon ng Google Maps sa taas. Yan. So, gagawin yan, open nyo yung Google Maps. And then, siya yung magbibigay na instructions. So, hindi na namin kailangan mag-create ng navigation dun sa app namin kasi may existing na. Kahit yung si Grab, ganyan din yung ginagamit eh. Si Grab Taxi. So, okay. And then, for example, nakarating na siya. Click lang niya, drop off. And then, yes.
Transaction complete. Click OK to view transaction summary.
Yan. Okay, dito sa kabila, hindi na nag-response. So, ito kasi, wala pa tong booking fee. Parang kinater lang ng client namin na libre para dun sa sa passenger yung booking. So, wala siyang booking fee. So, sa kabila, i-rate niya yung passenger. Sa kabila, i-rate niya yung driver. So, ito, i-rate niya yung driver from scale of 5 stars, for example, 5. Kasi mabilis siyang madaling kausap, hindi late, hindi naghingi ng dagdag, hindi na mamatrata. Kaya, continue. Tapos, transaction complete, and then, mako-close na yung app ni passenger. Okay, driver naman, ganun din, aba, binigyan ako ng tip. Ay, hindi pa na, burang. Balasubas pa lang. Kulang yung binayad sa akin, binidyoan pa ako. So, continue. And then, katapos niya, babalik lang siya ulit doon sa pagiging available. Kaya pag nakita niyo yung maps dito, available na ulit siya. So, for the reports, on time bookings, close natin to. Ito yung huling booking. Ito yung information na nakikita ng driver. Anong admin? Mayang si passenger Jerome na pinikap sa Makati West Street, pinaba sa sino yung nakatanggap? Yung driver dito. Tapos driver information. So, yan lang po. Question? Sige po. Any known bugs? As of now kasi, ang bugs namin na nakikita is yung sa socket. Depende dun sa tawag doon, sa network. Kasi meron kami na-encounter na yung driver, gumagamit siya ng pocket wifi. Hindi niya hindi niya dinata. Hindi niya ginamit yung LTE yung phone niya. Eh yun pala yung pocket wifi na yun, second hand. Tapos, may mga naka-block na port. Ngayon, pag hindi nakalagay sa whitelist yung port, hindi niya nag-close yung hindi niya tinatanggap yung sockets. So, anong nangyayari? Hindi siya nakakatanggap ng booking. Hindi rin siya nakakapag-send ng activity niya. So, yun yung bugs niya. So, meron na kaming ginagawa kasi ngayon na version 2 nito. Gamit Ionic 2. Ngayon mas Ionic 1 to eh. Yung Ionic 2, more on UI lang naman siya. Gumagawa kami ng second version. Tapos, meron kaming, dito, yung kaibigan ng client namin is a doctor. Nagpapagawa siya ngayon sa amin ng hospital application. And then, pumunta siya dun sa New York kasi yung brother-in-law niya may-ari ng taxi dun sa New York. So, ginagawa namin yung version 2 nito kasi by October, kapag pupunta yung isang kasama ko, i-demo niya yun sa New York. Okay? Question po? Sige po, tanong po. About technologies, sige, tanong lang po. Ikaw po. Ayun. Our contract is 6 months, but tamad kami. Tamad kami. Yung first 3 months, in-enjoy muna namin yung down payment. Tapos 3 months lang namin di-develop. Kaya kasi gawin yun. Kung talagang believe na kayo sa sarili nyo na kaya nyo matapos. Kasi ginawa namin, 6 months contract, 4 months development, tapos 1 month testing. Tapos meron kaming other than 6 months, parang pre-support na 1 year. So, sinusupport nila namin sila through Team Viewer. Kaya nangyari, na-enjoy namin yung unang bayan. Kalahati, 3 months, di kami yes po.
Ano pa ang tools yung ginagamit yung UI testing?
UI testing?
Manual testing wala yun?
Sa ngayon, manual kasi dalawa lang kami. Pero naka-repository naman yung lahat ng UI namin. Actually, dalawa kami ng partner ko, magkaiba kami ng skill set. Ako more on mobile. Siya talaga, website using PHP. Ako, tamad akong gumawa ng database. So, malaki yung offer para sa isang tao. Ginrab ko na lang siya. Uy, pre, meron akong project. Basta ikaw gagawa nito So, yun. So, sa UI, sabi ko, walang pakailangan sa UI. Basta yung features na gusto ng kliyente, ma-deliver namin. So, akong bahala dun sa UI ng machine, ng tawag dito, ng taxi tsaka passenger. Actually nga, mas mahirap sa akin kasi dalawang app yung maintain ko. Dalawang project. Isa para sa driver, isa para sa passenger. Siya naman yung buong back-end system na ito. So sa akin, pag nagkapag dun sa passenger, i-debug ko. Pag nagkapag dun sa driver, i-debug ko siya. Pag may nagkapag lang siya dito sa report, isang debugan lang siya. Question pa po?
Okay po. Ano po, yung sabi niyo, hindi ko po wala po ng experience sa action. Pero yung Ionic
Yun. Once nagpunta kayo sa Ionic, ang kinagandahan nito, meron siyang tinatawag na Ionic I.O. Ang kailangan mo lang is, meron na silang plugin dito na code. Ilalagay mo lang yung GCM ID mo, kung Google ka, o kaya yung key mo sa iOS doon. Tapos, meron silang console. Meron silang console dyan na pwede kang mag-create ng tawag nila doon, story, events. So, mag-create ka ng events, papasahan mo lang siya ng method. Bawa, push notification, nag-send ka ng driver, na may booking dun sa driver na yun. So, gagawin mo lang, wala kang i-call dun sa, hindi mo na kailangan i-call yung API ng Google tsaka Apple. Sa Ionic, mismo, meron siyang sariling features, tapos siya nang bahala mag-send dun sa Google mo. So, doon sa push notification, hindi mo na kailangan mag-code na, ito code para sa Google, ito code para sa iOS. Ang ginawa ni Ionic, nag-create siya ng isang library na, sige, ito, pasa mo lang yung GCM mo, pasa mo lang yung Apple ID mo, then yung server nila, sila na yung nagko-communicate dun sa ano. Kung Apple ka, papadala ka ng Apple. Kung iPhone ka, Android ka, papadala ka ng push notification. So, dito yung products nila. Ionic Platform, Creator, Lab, Ionic View. So, yung Ionic Creator, mag-create lang ngayon ng account dyan. Dyan may drag and drop. So, pag mag-create kayo ng UI, drag and drop nyo lang. And then, once na natapos nyo na, kung may Git, kung meron kayong Git account o kaya may repository kayo, once na save nyo na, pwede nyo i-clone sa server nyo. Kung wala naman, download as zip, download nyo na yung code nyo. Tapos, Ionic View. Ang kinagandahan nito, for example, kasi sa Ionic, pwedeng hindi ka naman full stack mobile developer dyan eh. Pwedeng UI developer ka lang, i-create ka ng UI. May tinatawag na Ionic View. So, gagawa ka ng UI, i-upload mo sa kanya, tapos da-download mo lang tong Ionic View. So, yan. So, yun yung mga projects ko. Bawa, ito. Ito, top finished product na to, pero nag-prototype ako sa boss ko. Kasi nag-create kami ng mobile app na advertising, Machines for You. Ginawa namin sa ibang platform. Kasi promising siya, kasi JavaScript yung code mo, pero yung output niya native. So, nabulag kami. Maganda naman. Kaya lang, nung dumami yung features, ang daming bugs ng framework. Tsaka may mga plugins na kailangan namin na wala sa kanya. For example, carousel, yung mga slide, next picture, wala. Eh, di puro hack kami. And then, nag-switch kami sa Ionic ulit. So, ito yung ginawa ko, nag-prototype ako sa kanya. So, pwede mong ito, sample. So, anong nangyari dyan? So, dito, pwede mong i-upload dun sa account mo yung mga UI mo. Okay? So, gamit to, pwede mo ipakita sa boss mo. Ay, sir, ito yung prototype ko. Bawa, gusto makita ng boss mo dun sa phone niya. Eh, hindi mo na siya pwedeng pasahan ng APK. At sasabihin mo lang siya, sir, download ka lang ng Ionic View, tapos install mo, create kang account, tapos ibibigay mo lang yung app ID. So, enter lang din yung app ID. So, ito, gawa ito ng isang hinire ko ng freelance. Kabisado ko pa. So, yung binigay niya sa akin yung app ID niya, tapos load app. So, ito. Nakita ko na yung gawa niya. Oops, nawala. Ito. Ayun yung nakita ko na yung gawa niya. So, ang ginawa niya, nagpagawa kasi ako sa kanya ng UI na chat. So, siya yung gumawa ng chat UI. So, using HTML, Ionic Framework, pwede kayong gumawa ng applications. Any question pa po? Sige po. Ito. Meron po kasi si Ionic, dumidepende siya sa Cordova. Yung Cordova, yun yung device API. Hindi ko na ano. So, meron siyang ginawang website na NG Cordova. NG means Angular Cordova. So, ito yung ginamit namin plugins. For example, documents and then plugins. Sabi ko, gusto ko ng geolocation. So, andito lahat ng plugins niya. So, app versions, ang gagawin mo lang, sige, hanapin natin yung location. Geolocation. Yan. So, geolocation. Ang ginawa ko, in-install ko to through terminal. Dito niya siya. Kung saan yung Ionic project nyo, dun nyo i-install. Kumbaga ito, makopyahin nyo lang yan, ipipaste nyo sa terminal. Once na na-paste nyo na, at yung documentation, kukopyahin nyo na lang. So, for example, para makuha ko yung geolocation, kukopyahin ko tong code na to. Kung nakopya ko na yan, ilagyan ko na ng custom code dito kung kanino ko ipapasa yung geolocation. Tapos sinisend ko sa server. Ganyan yung kinagandahan niya.
Yung lang ako na meron sa
Opo, opo. So, isipin nyo, ito lang yung code mo, pero pag dineploy mo siya sa Android tsaka iOS, wala kang ginawa. Ito lang talaga yung code mo. Kaya tinawag niya single code siya. Question pa po?
Sa akin that I yung ginamit ko din sa chat.
Sa chat kanina, template lang po yun. Sa ngayon, ang project ko kasi ngayon dun sa trabaho ko is gagawin ko ng chat system yung yung e-commerce na website nila. So, doon UI lang yung pinakita ko. Pero we're targeting na gamitan din ng Sakit.io. Questions? Last na po. Last one. Doon po sa kapila. So, yun. Kung may iba, siguro tapos na. So, kung may mga hintayin nyo na lang yung post dun sa PD group. Dun sa summary nung talk ko. And then, magbibigay din ako ng sample codes para mapag-aralan nyo. Okay? So, that lang po. Thank you.
Maraming salamat, Sir Jerome, for the wonderful talk. Talagang rich when it comes to technologies and frameworks. Biruin mo na underscore mo yung Angular, yung Cordova, at saka yung Ionic. Pati geolocation at saka Google Maps. Ibang klase lang gumawa ng application. So think na 3 months mo lang ginawa yan, 2 months development, 1 month testing.
3 months.
3 months. Analysis and design. Nag-a-analyze tayo doon. Hindi tayo nag-chichillax. Anyway, gusto ko nang ipatawag yung isa nating speaker na what's the term? Magbibida ng kanilang project. Okay? He's from the open source, Sir G, right? Okay, so ko. Yeah. Pakihanda na lang ang dapat yung paghandaan. Okay. So, yung i-represent niya, yung project na i-represent niya is something to do with Ionic Framework. Hopefully, that we can condense it into a less, on a high level. Tsaka, yung open sourcers, isa silang group na nag-a-advocate ng paggamit ng open source frameworks and tools at kung ano-ano ba. Alam mo na, yung free software, free use of free software. Hindi ko maalala kung ano exact na slogan nila eh. Pero, it has something to do with free softwares, free code, kung ano ba yun. Siya na bahalang mag-discuss noon. while they are preparing, kamusta naman? Gusto nyo pa rin bang mag-mobile dev? Hindi. Napansin nyo naman kanina, no? Hindi, nagko-compile daw ito native. Pero ang ginagamit niya is, if I'm not mistaken, HTML and JavaScript. Tama ba? Okay. So, ang isang mobile dev at ang isang web dev, halos magkadikit lang ang skill set. Konting languages lang ang kailangan i-learn. Pero, well, framework lang talaga. Lalo na yung mga front-end framework. Lalo na yung mga front-end framework na yan. Sakit sa ulo. Papalit-palit kasi sila. Pero, sooner or later, stabilize din yun. Any more questions? Ay? Meron ba dito kung order ng t-shirt na nakapagbayad na? Okay, so mamaya. Approach me, okay? Doon sa bando kay Miss MJ. Oh, yeah. Kasi baka mamaya umuwi ako nang walang bawas yung yung t-shirt. So, masakit sa likod. Anyway, although may raffle tayo, kaya lang hindi ko pa nagagawa yung randomizer. Tsaka hindi ko pa nakikita yung mga umattend.
Ubusin mo na natin.
I regret to tell you guys na parang hindi yata darating si Sir Humphrey. Yung magtotalk ng tawag dito, yung magtotalk ng ADO.net. So, yung ADO.net kasi, yun yung framework na ginagamit natin para mag-connect ng database from bb.net or c#.net to any other database. So, MySQL, SQL Server, o kung ano pa yan. So, basically, ang keyword dyan is data access logic. So, yun, ADO.net yun. So, kapag tinugan nyo yung data access logic, yan yung makikita nyo, mga codes para dyan. Okay? Napakaganda sana ang topic doon. Kasi, kapag na-connect nyo yung application into a database, obviously, medyo full stack ka na. Tsaka makakapag-deploy ka na ng standalone application. Kaya nyo namang i-google yan. Hindi kaya gumamit ka na lang ng edit framework. One click lang, mayroon na.
Dapper.
Dapper. Yun yung ORM ni Stack Overflow.
Gumagamit ng ADO.net.
ADO.net ang pretty good din. Yun nga lang, pagkakaalam ko, mas mabilis si Dapper. Tama ba? Okay. Mas mabilis si Dapper for someone. Naalala ko na yung story ni Dapper. Ganito kasi si Stack Overflow, gumamit ng link to SQL. And then, dineprecate ni Microsoft si link to SQL. Nangyari tuloy, napuisit si Stack Overflow, gumawa siya na sarili niyang ORM. Bang! Dapper. Which is more performant, if I'm not mistaken. More performant than entity framework. Yung pinag-uusapan namin link, maganda rin pag-aralan yan kasi tuloy mo, you use entity framework or yun nga, yung mga ORM na yan. Kapag gumagamit ka niyan, the way you access data, add, edit, delete is the same across all databases. At yung ginagamit yung paraan para i-access yung data na yun is yung link na tinatawag na. So, it seems that they have found a workaround.
Sir, gusto na ito, may kamera.
Open source drives. Ano ba yung gamit mong laptop? Nakamangka.
Nakadilog sa nag-i pa yun siya.
Oh, I see. Linux. Okay lang yan. I'm giving now the floor to Sir Gira.
First of all, thank you for the privilege to speak here. I would like to ask first, open-minded ba kayo? So I'm not talking about networking, but about open source.
17K mo gagawin mo. Yung 17K namin gagawin mong 211M.
Pwede. Easy. So next. So open sourcers is a community for student leaders. Our advocacy is more on free and open source software and technologies. So here, 8-Layer Technologies Inc. is the who spearheaded the student community. Then POS-PH and the 8-Layer Academy, which is a business unit of 8-Layer Technologies Inc. So next. So our vision as an open sourcers for change makers and movers to share and collaborate for open culture, open mind, open education, and open innovation for the country. So kayo ba yun, guys? Open-minded ba kayo for technology and collaboration sa ibang developers? So next, our mission is to lead the movement for change makers to showcase their work and platforms so that others will learn, study, and can contribute for the enhancement and redistribution of their work to benefit the majority. So before our community held seminars to different schools on specific topics like Python or Raspberry Pi. Then, so the other missions of our community. So next, our enhancement program. So first, it is the Kahel OS. It is a operating system based on Arch Linux. So may nakakaalam po ba dito na Arch Linux? Nakatry na? So next. Next is open source museum. So we have a little museum located at the 8-Layer Technologies office. So you can see there the different items developed using open source technologies. Next is the Open News. So it is a website. So you can see there different topics about technologies or open source related topics. Then our event and advocacy initiatives. So the Linux Day. Next is the Software Freedom Day. Technician Caravan. So we had this at different schools. Then this is our initiative this year. So sadly we should have an IoT team to present here, but because of their busy schedule this week, hindi na sila nakapag-prepare to present today. So we use Intel Galileo. Sino nakakalam ng Intel Galileo? So you know the benefits of Intel Galileo. Very differences between Raspberry Pi and Intel Galileo. So yung sa mga hindi pa po nakakalam, si Intel Galileo is pinagsama siyang Arduino na may microprocessor ni Intel. Next, we also had different hackathons. Sino nakakaalam ng mga hackathons?
Yun.
Participants kaya?
Mga nagsisali yan, tsaka mga
Yun.
nagsisali, panalo yung mga yan eh.
So, we had three intercollegiate major hackathons last year. So first is the AHACS at Ateneo. Then next is the Hack Up UP Diliman. Then next is the Hacker Cup at Lasal. So in the Hacker Cup, we champion in the commercial category. So be an open sourcer. So approach me if you want to be an open sourcer. Then 8-layer academy. Then the possibilities are endless. So there's our Facebook page, facebook.com/open sourcers. Then contact us at sensic at 8layertech.com. Then the contact number. So next. So the application that I'll present to you is titled as, it's named as Action Vow. So this application is simple kaysa doon sa pinresent ni Sir. So yung kay Sir, may ano yun eh, complex na yun. So ito sobrang simple lang. So more on UI development siya. Pero Ionic yung ginamit na technology. So it is my first project during my internship at 8-layer. And the client was the Foundation for Media Alternatives na may advocacy for the VOW or the violence against women. So yan, action violence against women. So the app, it is a story-based application. So nakadepende sa scenario ng story yung magiging result ng certain topic. So may cyberbullying, ganun. Then at the end of the story, nandun yung explanation ng law, yung kung ano yung law na pwedeng sumuporta sa'yo pag naabuso ka. Then, the different suggestions kung anong dapat gawin nyo para maiwasan yung violence na yun. So, the app is already uploaded at the Google Play Store, so you can download it. So I'll try to demo it.
Kaway-kaway naman daw yan.
Hello, team live stream. It's our birthday. Hey. What? No. Yeah. Yung mga stickers na nandiyan, yung mga events na pinupuntahan ko. Except for this one. Yeah. Nabili ko lang yan. Kaya kung nagkaroon ng ganyan. Razer logo. Oo, Razer logo. Bumili ko ng Razer na mouse. Hindi ko gumagamit sa opisina kasi masyadong strict yung ano ko.
Anyway, habang nag-set up siya, promote ko na rin. As we speak, we have Pinoy Gaming Festival happening now at SM North EDSA Cyber Zone. So sa mga gamers out there, kung meron kayong friends din na gamer, punta na kayo doon. Bukas, nandito kayo ngayon.
So, pwede. Sakto election ng Monday, so wala naman siguro.
Yes, para pantanggal stress, di ba? Maglaro muna tayo.
Oo, laro.
Maraming freebies doon, nandun sila Razer, Power Color, MSI.
Pero siguraduhin yung boboto kayo kasi kapag may indelible ink yung naliring nyo, may libreng Starbucks.
Yes.
Tama ba? Totoo ba yun? O hoax lang kayo?
Feeling ko hoax lang yun. Pero ang alam ko, merong libreng upgrade ng size at daily ng iba.
Oo, daily quiz. Daily quiz yung narinig ko, tsaka isa pa yung PS sa fruits yata yung fruits. Frutas. Frutas. mga nag-trend na hindi ko naman verify kung ito bumaba o hindi.
Hello sa mga nanonood sa live stream. Buhay po ba kayo dyan? Put your questions sa chat box lang and we'll be ready to answer it.
Ayan na.
Again, and demo.
Also pala, okay, hello. I forgot to mention that there will be a hackathon at May 21 to 22. Baka gusto nyo mag-register. So, it is titled Safe Cities Hackathon. So, it is organized by APR, then partnered with the UN Women. So, check the Safe Cities on Facebook and get the website to register. Baka gusto nyo. So, I'm encouraging you to join. So next, I'll present the app. Kaya nakaganyan siya kasi I strict the orientation to landscape. Kasi may mga picture siya na landscape. So yan yung app.
Nakita ba dyan yung picture ng mismong violence against women?
Wait lang. Close ko lang ulit. So may audio siya. Ayun. So ano lang yan, simple CSS lang yan ng HTML na ginamit sa Ionic. So yung movement ng background sa CSS lang yan. Na background animate. So next. So here are the different topics. So identity theft, cyberbullying, and online harassment. So kunwari cyberbullying. Narinig niyo ba?
She was also to the top 10 leaderships and girlfriend of our teacher. Hashtag you know who you are. Hashtag you should be. For classmates to be called also she was a lost romance with she wanted to convince her classmates that this is not true. One of the Facebook statements accused that she was having an affair with the teacher. The post likes 98 comments.
So ayun, kita nyo na yung text is nagta-type. So ano siya, package siya. So type.js kung alam nyo yun. Tapos sinabihan ko lang siya ng plugin ni Cordova, yung Meetup, para sumabay siya dun sa text. So yun. So, first scenario, nakadepende. So, would you like to report this case to the guidance counselor or school administrator? So, nakadepende sa answer mo yung magiging end ng story. So, kunwari, negative. So, ayan, she kept her mouth shut. So, end of game. So, ibig sabihin, negative. So, ayan, naka-mention din dito yung batas na magsusuporta tungkol din sa topic. So, which is this sa cyberbullying, RA 10627. Tapos yan, naka-mention dyan yung details nito. Yan. So, stop cyberbullying. So, ways to safeguard yourself online bullying. So, ayan, may given kami na tips kung paano ma-prevent yung cyberbullying. So, yun lang siya. So, sobrang simple lang niya. So, kayo, diba? Kaya nyo rin makagawa ng simple app gamit Ionic. So, thank you.
Hindi ka simple may kabuluhan siya. So, may kabuluhan naman yung app.
Magaling, no? Malalays ang awareness against violence against women. Meron din ba yung violence against men? Palagay ko, it's about time na gawin nila yun. No? Kasi,
ano naman ang classic violence ang gusto mo against men?
Nagiging violent na kami. Hindi, joke lang. Violence against humans na lang siguro para pantay-pantay. Anyways, our next speaker is si Sir Glenn Bon Posadas. He will be talking about iOS. Kaya ba yan? Okay. Ano? iOS development. Kanina, Android development. Tapos ngayon, iOS development. Walang Windows Phone development. Parang tuloy-tuloy yan ang pagiging mobile natin dito.
Lahat ng dapat development nasa Globe Labs ngayon.
Sa bagay, o nga pala, nasa Globe Labs din lahat.
So, as we speak, meron ngayon nangyayari na .NET Code Cup sa may Globe Labs Valero. At meron pang isang hackathon. Android Code din somewhere
in PLDT.
PLDT Lab Mandaluyong naman. So, every week, para lang sa kaalaman ng lahat, maraming nangyayari sa IT community. Kahit kami gusto namin magpa-upload.
Yes, para ma-attend na namin lahat yun. Dahil ang
maraming
maganda
nangyayari
na
literally. So, maybe, marami sa inyo, no?
Tulungan kayo.
Pag nakakulong kasi kayo sa classroom, or sa bahay classroom lang kayo, plus mall,
parang wala kayo masyado.
Oo, parang ang babaw ng kaligayahan yan, di ba? Kasi yun yung buhay nyo araw-araw.
Unless you learn something new.
Yes, but the world is bigger out there, so explore. Ayan. So, habang nag-set up siya, promote ko na rin, this coming August, there will be Gigs on a Beach 4. Pang-apat na to, and this will be at Bohol, Paclao, Bohol. So, for more information about the event, please visit gigsonthebeach.com. So, ngayon may discount pa yung ticket para habang maaga, bumili na kayo. Nandun lahat ng mga,
Chika babes.
Hindi chika babes.
Chika babes.
So, talaga.
Palaging. Yung kasi yung pang-attract ng gwapo kaya
hindi.
Nasa unang isip.
Sabi ko lang, it will be very educational and party hard afterwards. Ayan. Ano pa ba nangyayari?
Kamusta?
Anong sabi?
Presentation. Extend that.
Sila yung Apple guys. Ang kanilang laptop ay may mga Apple. Mga
Hindi naman.
Sooner or later, ang magiging symbol na ng elite is yung Windows symbol. Paano yung Surface Pro 4 na kanina?
Surface Book.
Surface Book. Oh, yun. Yung Surface Book.
Twice father. Okay na.
Ayan.
We're back.
So we're back. And ayan. Sir.
Wait.
Glenn po.
Sige.
Okay. So, kumusta? So, yung topic ay, ayan. Okay. Ito na pala.
Alright, finally, ako na, it's my turn. So, I'm Glenn Von C. Posadas, full-time iOS app developer. Native. Kung kanina na-explain yung hybrid, saka naman yung work ko native. O kaya software engineer, iOS developer, and blogger. So, kung baka nakita niyo rin yung link ng blog ko sa group, yung prettyeatgirl.com. Kaya, dun naman sa live stream, pwede kayo mag-post ng comments and entertain ko yung questions mo. Saglit lang itong presentation since paggabi na rin. Argelo, pasabi ko pag may comments, may questions yung
Nakabansay na ako dito sa live.
Hello.
So, our topics, una, C, pressure, saglit lang dito. Objective-C, dalawang programming language na yung gamit sa iOS native. Objective-C and Swift. I began my career in iOS, simula sa Objective-C. Sa bago kong company ngayon na Swift na yung gamit. Okay, Xcode, introduction, ano lang, yung, papakita ko lang, yung different sections ng IDE for iOS app development. Next, yung fundamentals in iOS app development plus realm.db. Kanina nabanggit rin yung realm. So, may tatlo tayong, ay mamaya. Okay, so, Xcode. Kung ang Android, may Android Studio and Eclipse. Dito naman, Xcode. Okay, an integrated development environment or IDE containing a suite of software development tools developed by Apple for developing softwares for OS X. Yung OS X, ito ng Mac, yung mga software dito. And iOS, WatchOS, and tvOS. Tapos mabilisang pakita na sections ng Xcode. Toolbar, once na click nyo to, ito yung pag-run ng app nyo, ng program nyo. And then ito yung navigator area. Dito yung mga files. And then ito na yung code, yung editor, and then debug area. Dito kayo mag-click ng objects, kung ano nung mga objects pwede nyo i-print. And then utility area, nandito yung mga, kasi pwede kayong mag-drag-drop sa iOS. So, nandito yung mga objects or mga views. Drag nyo na dito, kahit kung ayaw nyo mag-code. Ayun. C program. Lahat naman tayo dito, di ba, alam na yung C? Okay. So, sabihin ko lang na itong presentation ko, ang pangunahing layunin na ito ay magbigyan kayo ng idea kung paano ba i-develop ang iOS app. So kahit di nyo na tingnan masyado yung codes, kahit magkukode ako mamaya, saglit lang. Ayun. Basta magkaroon na kayo ng idea kung paano i-deploy, paano mag-code, paano ang Objective-C. Okay, anyway, yung Objective-C is just a superset of C. So, lahat ng idea nyo sa C, gagana yan sa Objective-C. Para in-extend lang siya ng Objective-C. Okay. First line, include sdio.h. Alam naman natin, header to ng mga input-output ng C. Next, yung command line arguments. Yung argument nyo, and then, kung ilan, yung argument nyo, and then yung constant char star argument. Yung argument nyo, yung array. Okay, print hello world. Yan. Basically, print nyo lang. Pero, statement ng kanina. And anyway, kapag may questions kayo, just button in. Okay na sa akin. Yan, variables in and char star, yun, variable float, x, y, gano'n. So, these are the primitive data types in C. Char, double, float, int, long, unsigned int, and etc. Kaya, string formatter. So, familiar kayo na ito sa C++ wala. Kasi sa C may ganito. Ayan, pang-format ng string na i-print nyo. Okay. Boolean expressions, familiar na kayo lahat kasi programmers tayo. Conditions, if, else, yan. Loops, for loop, do while, and while. Ang nawawala dito, kung familiar kayo sa JavaScript, meron siguro doon, as far as I know, meron doon fast enumeration. Or sa VB, merong tinatawag na for each. Yeah, okay. Sa Objective-C, meron tayo tinatawag na for in, fast enumeration ang tawag doon. Sa C, walang gano'n. Okay. Casting. Oh, okay. Usually, ma-encounter, kailangan yung, since OOP ang Objective-C, kailangan yung gumamit ng casting. So, kakas nyo yung kunwari, generic object type na ID kakas niya sa specific type ng object. Pointers. Sa Objective-C, maraming pointers to. So, normal na normal kayo makakita ng pointers. So far, walang question. Kasi alam niya na yan, di ba? Dali lang. So, struct, meron din yan sa Objective-C, katulad ng binanggit ko kanina. Type def, struct, int age, char, star, name, student. So kapag i-access niyo to, diba, student.age equals to 23, you know. Student.name, pasa ka ng string. And enumeration. Actually, dapat may papakita akong sample codes per slide kaso gusto ko nang kayo magbigay ng idea kasi naubos na yung oras natin. Okay, enumeration. Mas importante ito sa struct sa iOS app development when using Objective-C. Okay. The very example ito, login type. Kunwari yung app nyo, meron kayong dalawang login type. Okay, pwede nyo dagdagan via Google. Gano'n. So, login type, via email. Gano'n. Ayun. Mas gamit ito kaysa sa struct sa Objective-C. Arrays. Alam nyo na rin. So, punta tayo sa Objective-C. Questions bago pala sa Objective-C. Okay. Ayan, Objective-C. Kaya na sinabi ko kanina, Objective-C is merely a superset of C. So, lahat ng C, syntax, pwede nyo gamitin dito. Layered on top of C language based on Smalltalk 1980s siya dinesign, and later on in-acquire ng Apple. Tapos ayun, native language for developing Mac OS and iOS apps. And then dagdag yan yung Swift na bagong-bago ngayon ang pinakabatang programming language. Okay. Questions? Wala? Yes.
From Kyle, Sean, Aquino, may difference po ba ang Objective-C sa mismong C language?
Actually, yes. Kung usapan dyan ay syntax, okay. Syntax, mamaya, pag nakita nyo, sample lines lang ng Objective-C, talagang super alien siya. Ang layo sa ibang programming language na makikita nyo. Okay, tas maraming pointers, pero enjoy siya kasi when you become an iOS app developer, tapos Objective-C gamit nyo, parang feeling nyo, ang galing-galing nyo mag-code kasi iba talaga yung nature ng Objective-C. Kaya pag-declare ng method, ang super haba, gano'n. Maglalagay ka lang ng button, ang haba ng codes. Okay. So, kanina may nakita ko dito mag-task na kami na gusto maging mobile dev. So, pwede naman kayo maging both for Android and iOS. Pero, for me lang, mas gusto ko lang yung iOS kasi ang konti ng iOS dito sa Pilipinas. Tapos, lalo na yung Mac OS dev. Lalo sa ibang bansa rin, wala rin. Wala masyado. Ayun. Tapos, kapag iOS dev ka, in demand ka, maraming nagkakagusto sa'yo, invite ka sa service. No. Okay.
Mag-shift na ako, iOS dev.
So, kapag may mga connections kayo sa LinkedIn, tip lang din. So, ayun, kapag mag-job hunt kayo, huwag lang kayo lang sa job site, although doon ako nakakuha ng work ko. Punta rin kayo sa LinkedIn, mag-add kayo ng mga connections nyo, and then, kapag nagustuhan nila yung profile nyo, yun, dumugin na kayo ng mga offer na interview, gano'n, exam, punta kayo sa office. Ayun, marami kayong matatanggap na messages. Ayun na nga kung kapag iOS dev kayo. Okay. So, balik tayo.
Kaya, Objective-C primitive data types. Kanina may nagtanong kung malayo ba yung pinagkaiba ng C and Objective-C. Hindi naman kasi nga, yun nga, galing din to sa C. Pero yung syntax, alien. Okay, bool. Yung bool yan. For instance, sa Objective-C, bool. Di ba, karamihan sa atin dito, ang values ng bool yan is 1 or 0 kapag low level, kapag C, gano'n. Or kapag mga high level, mga Java, gano'n. True and false ba, right? Kapag dito sa Objective-C, yung papasa mo dyan, yes or no. Capital, all caps, yes or no lang yung papasa mo. And then, we have this ID. Ito yung, sa tingin ko naman yung iba dito may experience sa OOP, diba? So, itong ID, primitive data type siya ng Objective-C, meaning kapag mag-fetch kayo ng data sa server, hindi nyo alam kung anong type ng object yon, pwede mong gamitin yung ID. Ito yung generic type ng ID. And then we have this nil, sinama ko lang, nil, ibig sabihin lang neto null. Diba? Sa ibang programming language, capital N-U-L-L, null. Dito nil, laging nil. Yes?
Support niyo yung OOP, Windows, Objective-C version.
Ano yan? Ito? You mean nagra-run ba yung C sa...
Hindi, I mean, support yung OOP, Windows, C version.
OOP siya na version ng C. Any more questions? Sir Argelo, may ano ba? May question ba? Okay.
Copy problems, meron. Oo.
Okay, sample program ng Objective-C. Very example ng Objective-C. Actually, galing siya sa Xcode. Pinaste ko lang dyan para cool. Okay, first question sa inyo. Anong difference kaya ng hash import sa hash include sa C? Yung hash include sa C, and then dito sa Objective-C, we have this hash import. No idea? Okay, diba sa hash include sa C, basically ini-include niya lahat ng codes, line of codes niya sa header na i-include niya. Itong hash import, better siya doon kasi kung ano na yung kailangan mo, yun lang yung ibibigay niya sa'yo. Bali, kunwari, paano ba? Basta, kunwari, kung alam niyo yung crash lytics, kasi sa mobile, kasi yun alam ko eh. Basically, crash lytics is a library siya na pag nag-crash yung mobile app nyo, sisend niya sa account mo kung saan siya nag-crash, kung saan line ng code. So, magagamit siya sa production apps nyo. Ayun, and then kapag import nyo siya, hash import, fabric/fabric.h, meaning nasa fabric folder siya, and then fabric.h yung header. So, hindi lahat ng codes ng fabric ma-import niya, sasama sa app mo. So, hindi magiging loaded ng app mo. Okay, same yung command line arguments na kaninang sinabi ko. And then, we have this auto-release pool, and then nslog, hindi na siya print, or hindi na siya printf. Okay, so basically, pag nag-deal kayo with strings sa Objective-C, laging may at. Meaning, ginagawa niya itong object type, NSString, yung object type na string sa Objective-C. So, tapasan niya dito sa nslog. So, doon, ito yung pag-print na sa Xcode sa baba sa debug area. Makikita niyo doon, hello world, kapag nirun na siya. Basically, itong auto-release pool naman. Kasi, alam naman natin, di ba may narinig na kami term na memory management sa C? Basta malalim na siya sa C. Okay. And then, yung dating Objective-C, mahirap siya i-code kasi manual yung pag-manage ng memory. So, basta marami ka pang intindihin, re-release mo yung memory, something gano'n. Tapos kapag in-enclose mo siya dito, meaning automatically, yung Xcode na bahala sa memory allocation ng mga objects mo. Hindi naman to magagamit kapag mismong sa iOS update na itong auto-release pool. Okay, foundation data types. Yung foundation, ito yun. Lagi meron ganyan kapag magde-develop ka ng app. Wala pa lang question. Okay, foundation data types, NS integer, NSU integer meaning unsigned, NS range, etc. etc. Just to be clear, hindi to mga objects. Ano lang to? Parang equivalent niya na sa int, float, sa C. Parang pinaganda lang siya. Ganun. Para struct, kung titignan yung loob na ito, integer lang din siya. Basically, gagamitin niyo ito kapag yung method niyo nag-return ng NS integer, so gumamit ka ng NS integer. Questions? Para makapag-demo tayo. Okay, instantiating an object. So, yung demo app ko mamaya, yung gagawin natin, parang phone book app siya. So, ito, example. May class tayong contact sa mga wala pang alam sa OOP. So, ayun, contact. Mag-declare tayo ng pointer sa object na new contact. So, gano'n. Tapos, allocate memory for the object. We have new contact equals to contact alloc. By the way, itong bracket na to, lagi nyo ito makikita sa Objective-C. Ibig sabihin na ito method to. Kinakall niya yung alloc na method. So, initialize the object, new contact equals to new contact init. Okay. Mamaya makikita niyo yan yung example. Okay, let's build our first iOS app natively. Okay, makikita kayo ng alien programming language mamaya. So, tatlo yun. Mabilis lang. Hello world, button, plus label. Kapag kinik yung button, demo lang paano mag-add ng button. Dalawang way, programmatically and drag-drop. So, yung programmatically, to-code nyo from the scratch, lahat-lahat. Lagi siyang ginagamit sa mga production level apps, yung mga complex apps. Sa tingin ko, yung kagaya ng Twitter, Facebook, laging yan. Mga ganong kadalaking apps, programmatically yun. Yung may maraming animations, gano'n. And mga complex apps. Okay, yung binanggit pala ni Sir Jerome kanina, yung Facebook, sinerge ko kanina, yun nga, gamit siya dati, yung sign explain niya, doon siya gawa, pero eventually, sabi doon sa nabasa ko, lumipat sila sa native. Ewan ko lang, baka si dito pa. Ako, ayan. Okay, tama naman. So, ayun. Tapos next, screens of phone book app. Then, kapag may time pa, kung gusto niya na, integrating the database to phone book app. At tapusin ko na sa slide 10, develop na tayo ng app. So, may tatlo tayong options para sa database ng iOS. Ano yan?
Yung app na i-develop na siya o magsisimula ka from scratch?
From scratch na yung mga 5 minutes. Saglit lang. Meron, actually. Bakit? Okay. Any questions sa live stream? Wala. Okay.
Nakakakuha ba sila ng soft copy niya slide?
Okay, pero I'm not sure though kung ano to, kung anong format na itong keynote.
Ano mo na lang, convert mo na lang.
Okay. Sure. Sure. So, yan. As I was saying kanina, tatlong options ng iOS database. Una, SQLite. Ang pinakagamit na database sa buong mundo. Sunod, core data and rel. Ito, rel na banggit ko kanina. So, originally, I was planning to teach you guys in core data. Kaso, medyo complex siya. So, pero ang pinakamadali dito, rel. Isa pa difference ang ang pinakamadaling gamitin rel, mahirap i-set up ang core data, at ang pinakamabilis din rel. Tapos, ang pinakamabang code yung SQLite. Diba? Pamilyar naman kayo sa mga SQL queries, gano'n. Kaya siya umaba. Eh dito kasi sa dalawang to, didil na kayo lagi sa objects. Wala lang yan yung versus SQLite and core data. Yung, paano ba? Yung core data nga pala, base rin siya sa SQLite. So, wala siyang pinagkaiba. Mas pinadali lang siya ng Apple. Tapos, okay. Sana mag-make sense to. Ayun. So, best yung RHEL when it comes to querying. Counts, okay din yung RHEL. And inserts, ang pinakamaganda yung SQLite. Okay. Ano ba, demo ko yung, pwede akong gumawa ng from the scratch. Saglit lang.
Yung first application, simple naman siya.
Oo.
From the scratch na.
Okay, yes, sige, sige. Okay.
Discuss it na. Kasi
So, ito yung Xcode. Ay, code.
recorded yan.
Sorry. So, ba't di ka siya? Ano yung i-address ko?
Optimize mo.
Okay. So, ayan. Ito yung mga screens natin, different screens. May table tayo. At saka simple na view controller. Ayan. Tapos may makikita nyo dito, ito yung mga controls. Control yung term sa Visual Basic. Gano'n. And then, dito, objects yung term. Alam ko, objects to. Or views, gano'n. Ayan, show the object library. So, pwede kayo mag-drag ng nasa interface viewer na, sa interface builder natin, or ID na tinatawag. Okay, so, pwede tayo sa Xcode file. Okay. File new project. Ito pala yung, yung iPhone simulator kanina. Ay, shit. Shoot ka lang naman dito. Ay, tanggalin ko na nga yung Let the So, punta tayo sa iOS. So, may different templates tayo. Yes.
My question, team live stream. May classes ba sa Objective-C?
Wala lang. Sorry kasi OOP yun eh.
Okay.
But wow, yes. Okay, di ko alam yung garbage collector, pero ano ba yun? Para ba sa memory yun? Yun nga, yung binanggit ko kanina, meron dalawang types na pag-manage ng memory sa Objective-C. Yung una, yung manual memory, basta ganang manual, and then yung sa ngayon, as of now, yung pinaka-ginagamit ngayon, automatic reference counting or tinatawag na ARC. So, yung ARC, basically, ano siya, bali wala ka ng pakialam, yung magmamanage na lang yung Xcode. So, ayun. Yes.
Yung RHEL database, pang iOS lang ba yun?
Ay, no. Kagaya nga ng kanina binanggit, different platform siya. Hindi na sa iOS. Wala na. Dito. Okay. Right tayo. May different templates tayo dito. Master detail, meaning may screens na yan. Page based. Paano ba ito? Basta, para siyang libro, may pages siya. Ganon. So, karaniwan siyang ginagamit sa mga apps na makikita nyo may libro effect na ninanavigate. Ganon. Sinis-swipe. Tapos, punta tayo sa tab. Yung tab, common yan kung may iPhone kayo, nakagamit na kayo gano'n. Yung tab sa baba, Okay, and then game. Ito yung template for game. Pwede rin kayo, paano ba? Kapag dito ata, as far as I know, ang gagamitin yung engine dito ay sprite kit. While pwede kayong gumamit ng Unity, tsaka ano pa yun ba? Basta yung pwede rin yan sa tingin ko. So, punta tayo dito sa single view application. Ito yung karaniwang ginagamit na template kapag from the scratch yung gagawin yung app niya. Okay, so, hello po. Okay. So, kapag gagamit kayo ng core data, you just check this one. And then, ito yung advantage kapag native na pala. Ewan ko meron na ito sa Mono. May mga UI test tayo. Meron kasing mga nag-work as tester ng mobile apps. Gumagamit sila ng automation, kinocode pa nila to. Pero wala akong alam ba. So, low button next. Okay, okay, hindi nakita. Enter na lang. Hindi kasi. Ayan. So, kanina may nagtanong kung may classes. Malamang ito meron. So, ang class dito, basically, hinihiwalay siya sa H file and M file. Yung H, yan yung header, and M, yan yung implementation na file. Kapag i-access nyo yung class, syempre, via header siya. Hindi nyo ma-access yung laman ng implementation. I mean, dito kayo dadaan sa header. Itong app delegate, ano siya, plus siya, nandiyan yung mga delegate methods, meaning, makakatch nyo dito kapag tapos na ba mag-launch yung app nyo, kung anong gagawin nyo, gano'n. Tapos kapag nag-design, tapos nag-enter background, tapos bumalik sa foreground. Diba yung iOS, yung mga iOS devices may home, tapos pwede, ayun. Dito, become active kapag mag-click na, terminate. Okay, so, ito yung sinasabi ko kanina. Minute. Meron tayong interface builder. Ito na yung drag drop, no? Ayan. So, okay. Ito na yung screen natin. First screen. Meaning na itong arrow, siya yung initial screen natin. Pero inuulit ko kapag usually sa mga work, sa mga companies ang trabaho nyo doon, programmatically. Pero sa ngayong company ko, nagulat na ako kasi gumagamit sila na itong storyboard. Meaning yan, yung storyboard, nandiyan yung screens, connect nyo na lang, ganun, para easy life. Pero yun nga, dapat programmatically para maintainable. Tapos kapag mag-work kayo with the team, pwede kayo magsabay mag-code. Yun yung advantage kapag programmatically nyo gagawin yung iOS app nyo. So, ayun. So, pwede kayo maglagay dito ng button. Okay. Kapag pala mag-add kayo ng button, kailangan yung double-click to para naka-zoom. Kasi hindi kayo makapag-add ng any object or controls or views kapag naka-zoom out. So, ayan. Ito yung properties ng kung anong in-add nyo na object. So, meron tayong kung anong type, custom. Okay, tapos, paano ba? Scroll tayo dito. Background color. Ito, flat UI color. And then, yan, marami pa dito. So, hello. Ito na yung button natin. Tapos, ngayon, kailangan itong screen na to. No, dapat may flash siya dito. Ito yung flash. Yung nandito sa, nawala ko. Yung nandito sa, ito. Yan yun. Itong plus na to, para to dito sa screen na to. Itong, ayan. Para siya dyan. So, click nyo to para makita mo yung partner ng class makita mo yung class, yung partner na class ng screen na yon. Okay. Hirap. Ang liit ng screen. Okay, anong gusto natin gawin dito ay kapag nag-click to, dapat makapag-print tayo dito sa makapag-NS log tayo. Makapag-print tayo dito ng string na sabihin natin na-click mo yung button. So, kapag I believe lahat kayo dito nakapag-Visual Basic na, di ba kapag sa Visual Basic, double click nyo lang yung controls nyo and then mag-generate na siya ng, ang tawag doon, lang, yung code po. Ayun, gano'n. Yung event handler, parang gano'n. Okay, so dito hindi. Okay, so, control nyo to. Control nyo, at kayo dito, insert action. Insert action, no? Okay. Tapos papangalanan nyo yung method nyo or yung function nyo kung anong gusto nyo, high, get, action. Tapos yung event type, kung anong gusto nyo. Ito yung normal, yung touch up inside. Meaning kapag nag-click kayo, nag-tap kayo dito, touch up inside. Nasa inside pa lang pagka-touch up nyo. Okay. So, yan. Any questions ba? Wala po ba? So, ayan. So, nandito na yung method natin kapag kinik itong button na to. So, type natin nsload. Tab, text. Type. Linis naman dito. Linis screen. Ayan. So, kung mapapansin niyo sa method natin, connected siya dito sa view na to. So, kapag click niyo to, i-invoke niyo itong IBTN action natin na method. So, dapat makita natin dito sa baba na top detected yung detect niya. So, pili tayo ng simulator natin. Since naka-open na yung yung ano ba to? iPhone 5 para tama na sa screen natin. So, click niyo yan or Command R shortcut. Questions habang nag-detail? Ay, wala.
Ano yung library yung ginagamit para ma-access yung GUI functions like button, print? Yung parang swing library ng Java.
Oh, okay. Dito, meron tayong UI kit. So, ang tawag dito sa view na to, UI button. So, basically, yung UI button, galing siya sa UI kit na library. Okay. Wala na. So, dito yung mga sample app natin. Ito yung launch screen. Wala tayong nilagay. Dito yung pwedeng image dyan, or whatever. Pwedeng, ano ba? Pwede yung lagyan ng GIF. So ito, ay. Hindi siya naka-center. Kasi sa iOS or sa macOS, may tinatawag na constraints. So, parang itatali nyo siya. Ganun. Parang kapag nag-rotate siya, nirotate nyo to, nirotate nyo yung phone nyo, ano siya, nasa tamang lugar. So kapag nirotate mo to, actually, masisira. So, click muna natin. Okay, nag-NS log siya. Nag-log and top detected. Yan, ganun. Okay. Pero wala pang effect kasi marami ka pang gagawin. Actually, madali lang to. Madali lang mag-develop. Nag-start pala ako way back September 3, 2015. Galing akong Accenture. So, may nagtanong pala dun. Share ko na lang din. May nagtanong pala sa group paano exam sa Accenture. Then, binigay ko yung vlog ko na experience ko sa Accenture. Ganon. Tinapon ako kung saan-saan. Although, nakakamit naman ng promotion. Pero di ako nagko-code doon. So, I hate that fucking job. So, nag-quit ako. Hindi, kasi pwede ako mag-code ng Java pero pang-configure na ng system. So, hindi ka gagawa ng application mo. So, tumagal ako doon ng 1 year and 4 months, gano'n. So, natsambahan ko yung iOS. Sabi ko, gusto ko mag-Android. Sabi, mag-iOS ka na lang kasi Ewan ko, nagustuhan naman nila yung, kasi yung exam and then interview yung result. So, gano'n. So, ayun nga. Pag kinik nyo to, yun. Kapag try natin i-rotate. Okay, wait lang. Rotate. Okay, diba nawala na siya sa position natin, sa desired position natin. Ayan. Ayun lang. And then, turo ko quickly yung paglagay ng constraints. Saglit lang to. Ano? Siguro 10 minutes na lang, hindi ko na-demo yung may ilang oras pa ako, Argelo. 10 kilo. Ang liit ng screen. Teka lang. Questions habang walang questions yes, ano yan?
Pagdating nyo sa storyboard, pwede multiple, pagdating, di ba, yung storyboard, yung flow ng mga, ng buhay niya, pagdating sa arrows, pwede siya, mag-split. So, pwede, selection. Dalawang pwede nyo pagpili. Or sabihin natin, again, dalawang focus, pagkakutong ng level. Sa form 1 po.
Of course, pwede. So, wait lang. So, turo mo na yung constraints. Saglit lang. Talaga ng screen. So, wag na. Late ng screen, hindi ko kaya. Ito lang. So, haba na lang. Ito na lang ang paraan. Okay. Yan. Dapat dyan pa rin siya sa center. Mamaya kapag nirotate natin. Ito yung paglagay ng constraint. Complex siya of course sa mga bago. Sa mga baguhan. So, yan. Wag na ito. Pwede, sabihin natin ito, 44. 46 na lang. Kasi, natutunan ko sa graphics designer namin sa dati kong company na 44 ang ideal height ng isang button sa isang app. So, sabihin natin 46 lang. 46 points. Ganun. So, kahit anong mangyari, kino-constraint niya dyan sa height na yan. 46 ka lang. And then dito, pwede natin sabihin, vertically center siya. And horizontally. So, pag niran mo siya, tingnan nga natin. Ito dito. Kasi wala tayong constraint dito. Plus natin, hindi ko na kailangan ipakita yung rel database. Demo ko na lang mamaya yung dapat kong gagawin app. Yung gagawin kong app dapat. Demo ko. Tapos, ang next demo pala dito, yung navigation ng screen. So, tapos demo ko na yung ginawa kong app. Ayan, kapag nirotate mo siya, ayan, center. Tapos 0 points yung margin niya. So, naka-constraint siya. Tapos yung height niya, 46 points. Ayun lang. Okay, so, mag-add tayo na ngayon ng isang screen. Okay. Kapag dinig tong button, magna-navigate siya sa isang screen pa. Questions are below. Wala. Okay. Kaya dyan, wala. So, ayan. Ayan. So, burahin na muna natin pala yung method natin dito. So, mag-question. Sige, burahin ko na. So, burahin ko. Dito tayo sa storyboard ulit. Wait natin ito. Tapos, tingnan natin yung mga connections na ito. So, ayun. Nung binura ko yung method, andito pa rin may connection pa rin siya. So, hanapin niya itong method na ito, height, width, and action. Nasaan ka na? kapag di niya makita, tapos tinap mo to, tapos di niya ito nakita sa view controller class mo, magka-crash yung app. So, kailangan natin pulahin dito. And then, ang gusto ko i-demo ngayon, kailangan mag-navigate siya dito sa screen na to. So, control, hold mo yung control, tapos i-drag mo dun sa kabilang screen. Wala, photo lang. Okay. Ayan. Kailangan kasi mag-blue siya eh. So, dapat naka-zoom kayo. And then, hold mo yung control and then drag mo dito yung connection. Tapos, may action set tayo. Ito yung different na pag-present ng app, ng screen sa iOS. So, basically, itong show, yung pag-slide pa gano'n, kung nag-Facebook kayo or Twitter, Instagram, yung show, pa gano'n lang siya. Equivalent siya sa push, pa-slide siya pa gano'n. And then, kapag modal or present, pataas siya, yung biglang dito na gano'n. So, dito natin sa show. Questions? Wala. Wala RJ lang sa... Sige. Pusin na natin. Ay. Sorry. Yung launch screen or splash screen natin. Ganyan. Pag clinic mo ito, kailangan mag-navigate siya sa isang... Ayun, nag-navigate siya. Pero wala siya ditong navigation. Ang tawag dito na, kung kay Sir kanina, header tawag doon. Dito naman, ang term doon, navigation bar. So dito nyo makikita yung back button dapat. So ang kailangan mo lang gawin doon, lagyan mo siya ng navigation controller. So dito, editor, embed in navigation controller. Okay, so initially pupunta siya sa navigation controller and then push niya to, yung screen na to, and then ito. So magkakaroon na siya dito ng, ayan, navigation bar. Pwede nyo siya lagyan ng title dito. Okay. Wala. Never mind. So last na lang. And then, demo ko na yung Sir. Questions? Wala? Yes, sir. Sir Joe.
Medyo, kasi nag-debate mo yung app.
Okay.
Hindi ko rin sa may field settings. Pwede mo i-select kung gusto mo type kung lang i-install. Kasi pag nag-upload na ako sa iOS, lumalabas dun sa App Store na available on all iOS device. Ayaw mo na i-select ko.
Lumalabas po sa App Store. Ang gamit nyo po pang deploy sa App Store yung application loader o itong Xcode po.
Application loader. Kasi sa Xcode kasi dito sa Android,
Apo.
nagka-crash yung application namin.
Talaga. Ano po ulit sabi, Sir Joe?
Ano lang? Ayun lang yung sabi ko. Pag nasunod ako dito sa iPad, hindi namin mapipilan. Dapat hindi siya ma-download sa iPad.
Dapat hindi siya ma-download sa iPad? Okay. Okay. So yung, teka lang, demo ko lang po. Saglit. Ayan, so may back button tayo. Back ko lang. Diba? Cute. So, ayun. So, ayan yung push or yung show. Tapos kapag naman pop, yun, okay yung present, pataas siyang gano'n yung screen mo. So, punta tayo sa question kanina, Mr. Madali lang yun. So, dito tayo. Pick nyo yung project settings. Ito, yung devices. Kapag universal, iPhone and iPad. Tapos kapag iPhone na. Kapag iPad lang. So, ganito po yung simpleng explanation dyan. Kapag iPad lang, sabihin mo na natin universal, so yun na, understood na, dalawa na siya. Pwede mong i-run sa iPhone and iPad supported yung mga yun. Tapos kapag iPad lang siya, hindi mo siya madadownload sa iPhone, right po? Okay, so kapag iPhone, ang tanong niyo po bakit nalalan pa rin sa iPad? Kasi, normal po yun. So, kunwari, di ba may, ano ba yung camera 360, yon. Kapag niran nyo siya sa iPad, hindi siya full screen, di ba? Kasi may zoom ka, 1x, 2x, kasi sinusupport na nila yung iPhone. So, ang sinasabi ko, kapag iPhone lang, mararan pa rin siya sa iPad, pero hindi siya full screen. So, pwede siya zoom out, zoom in, gano'n. So, yun yung indicator na iPhone na yung sinusupport nila. So, kapag iPad ulit, hindi siya pwede sa iPhone. Kapag iPhone, pwede siya sa lahat po. Okay. Sige. Tapos, next question. Okay, wala na. So, wait lang. Promise. Sample lang. Paano ba? Okay na?
May tanong dito. Si Ma'am Rojas ka raw ba?
Ay, hindi. Bakit? Bakit?
Ewan ko, teka lang.
Hello.
Nakasalamin pa.
Grabe naman.
Dapat nasa Quezon ka ngayon.
Opo.
Tingin ko sa buhok.
Duterte to, mga pare. Paano naging maros yan? So, okay. Wala naman, may masabi lang, no? So, paano ba? Teka lang. Pakitaan ko kayo ng mabilisang code kung paano naglalagay ng button programmatically. Okay, so ito button. So, delete natin to. Okay. So, ito yung code, no? Objective-C na Objective-C. Okay. Itong view did load, ini-invoke siya kapag nag-load yung screen mo. Which is itong view controller na to. Okay. Since alam nyo na yung OOP, meaning na itong super, yung parent class niya, may view did load din yun. So, invoke mo muna yung bago mo, kasi in-override to eh. Ano niya override? Okay. Override. So, ayun, pinapatungan niya lang. Pero kailangan pa rin tawagin yung pinaka-pool, yung parent na ito, yung view did load nun. Kasi may mga codes yun. Kailangan mo rin ma-load yun. Okay, ito, nasa comment na do any additional setup after loading the view. Typically from a nib. Yung nib, yun yung, di ba may storyboard tayo kanina? May tinatawag pa ng nib. Yun yung isa-isang screen. Hassle yun, and luma na. Okay, so view did load. At tayo ngayon ng UI button. Low. Hirap. Di ba, okay lang. Sige. UI button. Okay, sabihin natin my button. My button is equals to UI button. Button with type. UI button. Custom. So, meron na tayong my button, no? So, wala pa yan. Wala pang properties, wala pang color, gano'n. And then, may tinatawag na properties frame. What the? So, ayun. Lagyan natin siya ng...
For documentation purposes.
Lagyan natin siya ng frame. Kapag kasi walang frame, hindi mo siya makikita kasi wala kang frame eh. So, lagyan natin siya ng frame. CG rect. Snake. Ayan. So, itong parameters na to, itong una, X, yun yung size niya. Yung X, size niya talaga. Hindi pala, sorry. Yan yung position niya sa screen mo. Kapag sinabi mo 0, 0, ang origin ng button mo, magiging sa 0, 0 ng screen mo. Sabihin natin load width. Self.view.frame.size.width. So, meaning na ito yung, ang magiging width ng button natin ay kung ano yung width ng screen natin. Okay. Tapos yung CG float height, float lang to, yung value na ipapasa natin dito, which is yung 44, yung ideal height ng buttons. Tapos pwede rin tayong gumamit ng center. Okay. Sige point name. Gawa tayo ng center. Pag-position na to ng button natin sa screen. Self.view.frame, size, frame, kalahati, kalahati. Okay. So, ano pang kulang? Ano na lang? Color. Background color. CG, UI color, color, ano lang? Red color. Tapos, text. The title label. Since label to, dapat may property siya na text. And a string, ayan. Ito na yung sinasabi kong string literal kanina. Kailangan, kapag mag-i-build ka ng string sa Objective-C, lagi may @ symbol. Okay, tapusin na natin. Hi, hello, photo. Okay, and then, lastly, i-add, ito na yung pinaka-importanting code to, itong ka-type ko ngayon, pag-add siya sa screen. Okay, self.view. Itong self.view yung screen natin mismo. Add sa view. So, ang hinihingi niya UI view. Itong UI button, subclass siya ng UI view. So, my button. So, ayun. Dapat meron na yan. Any questions? Kasi natin hindi ko na demo yung para may time pa. Kung ano man. Wala ng questions test na to. Ha?
Ano yung last demo?
Hindi, yung paggawa sana ng yung phone book app. Pero ang tagal eh. So, ito na yung button natin. Ba't nawawala yung...
Di ba nagawa mo na yung phone book app?
Oo, nagawa ko na. So, ito yung button natin. Hindi natin makita itong hello button na text. Kasi, hindi ko alam kasi baka kailangan pa natin i-set yung color ng title label. So, ayun, frame, origin niya 00. So, dapat dito siya. Tapos, yung width niya, yung buong width ng screen. And then, yung height, 44. Ayun, kita niyo sa dulo. 44. And then, center, since nilagyan natin siya ng center, ma-override itong coordinates natin sa taas. So, sabi ko lang, center ng kalahati ng width, tapos kalahati ng height. So, center na siya. So, dapat may hello button yan. So, siguro kailangan mo pang set yung color ng title. Okay. Okay na. Hindi na ako mag-demo ng phone book app. Hindi, sige, demo.
Yung gawa na.
Oo, gawa na. Sige. Kasi discuss ko na. Pero wala bang questions? Any questions?
Question. Yung gamit ni Idol, pwede ba ma-install sa Windows yan? Or Mac lang talaga?
Wala mang hindi. Ay, ano ba to? Itong IDE?
Yes.
Xcode, Mac lang, yeah. Pero may mga nagmamagaling na ini-install nila yung OS X sa Windows machine, sa mga PC. Opo, hirap. Kaya nang sinabi ni Sir Jerome nata, si Sir AR nagsabi nun, hindi mo rin na-deploy kasi may ma-add itong Mac, may mga keys to nalalaman, yung mga susi, gano'n. Ayun, basta ma-add ito. Opo, gano'n. So, okay. Ito yung ito yung phone book app. So, ayun nga, kanina para magkaroon tayo ng mabilis na explanation ng prompts. So, may navigation control tayo para may tayo, navigation bar. So, ito yung table natin. So, nakita nyo kanina yung kay Sir Jerome, may table siya na ginawa, na dinemo, na nai-scroll. And then, mayroon tayong new screen. Kapag click mo tong plus button, nakakonect siya dito. So, sabi niya, ipo-push niya, i-slide niya. So, meron tayong name, contact number, tapos button na save. Okay. Explain explain lang sa yung code. So, MVC or yun, OOP, may model tayo na contact. Yung contact natin, naglalaman siya ng properties na string na name ng tao, ng contact mo, tsaka number. Contact number. Tapos sa implementation, wala. Ito yung launch screen. Ito yung, since database yun, database to, kahit i-quits nyo, nandiyan pa rin. Sabihin natin, Di ko na pinalita yung keyboard, pero okay na din. Argelo. Hindi, dito. Alam niyo ba yung full name nito ni Argelo? Bawal ba i-disclose yung full name mo?
Pwede naman.
Pwede naman. So,
Kasi sila team type string lang naman makakakita.
Okay.
Ang bawal gawin is mag-post ng picture ko at itag ako doon. Okay?
Okay. Sige. Si Argelo nga pala, ano yan, senior namin ni Ronald Repolyo. Yan yung katabi ko kanina. Computer engineering kami sa University of the East Caloocan. Tapos, 5th year siya noon, matanda na. Kami 3rd year pa lang. So, naging
paano pa sila?
somehow ka-close ko siya kasi nagpapaturo ako sa kanya ng mga ng subjects namin. Kasi, pabida ako na, sabi ko gusto kong advance ako. Tapos, siyempre tinuturuan niya ako, gano'n.
Libre lang ito.
Libre lang. Kasi may siya magturo parang ako. So, ayan. May number si Argelo Bautista. 1, 2, 3, 4, 5, 6. Once na sinave natin yung contact, i-save niya muna sa database bago siya mag-pop. Yung pop pala, yun yung pagbalik. So, save. Yan. Diyan na siya. So, kapag in-stop natin to, nandun pa rin siya. Okay. Ayan. Nandiyan. Iba pa na ito. Kaya. Hindi pa na yan. Sorry. Hindi pa na ito. Okay. Saan ba yun? So, basta kapag niran mo siya, nandun pa rin. So, explain ko lang ulit. Ito yung models natin, yung contact. Kung alam niyo OOP, alam niyo yan. Tapos, ito yung unang screen natin. Okay. Meron tayo sa view tip flow. Wala tayo nilagay dyan. Tapos, every time na mag-appear siya, reload natin yung data natin. So, ayun na. Sige, hindi ka na explain. Kasi hindi nyo rin ako mag-get. Hindi, kasi it takes time para ma-explain ko. So, ito, nandito si Argelo. So, ayun. Ito yung, ang tawag dito cells. Pwede siyang customize. Parang sa Instagram. Sa Instagram kasi tawag doon collection view naman. Ito yung pag-browse na, ayan. 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 So, wala nang questions. Questions. Wala. Ay, ano.
Ayos mo ba? Kailangan pang mag-video ng kasi sa akin
oo. May accounts tayo dun. Ito, Xcode preferences. Bago ka makapag-develop or submit ng app mo, kailangan mo ng accounts dito. Basically, $99 per year. Mahal. Bago ka mapag-submit ng app mo. Tapos kapag company kayo, enterprise edition, $299. So, ayun. Ang dami niya, marami pa tong execan bago ka mapag-submit. Ano yan? Pwede. Oo naman. Hindi ka. Automatic na yon sa iOS, pero nasa sayo na kung i-handle mo yung codes mo. Kunwari, anong gagawin ng app mo dapat kapag ni-reject ng user yung, kunwari, di ba, ginamit mo yung isang app na may location, gagamitin yung geolocation mo, na may mapa. Tapos, pwede mo i-handle yun kapag anong gagawin ng app mo kapag kinancel ng user yung permission, kunwari, this application needs your location. Tapos kapag kinancel niya, pwede mo i-handle yun. So, yung paglabas ng paghingi ng permission, automatic na yun. Yun ba yung question mo? O hindi? Sige lang.
Kasi yung sa akin kasi, may tinatawag na manifest. Tapos nandun yung mga condition na
okay. Sige. Dito naman, sa iOS, may tinatawag na info.plist. So, ito yun. Yan yun. Nandiyan yung mga... So, ito na yun. Yung, alam ko yung manifest kasi napag-hello world ako sa Android. Pero, nag-boringan ako. Joke lang. Hindi kasi mas maganda yung iOS. So, kapag may gustong mag-mobile dev, mag-iOS na lang kayo para tumama tayo. Any questions? Questions? Wala. Wala na. Arjelo. Arjelo, wala na.
Walang related sa sinasabi.
Sabi niya sa akin lang.
Walang related sa sinasabi.
Sige. So, close ka na to. Ano yun? Ano? Huwag na siguro kasi wala naman sila matututuhan pag ginagawin ko yan.
Dapat basic foundation muna sa Objective-C. Para alam mo
Okay. Okay. Ay, wala na yung question, Arjelo.
Wala na.
Sige, wala na. So, wala na questions. Close na, gano'n. Okay. Sige, so, ayun lang. Sana may natutunan kayo. So, hindi na kayo nag-wonder. Kasi ako dati nag-wonder. Paano ba ginagawa yung iOS app, yung mga app sa cellphone, tapos kung anong programming language, gano'n. Ayun lang. So, walang questions. Sana may natutunan kayo. Okay, yun lang.
Okay. Maraming salamat sa pag-impart ng iyong knowledge about iOS development. It's a pleasure having you here. Okay, so sisingit lang ako kasi I need to kailangan ko i-distribute yung t-shirt. So, teka. Magsiset up lang ako somewhere here. Okay. Teka lang kailangan ako'y nananawagan kay Matthew Balbanero. Punta ka dito. Tapos kay Nelson David. Wala. Kay John Robert Baliber. Wala. Okay. Kay Ronald Ken Mahay. Wala rin. Kay Renzo Bernardo. Ronald Ken. Check na lang. Renzo Bernardo. And wala na. Salamat. And of course, isisingit ko na rin yung naudlot na talk ko kanina. No? Medyo napahiya ako ron. So I just want to redeem what's left of my credibility. So kanina, sinusubukan natin mag-deploy ng Azure. So ayan. tinest ko na siya at nag-work naman. Hopefully, mag-work na ulit siya ngayon. So this is pddemo2.azure.website.net. So, recall lang kanina, nakagawa na tayo ng kung ano-anong infrastructure natin, pati yung services natin, nagawa na rin natin. Ngayon, kailangan na natin i-deploy yung application. So, yung deployment ng application is very simple lang. Ito yung project, web project. I-right click mo lang siya, tapos ipapublish mo. And then, kapag nag-publish ka, papalitan mo itong profile. Gagawin mo is, click mo to, tapos na magsa-sign in ka dyan, pipili ka ng subscription mo, pipili ka ng resource group, and then itatype mo yung pangalan ng resource group. Which is the PD there. Tapos ito, i-click natin yung website kanina, which is the pddemo2. Yun. And then, i-okay mo yan. Tapos nun, next. As you can see, pddemo2 na yan. Tapos automatic na rin yung password, pati yung destination URL. Tapos ayan, automatic na rin yan. Next rin. And then, publish. So, ayan. Magpa-publish na siya. Nagde-deploy na siya niyan. So, nagka-copy-paste na siya ng file mula dito sa ating machine, papunta doon sa app service natin. So, habang dinedeploy niya yan, bigyan niyo ko ng number 1 to 10. 4. Okay. 1, 2, 3. Ba't ayaw? Teka lang, ito. 1, 2, 3, 4. Uy, isa pa. Wala. Ang ilan lang ba ito? Yung ba 46 lang pala? Teka, mapagulit ko lang yung formula.
69 talaga.
49 pala, 49. Okay, ulit. Number ulit? Stick na ba kayo sa 4? 1, 2, 3, 4. Okay. Uy! Ezra! Nasa ka? Get your t-shirt. Okay. Thank you very much. Isa lang. Wala na akong t-shirt. Hindi pa siya tapos mag-deploy. Tapos na. Teka lang. Tapos na nga ba? Oops, tapos na. Kaya lang, inuha niyo yung cache. So, refresh. Yan yung previous. And then, dinaya ko lang yan. Kanina. Ayan na yung ating deploy, which is yung template ng new web application. So, ganun lang kasimple ang deployment ng web application sa Azure. Just a few clicks. Actually, kung kayo ay isang totoong programmer, pwede rin yan sa PowerShell. Nga lang, hindi ako totoong programmer, so I don't know how to do that. Pero biruin nyo, kung na-script nyo yun, makakapag-deploy kayo ng kahit anong gusto rin nyo. Hindi sa press of an enter button. Okay. Any questions? Any questions? None. Isa-send ko na lang yung instruction sa inyo. Ipopost ko na lang sa groups yung instruction about dun sa ginawa natin kaninang umaga. Now, I'm going to give the floor to Sir Jonel with his IoT talk. Okay. Sige. Okay. Mag-ano lang siya. Mag-prepare lang siya. Ako rin, mag-prepare lang din.
Ayan, so habang nag-set up sila, few more announcements. Wait lang guys. Ayan. For the gamers ulit, this coming June, Manila Majors, huwag niyong kalimutan, SMO Arena. And Esports and Gaming Summit is October 20 to 30 SMX. Ayan. So see you all there. Next week, sa mga mahilig naman sa kotse, transport show, that will be May 19 to 22, SMX. So far, na-enjoy naman niya naman ba ang Meetup? Yes. Ano? Oh, paano nga? Anything under the sun? Okay. Sige, putigin niya yata.
Tatanong ko lang po yung plugin sa kanila, sa
Okay.
paano yung notes namin database ko. Kasi nagkakamas rin mas yung database.
Oh.
Pag i-upload ko sa...
Kasi kanina nagkakaproblema din ako dyan. I guess we're encountering the same problem. Ang solusyon daw doon is palitan mo yung owner. Kasi ako, kino-configure ko yung database ko as default. So kung SA yan, SA yan. Kung password 1 yan, password 1 yan. Sa Azure, bawal gamitin yung SA as database owner. So, hindi ko pa alam kung paano ko papalitan yung database owner na dinedeploy ko. Pero once na napalitan ko daw yun, everything would be fine.
Pwede mo kasi i-set multiple database credentials sa XML file ng app mo. So, yung isa pang production, yung isa pang development. So, pag in-play mo yun, automatic, susunod select the database mo. So, that is the right way to do it. Doon sa may, di ba, pag gumawa ka ng application, you could have an XML file where you put all the settings, right? Including the database connection. And you could also specify there, ito yung connection ko for development, ito yung connection ko for production. That's why when you deploy your app, di ba, you choose the environment release. Yan.
Okay. Kamusta naman? Any other question? Anything under the sun?
Ay, isa pa pala. Don't forget pala, kasi when you create, assuming lang na you use SQL Azure, no, the database, hindi yung SQL Server na deploy on a VM. Don't forget to set the firewall setting, yung IP address, yung allowed na IP kung sino pa connect. So, meron yung checkbox na allow Azure services to connect, or ang alternate nun, 0000 to 0000, allow all.
Okay, yung setting na yung makikita yun sa SQL Server. Di ba kanina nag-configure tayo ng SVR, PD demo, SQL Server? Yun. Nandun yun. May firewall setting doon. Actually, ipapakita niya nga yung kung ano yung current IP address mo. So, pwede mong i-specify doon na kung ano yung IP na ginagamit mo ngayon is i-allow niya ma-access. Pero mas madali na yung yung 00 allow all. Para mag-reset ka man ng DSL.
You don't do that. Don't do that.
Oh, yun nga lang. Huwag mong gagawin yun sa production, ha?
Allow all.
Ayan na pala. Okay, mukhang okay kasi Sir John. Ang kanyang topic ngayon is saan katutak na IoT?
Good afternoon. So, marami bang natutunan so far?
Yes.
Okay. So,
Hello.
Okay. So, my topic for today is about IoT. So, sino ba nakakaalam ng IoT? So, mostly. So, a few almost. So, IoT, meaning na IoT is Internet of Things. So, any device that you connect to internet with IO is considered IoT. Okay? So, let's proceed. So, about me, I'm a .NET software developer, C# and PD, mostly C#. Previously, I was a sub-business one, SDK consultant. And also, this is my pastime yung pag-develop ng paglaro ng embedded applications like yun, Arduino, Raspberry Pi, STEM32. Okay? So, what is IoT? Actually, ito kinopya ko lang sa Google. Okay, so, yun, nabanggit ko kanina, any device that is connected to Ethernet with integration from outside world is considered IoT. Embedded devices, I mean. Okay? So, these are the commonly used IoT devices. So, ito, familiar ba sa inyo nito? Raspberry Pi, Arduino Uno, which is commonly used. For this demo, I will use the 80 mega 2560. Kasi yung Arduino Uno, napadala ko na sa bahay, so wala akong magamit. And fortunately, may project ako previously na config, so yun na lang gagamitin ko sa demo. And as well as STM32. So ito yung itsura ng STM32. Meron na siyang display, touchscreen, and also meron siyang Arduino headers. So lahat ng shields na compatible sa Arduino, pwede nyo yung i-apply dito. And this one, pwede kayong mag-build via embed.org. Let me show you. Create lang kayo ng account doon. Because this device is embed compatible. By the way, yung chipset nito is ARM7 as well, pang Raspberry Pi. Okay, so yun. Create lang kayo ng account and login. Yung ID nun is parang Eclipse. So yung language na ginagamit is C++. And as well as may mga template na rin dyan na pwede nyong gamitin for development. So yung after nyan, pag nagawa nyo na, pwede nyong i-download yung file and i-load dito. So, magagamit nyo na yung features niya like touchscreen and what do you call this? Iba pang features. So, pakita ko lang yung yung tsura niya kung ano. Kita ba? Yan siya. So, touchscreen na rin siya. Video player. Actually, mayroon siyang additional apps. Discarded control. Yan. Pwede mag-control ng sprinkler. Yan. Yan. Pwede mong i-on off. And then, the blocks. Yan. Sample apps nito, actually pag dinownload nyo sa may ST, yung website nila, may mga sample applications din doon na pwede nyong gamitin kung i-develop kayo using this device. Okay? So, may audio player din, BNC, pwede nyong i-remote this device using BNC protocol. Okay? So, disconnect ko na. So, go back tayo to slides. Yes.
Pero magkano yung
Screen. Ito? Pag binili mo, may kasama na siya. Yung price nito, if I remember, is nasa 2,200 nasa RS. Okay. So, what about tools? So, mostly, sa demo ko is gagamitin natin yung Arduino IDE. Fermata, sino familiar ng Fermata protocol? So far, try ka na, sir? So, na-try mo na yung Johnny 5 and other...
Ginamit lang po pang video.
Oh, okay, okay. So yun, isang way din yun para makakommunicate ka directly kay Arduino. So, sa demo ko, gagamit tayo ng Johnny 5. Why I choose Johnny 5? Johnny 5 is a JavaScript framework na pwedeng mag-communicate sa Arduino device natin. And the advantage of that is yung objects na nag-create ni Johnny 5 pwedeng integrate sa Node. So, if pwedeng tumakbo sa Node, pwede tayo mag-embed ng ibang applications like Express, as well as database, MongoDB, ano pa, JSON parsers, yun. Pwede natin gamitin yun along with Johnny 5. And as well as Visual Studio Code. Yung Visual Studio Code, gamitin ko lang pag-edit ng files, pang-open ng files. Okay? So, demo 1, Hello World IoT. So, let me show you. Ulang ka natin. Sana hindi. So, close ko muna na. So basically, this is the code sa demo 1 natin yung link. So ang mangyayari is i-run natin yung code via Node. Then yung Node is mag-communicate via Fermata para maran yung gusto natin mangyari. In which dito sa demo is mag-blink. So yung lead 1 is 100 milliseconds yung delay. Lead 2 is 500 milliseconds. So, ganito lang yung pag-initialize. So, include na natin yung Johnny 5, initialize the port, and then hook tayo sa event na ready. And then doon, may callback function, instantiate the object. Like, for example, sa atin is nagamitin natin yung LED at pin 9 and pin 10. Sa na-configure ko is connected sa pin 9 and pin 10. Okay? So, yes, kaya ba? Kaya. Subang lagi. Kita ba? Sa naka-online, kita nyo ba? Okay, try natin patakbuhin yung demo. Okay, so where's my demo? Okay. So, yung command is, nandito yung mga demo natin. So, yung first is yung link. So, type ko lang, no, link. Sorry. Okay. Dito ba? Nag-initialize faster. Okay, what happened? Good. Yan. Ay, sorry. Yan. Kita nyo? Yung isa mabilis, yung isa medyo mabagal kasi 500 milliseconds yung na-set natin na delay. Yun. So, na-notice nyo, pag ginayin natin yung code sa Arduino IDE, it takes, I think, initialize 1 line, and then 4 lines para sa delay, and sa dalawang LED. Doon kanina, na-notice nyo, ilang codes na lang. Ayun, initialize, and then, actually yung ito is para makontrol natin yung LED outside sa Node IDE. Sa, what do you call this? Sa terminal ng Node. So, for example, gusto kong i-off, stop yung LED 1. So, I just type hit 1, stop. Open, close. Nag-off. Yan. Nag-stop yung ano. So, gusto kong i-on, i-off siya. LED that off na. Yan, off. Ay, sorry. Yan. Pwede ma-always on top. Wala, stop mo na. Stop. Stop that. This left and right. Para magtap. Ito ba, sir? Snap. Drag na lang yung right and to left. Okay. It should be like this. Pero sige. Yan. Yan. So, try natin i-on ulit yung LED 1. On. There you go. So, sa terminal, pwede natin i-control yung ang device natin going terminal. So, programmatically, pwede mo siyang i-code and then, what do you call this? Once na tumakbo na yung code nyo, pwede nyo pang i-control yung object. Okay? So, yun yung purpose ng code natin. Ito siya. Pang in-export natin, maging global yung variable. Okay? So, yun sa main. Second is button. Okay. Ano ba yung button na yan? So, let me close this one. So, the same, okay. Let me explain first ako. Yung sa button. Okay. So, the same. Initialize the object. And then, you do what you want on the button. So, for this one, maglalag tayo sa terminal para makita natin kung na-press ba natin yung button or kung anong nangyari. Okay? So, let's run. No. Yeah. Okay. So, yun, initialize na siya. So, let's see if out na. Right na. Nangyari sila. Yun. Kita nyo? Nag-ano siya? Nag-change yung, naglalag yung, ay, teka. Kita na. Yan. So, pag pinress ko, naka-hold, binitawan, nag-up. From there, pwede kayong gumawa ng event. Para kung anong gusto nyo yung event, it's either magbabato ng payload ng JSON data sa web or I don't know. So, yun. Yun yung sa button natin. Okay? Any questions ba so far? Yes, sir.
Sir, ano po, kailangan pa bali yung
Genify, yeah.
Ano, hindi na kailangan mag-upload ng code through IDE ng Arduino.
Okay. Actually, nakita mo ginagawa tayo ng code. So, ang ginagawa nun is, kino-combine yung code, kino-convert sa Arduino code sa, what do you call this, parang bytecode, and then sinisend sa Arduino. And notice mo kanina, pag nag-run tayo, yung initialize, this one, and then, ito yung last initialize, it means napadala niya na yung code.
Hindi mo na bali kailangan na dumaan pa kay IDE magko-configure.
No need na, no need na.
Direct.
Yung about sa IDE, okay. About sa paano siya na-integrate yung JavaScript natin going to Arduino. So, as I mentioned kanina sa presentation, excuse me. So, i-load na natin yung Fermata data. So, nandito siya sa may examples and then, what is the Fermata data? Yan, this one. And then you load the standard. Yan, standard Fermata. Yan, pag binato mo na yun sa Arduino, yung ibang language like Janify, which is JavaScript framework, pwede na mag-communicate sa Arduino Uno mo. Or in this example, Arduino Mega 2560. It's not limited only to Arduino. Pwede rin kami gumamit ng ibang boards like Raspberry Pi. Where is it? So, yun. Ito yung mga supported language na pwedeng magamit using Fermata protocol. So, nandyan yung Python, Perl, Ruby, sadly walang VB6. Ayan. PHP, .NET. Yan, lahat yan. Pwede nyo gamitin. As long as ma-load nyo yung library and send nyo sa whatever yung port ng Arduino Uno natin or Arduino Mega, pwede kang mag-send ng code. And then, Fermata data na yung bahala kung mag-convert sa Arduino. Okay? Questions pa? Wala? Okay, so let's proceed. So, yun yung sa button. So, show me the data. So, let's see if we can send a text inside the Arduino and display it on our LCD display. Okay. So, let's end this one. Sana sakto yung alignment. Hindi ko alam kung yan. Nangyari. Oh. Nagdalawa yung wires. Saglit sobrang tagal niyang nakakonek. Nag-lose na. Okay, sorry. Bakit nag-overlap yung dalawa? Data, saglit lang ba? One, and then this one is so that's again. Yun, like mali yung, kita nyo yung text, baliktad lang. Ayun. Okay. So, medyo tabagalan natin ng konti para makita nyo yung message. So, gawin natin itong 5 seconds or let's say 8 seconds before mag-change ng text. This one, that or what? Okay, so again. Kita nyo yung LCD, yung kulay, ayan. So, 8 seconds, then mag-print ng ibang characters yun. Okay? So, ganun lang kadali, paano mag-send ng data. Pag titingnan nyo to sa Arduino IDE, yung sample nila, medyo mahaba yung code. So, let's say, open an example. Yung circuit nito is almost the same sa example ng Arduino. So, yung ginawa natin is in-integrate natin yung Johnny 5 para mag-communicate going sa Arduino. So, meron ditong LCD. Where's the LCD? Display. Oh, I forgot about this one. Yeah, liquid crystal display. And then, it's a hello world. Yan. Yan siya. So, medyo mahaba ng konti. Pero doon kanina, automatic, na-initialize niya na. And, okay, let's go open. Yan. So, the same din yung, yung pag-initialize sa kay Arduino Arduino IDE. So, what will you do is just initialize the object of LCD, and then ito yung pin configuration natin. So, first is the reset, the enable, and then your 4 bits, 4 data bits para mag-communicate sa LCD natin. So, na-define ko yung rows is 4 because I use 4x16 LCD, yung HD 44780, and then 16 columns yung Ang mostly na, I think, nabibili is 2-liner, yung 2x16 or 2x20, yung medyo mahaba. So, i-change nyo lang to. Okay. Don't worry sa may site ni Johnny 5, maraming examples doon, magsasawa kayo. Keep on experiment para ma-familiarize nyo yung API. So, yung ibang developers gumawa ng way para magamit yung yung JavaScript mag-communicate sa Arduino natin. Arduino device. Okay? So, next is this is the okay, let's see kung ano pa yung pwedeng gawin ni Johnny 5 and Arduino using Node.js. So, naman ako dito kinati-paste din na program because yan na yung uso ngayon. So, okay.
Pagkatapos mag-control si Control B, i-control H nyo.
Yan.
Bind all.
Suggestion pala sa mga nagka-copy, make sure na alam nyo yung kinakopy yung code. Kasi minsan, na-deploy nyo sa production, hindi nyo alam pala, may mga butas yung code na yun. So, pag nag-code review, yari kayo.
Butas ka.
Either mawalan ka ng trabaho or yun, magsisikat ka pa. Okay?
Ano nangyari ko sa other? Sa Nissan Apple overfill naman. Nandun kasi sa always.
Talagang kinapit yung code. Okay, let me explain this code. So, yun. In-include na natin yung Express. Familiar pa kayo sa Express? Yung ginagamit sa web framework using Node. Express, serve-fab icon, Morgan, cookie parser, and body parser. This one is kinapit sa template ng Express app. Okay? So, notice nyo yung sequence. And then, nag-define ng routes. And then, yung gumagamit ng view template. So, yun, J-file. Yan siya. So, ito na yung HTML niya. So, yun, in-include natin yung object ng Johnny 5 para yung purpose is try natin i-control sa web yung Arduino natin. Okay, kaya Fermata protocols. So, yun. So, initialize the Express, initialize the Johnny 5 object. So, once it's ready, all set, pwede na kayo mag-define ng mga routes ninyo. So, dito, nag-define ako ng on, off, and then dito, nag-create ako ng API na later, kung familiar kayo sa JSON, pwede kayo mag-send ng JSON data. What do you call this? Kung nag-develop ka ng any device supported ng JSON, pwedeng ibato dito sa web server na to and makontrol niya yung Arduino. So, phone, ano ba ba? So, yun. So, let's say, you have another web app na nag-communicate via web API, pwede nyo makontrol yung Arduino using this application. So, gagawin na nun is i-parse natin yung body, kukunin natin yung kung ano, whatever yung data dun sa body, and then, may define akong object doon. So, kung yung value is on, i-on natin yung LED 1. If off, i-off din natin. So, same dito, LED on, LED off. And then, return tayo ng status successful yung API. Okay? So, this one is additional routes na ginagamit ng Express. Okay? So, let's start the web application. So, i-on ko lang yung web server. So, I just type npm start. Okay. So, what it will do is, it will initialize the Arduino. So, yun. Running na siya. Then, let's see. Yeah. Oh, okay. Okay pala siya. So, let's begin. Yun. Ano yung application natin? Initialize. So, ready na siya. So, let's check. Ayan siya. Thank you, Dimo guys. Pinagbigyan ko. Pick mo na lang mouse. So, let's say, on natin. Sana gumana. Yun. Off. Off siya. Okay, so, nakuha ba? So, yun yung advantage ng Janify. Pwede tayo mag-integrate ng application via web. So, actually, it's not limited to Janify. Pwede kayong gumamit ng ibang framework. Like, yun, kanina, nalista ko na yung languages doon na supported ng Fermata. Pwede nyo gamitin yun. So, nakita nyo kanina yung .NET. So, more likely, pwede siya sa MVC. Okay? So, next is, so, nakukontrol na natin yung EP. So, let's try yung API. So, para ma-check natin kung yung phone natin is pwedeng mag-control then ng Arduino natin. Okay? So, I opened the Peddler. Ito yung ginagamit sa pag-debug ng JSON. So, I pick this one. Yun. So, ito ba yung address natin? Ayun, okay. So, yun. Kanina. Nakita nyo sa code, meron tayong ginawang route na API/LED. Ito siya. Ano yung API niya? Yun, ito siya. So, if ever mag-send tayo ng payload data, ng payload doon sa route na to, notice nyo naka-post naka-post action. So, dito, select to as post. Bakit post yung preferred? Kasi, para hindi kita yung information sa may query string. So, dapat nasa body always. So, later, kung may authentication pa siya, gusto nyo i-secure yung web API ninyo, pwede siya. So, more likely, what do you call this? Para ma-secure yung data, yun, gamit tayo ng post request. Okay? So, let's execute this one. Dapat yung lead 1 mag-on. Yun. Kita? So, i-on din natin yung LTD2. Ayan siya. See? So, kung may application kayo na kayang mag-support ng JSON, pwede nyo na makontrol yung Arduino. So, let's say, off natin yung LED1, execute, yan na off siya. Okay? So, yun yung isang advantage ng Johnny 5 using via web API. Okay, questions? So far, wala? Medyo complicated ba? Okay. So, yung circuit nito actually, simple lang. Dinivide natin doon sa sa application natin. Nag-initialize tayo ng LED. Ito siya. So, notice yung kanina, kung na-remember nyo kanina, yung sa demo 1, yung link, dinifine ko sa pin 9 and pin 10. So, the same din dito. Initialize lang natin yung object, and then we can make use of that object if i-define ang i-call natin dito sa loob ng routes natin. Okay? So, yun yung process ng application natin. Okay? So, saan ba tayo? So, far lang questions? Okay. So, last is, ano ba yung last? Okay. So, using IMU sensor. So, what is IMU? Ang IMU sensor is yun yung ginagamit sa pag-measure ng inertia. Notice nyo yung sa mga hoverboard. Pag tinumba mo siya, na-detect niya. So, yun. Ito yung sensors na ginagamit doon. So, meron siyang accelerometer, gyro, magnetic, pressure, and altitude and temperature. So, ito yung, kung nakita nyo, ito yung sensor na kinonect ko na sa Raspberry Pi. Wait na, i-zoom natin. Yan siya. Kita ba? Yan siya. Yan. So, yung sensor na to is, I think 10 sensors yung kaya niya i-support. So, yun din na na-mention. Meron siyang gyro, accelerometer, what do you call this, and many more. So, ano yung gamit ng sensor na to? So, i-try natin i-power up yung, yung Raspberry Pi para makita nyo. Nagka-laser ka na, David. Yun na kita lang nakuha. Last 2 days ko lang tinower up.
Gyro? Anong hiwaga ang bumabalot sa gyro at saka sa temperature ng sensor?
Malaki dito na yung Valentine's Day.
Ay? Oops. Hindi ko alam yan. Makakapag-predict pa tayo ng intensity ng earthquake sa February 14. And as of now, sineset up ni Sir Jonel ang kanyang Raspberry Pi. Yan. Aminin ko man hindi, yun na sa akin yung ginagawa niya. So, I don't really know. Pero, si Sir Jonathan kasi isang IoT enthusiast. By the way, easy yan si Sir Jonathan. Wow, can you see that? Nag-pro-project siya ng Raspberry Pi.
So, nag-boot up yung Raspberry Pi natin. Okay, tayo na natin yung konti. So, i-demo ko lang kung ano yung gamit ng sensor. Okay? So, let's...
Sinaspa niya ng keyboard at mouse, yung Raspberry
So,
Pi.
by the way, yung Raspberry Pi, it's a complete computer, ARM7. So, capable mag-run actually ng Node. Meron ding Node.js to. Kung limited ka na sa port sa Raspberry Pi, actually this one, you can as well what do you call this? Integrate. Meron siyang GPIO na tinatawag. So, pwede kang i-connect ng mga sensors dyan. And pwede mag-control din. The same with the Arduino. But advantage nito is more powerful siya sa Arduino Uno and Mega. Kasi, as I said, computer na siya. And then mayroong Linux, tatangin na Rust yan. Pwede kayo mag-load dito ng Windows 10 IoT Core. And as well, pwede kayo doon mag-code and mag-control ng sensor. But I prefer yung Linux kasi yung mga libraries compatible, mostly compatible sa Raspberry Pi. Okay, so let's start. Start X. Start natin yung X gated. Okay. Ayan siya. So, yun. Yung maliwanag computer natin. So, Linux din siya. Okay. So, para ma-access natin yung yung demo application nasa wait lang.
Ayan na. Makikita niyo yung ginagawa niya. That is a mark of a true programmer. Gumamit ng command. Parang gumamit niya. Tinatablan na ako. Hakit ha. Capital letter. Okay. ASCII, diba?
Yan. So, yun yung mga information. Yan yung mga information na makukuha natin sa sensor na to. So, it's composed of two wire. Power, ground, what do you call this? Gumagamit ito ng I2C protocol. What we mean I2C is inter-integrated circuit. So, nag-combinate tayo what do you call this? Yun, I2C, pang serial. So, kung remove natin yung sensor, ayan, kita nyo. Ayan. So, nag-project niya yung TV object natin. Okay? So, yan siya. So, yung na-mention ko kanina, yung sa mga hoverboard, yan, malalaman niya kung nag-flip or umikot or ano may yung gagawin ng sensor. Depende sa calibration niyo. Pwede i-calibrate dito. Yan, pwede yung gamitin yung information na ito na nabibigay. Actually, meron din siyang temperature, humidity, pressure. So, yun, kung nag-change yung mga altitude, magamit niyo yung pressure. And the barometer, I think meron din to. So, yung temperature, try natin kung yan, notice nyo, hinawa ko ngayon, nag-increase yung temperature kasi kumukuha ng heat sa kamay ko. Yan siya. So, basically, yun yung nagagawa ng IMU sensor natin. One of objective with this library is gusto ko rin siyang ma-integrate sa 3GS. Familiar kayo sa 3GS? Yung 3D sa web. So, yun. Gagawin mo lang doon, isucall mo dito yung library na RTIMU Live. Export mo sa Node and then post the JSON data with this captured information. So, ito yung mga pwede mong i-capture na information sa sensors. Based sa library na RTIMU. Okay? Yung library na ito is available din sa GitHub. I-share ko na lang yung link later. So, okay. So, may tanong? Yes, sir.
Ano lang, pag ano ba, sir? Pag, di ba yung pi naman, since ano naman, pag naging may default OS na yan, di ba?
Yes, on our example, we use Raspbian OS.
Pwede sir, mag-install ako ng other OS na Linux-based, right? Pero,
yes, definitely.
Pero limited ba yung sa usual computer, di ba meron ang Linux, mga picture...
okay. So, yung mga applications you need. You can check sa Ubuntu. Meron silang Ubuntu core na tinatawag. Ubuntu Snappy. Yun yung mga light desktop. Si Arch Linux, I think, meron din. Si Windows 10, meron din. And mostly, yung active na notice ko is yun, si Raspbian OS and si Windows 10 IoT core. Maraming nagpo-post ng mga examples, ano yung mga sensors na gagagawa nila. Yan siya. You can check sa Google, I think. Search nyo lang, yun, kanina na sabi ko, yung Ubuntu Core, Ubuntu Snappy. Yan. So far, yun yung mga, ano. And you can check as well sa may website ng Raspberry Pi. Meron doon nakalista ng mga third party na OS na kaya nyo support. Actually, kahit hindi nakalista doon, as long as yung pag-compile ng operating system is ARM7, ARM7, compatible yan. I'm sure compatible yan. Okay, questions pa? Cover? Yes, sir. Yeah. I'm not sure kung kaya. Pero nakita ko yung Chrome OS pwede. So, I think, yun, Android OS din yun, di ba? Yung, or ibang entity. Hindi ko sure. Pero yung Chrome OS, definitely, pwede. Nakita ko saan. Yes, sir.
Sa iso kasi, programmer na siya, wala akong alam sa mga services.
Okay.
Hindi alam kung ano pag-aaralan ko. Meron ba akong reference para pag-aaralan?
Actually, sa IoT, hindi mo kailangan magaling sa electronics. Yung basic lang, paano mag-compute ng voltage, anong required voltage sa device mo. So, the usual naman pag sa digital circuit kasi, pag sinabi mong digital, automatic yung 1 is 5 volts. Yan siya, sa TTL. Pero sa IoT natin, depende sa device. Pag sinabi mong GPI o yung high nun, it's either 3.3 volts or 5. Standard yun. Standard yun siya. And then, yung, na problema, let's say, for example, mag-iterate tayo ng relay sa IoT device natin. So, which is, let's say, kailangan may control yung lights, di ba? So, may mga ready circuits na rin yun sa internet. And, check mo lang paano nila gina. May pattern yun. The usual pag-relay, isang transistor. So, let's say, yung common doon is 2N3904. Usually, pag nag-post sila ng circuit, may mga, may mga specs na yun. At by standard, yun, sa experiment is, ginagamit yun is NPN transistor na 2N3904. And pag sinabi mong, yung trigger port natin, yung high is 5 volts, and 0 is ground or 0 volts. Pag 5 volts, yung trigger voltage sa sa transistor is 0.7. So para ma-compute mo yung current na kailangan, check ka sa manual ng transistor. So the usual yun, pag sinabing 5 volts, yung automatically yung pumapasok sa isip ko is 6.8K kasi yun yung nakikita ko sa specs ng transistor. Okay? And try to check sa ibang website na, if I remember, yung yung sa mga EE websites, pang electronics engineering, minsan din nagpo-post sila ng mga basic circuit like gano'n, yung mga relay, paano mag-control ng servo. Yan. Pero pag medyo hindi ka talaga familiar, pwede kang gumamit ng shields. Yun, automatically compatible yun sa Arduino. Kaya na-mention mo kanina, yung mga IoT device natin. Meron siya mga header. Ito yung tinatawag na header. So, itong header na to, connection yan, standard Arduino header. So, lahat ng sensor na pwede gamitin sa Arduino, pwede magamit dito. Yan siya. Sandali check ko kung nadala ko yung relay. Ayun. Ito pa na natin. So, yun. Ito yung sinasabi kong shield. Ito yung relay shield. So, ready na rin ito. Ipa-fire mo na lang. Lagyan mo lang ng logic high dito sa may pin. Ayun, nakapulit. Ayun. Lagyan mo lang. Okay, try na lang natin i-set sa mga. Wait na. Yan. So, yun. Ito yung, basically ito yung mga relays. Ito yung relays, ito yung controller na yung sinasabi ko kaninang transistor. And then, dito tayo nag-i-input ng logic high or logic low sa may mga pins na to. Okay? So, yun. By standard yun nga, nasabi ko kanina, pag sinabi mong digital, automatic yung voltage na ginagamit doon, pag high is 5 volts. Pag TTL. Pag low is 0 volts. It means gang. Pag inverted, syempre 0 yung high, 5 yung low. So ito yung sinasabi kong shields na pwede nyo nang gamitin kung nag-experiment kayo sa Arduino. Yan siya. Actually ito nagamit ko sa isang water pump. Kaya niyan, kaya i-fire. Kahit gumamit ka ng 220 volts kasi ang purpose ng relay pala is ma-isolate yung high power, high voltage natin sa microcontroller natin. Okay? Yan siya. So, kung nag-send ng signal yung Arduino, ng let's say high, or let's say, so example natin kanina, lead on, mag-fire yung relay natin, so mag-close circuit, mag-on yung appliance natin. For example, kung yan yung kinonected mo. Okay, sir? Nasagot ba yung tanong mo? Kailangan mo lang, yung basic electronics lang na yun, paano mag-compute ng current based on, let's say, meron kang 0.7 na voltage and ganito yung current.
Mas mataas ang voltahe, mas malakas ang sabo.
Tsaka, yun din, kailangan mo na may umusok para mag-learn ka. Ayan.
Mag-ingat ka sa capacitor, pumuputok ka. Or lang naman ka. Mura lang pagkasila.
Actually, yung yung Arduino Uno, last time nag-share ako doon sa Facebook page, diba? Si Pinkbox, I think, binibenta ng 500 na lang yata, or less pa. Actually, kung medyo magaling ka na sa Arduino, pwede kang bumili ng IC lang. Bili ka lang ng IC, I think nakita ko sa Alexa 100 pesos. So, kung may device ka, and let's say meron kang mass produce na project, gamitin mo yung device pang flash ng IC. And then, di mo na kailangan ng buong board para mag-control ng ng let's say project. Kahit yung IC na lang na yun na na-flash mo. And then, yun, ilagay mo sa circuit mo, and then yun, pwede mo nang i-production. Let's say, may project. Okay. So, questions pa? So, kung wala nang questions, may add ka pa. So far, yun na yung sa demo ko. So, i-share ko na lang later yung libraries na ginamit doon. So, yung Arduino, Genify, sa GitHub din yun. Integration, ito yung sample lang. So, dito ako kumuha ng sample. Raspberry Pi. Ito yung library kanina sa may INU sensor. Sa GitHub din. Unfortunately, hindi ko nakakita yung Windows 10 kasi yung laptop ko ayaw lumakbo ng dito. Gusto ko sana mag-demo, pa-connect ng Azure. Pero kung may next, sige, pakita natin na yung device mo, let's say for example, nagmamonitor ka ng baha. So, maglagay ka lang doon ng mga sensors. And then, pwedeng mag-send ng, di ba, na demo kanina na pwedeng mag-send ng payload ng JSON data. So, yung mga sensors mo na yun, kung connected sa internet yun, yung mga IoT devices mo, kung connected sa internet yun, and then, pag, let's say, every 5 minutes, para hindi masyadong malaki yung data, every 5 minutes, nagsisend ng information sa, let's say, sa Azure. Ayan, pwede mong, let's say, 1 month, kunin mo yung information ng sensor. Let's say, for example, this one is temperature. Pwede kang monitor ng temperature, pressure. Ayan. Actually, this one, yung mga malapit sa bulkan, pwedeng gamitin to. Kasi nadidetect yung vibration. And then, may temperature din. So, kung ibabaon mo to sa lupa, so, yun, nadidetect yung movement ng lupa. So, pwede rin siyang application. Okay? So, yun. That concludes my presentation. So, kung wala nang questions, okay. Sino next? Sa group, if available, nakita niyo na minsan pag free ako, minsan nagtutroll din. Ayan.
Pero pag professional groups na, syempre, property.
So, yun. Minsan, syempre, busy din, experiment, yun. So, yun, I notice minsan offline din. And pag may time, yun, always, nag-online naman ako doon. And then, kung may mga questions na medyo interesting, try natin sagutin. Huwag lang yung masyadong basic na paano gumag-hello world. Diba? College na kayo, guys. Go up. Okay? So, that's all. Thank you.
Sir Jonel. Okay. So I guess this is the moment that we've all been waiting for. No, hindi siya raffle. Siya raffle. Ang industry talk ni Sir Edison. Okay. Bali, pag-repeat lang Sir Jonel. Set up lang ni Sir Edison. Si Sir Edison is a CEO ng Hubnob.TV. O nga pala, no? Maraming salamat sa Hubnob sa pag-provide ng ating live stream. Magaling. Salamat din kay MJ for her special participations in her
May dami pasalamat tayo kay Sir Edison. Kung hindi sa kanya, hindi natuloy yung Meetup.
Oo, dahil siya ang nag-reserve nito ng Microsoft venue.
Kasi nabanggit namin last time na Meetup. And then yun, sumingit siya.
Then, ayan, yun. Nag-materialize ang hindi inaasahang magmamaterialize. Complete with live streaming pa. Grabe. Pero nyo, ang first meetup ba? Tama ba? This is the Carlo? Oh, this is the first meetup of programmers developers.
So, well, actually, Ricardo's. Wala na ba ako?
Sige na, sir. Ano ba?
Okay ba kayo, guys?
Okay ba?
Yes. Kaya pa. Ayan. So, ako yung magulo sa programmers developers. Lagi nag-post na kung ano-ano. Ayan. Siguro most of you nakikita niyo lagi pangalan ko doon. Sino ba ito? Ano na to? Gabi-gabi, di ba? So, So actually, I'll be, this is the first time in my entire history as an IT professional that I'll be sharing what I have done. Well, it's partly my story plus how I evolved from the beginning because I mean somebody before shared their passion, shared their expertise to me, and this is my chance to return. I need to share it also to somebody like you guys. Okay, so it should work. Ayan. It's working. Is it working? Let's go for it. Ayan. So, my name is Edison Tan. So, lagi nyo nga akong nakikita nagpo-post ng mga events at the same time kung ano-ano mga articles sa programmers, developers. But, just to share who am I, before I start, una, this talk is not for person below 16 years of age. So, wala naman dito. Okay?
Mga boys dyan.
Ayan, parental guidance is advice. And this might take more than 30 minutes depending on, how you feel. So you have been warned, wala maboboard. Okay? Guys, are you with me?
Yes!
Ayan. So, who am I? Diba? I mean, I'm just a simple person to be honest. I'm not somebody else. No? Contrary to public belief. Ayan. Parang hindi naniniwala. So, I'm a computer science graduate. No? Pero in reality, when I was in high school, di ba, yan yung time na tinatanong natin, ano ba yung kukunin ko sa college? Di ba? Natanong niyo ba yung sa sarili niyo nung high school kayo?
Yes.
Di ba? And there are even schools that are providing exam to give you guidance on what to get on your college. I mean, kung ano yung course na kukunin niyo on college. Tama? Ayan. So, when I was in high school, ang gusto ko, or idea ko is, sabi ko, I want to go to advertising and marketing. Ayan. Diba? Something, well, it's a good industry actually. But, aside from that, I have a dream. Hindi lang A. Marami. So, when I was a kid, I dreamed to be a pilot. Not just an airline pilot, but a fighter jet pilot. Okay? Seryoso ako, huwag kayong tumawa. I also dream to be an astronaut. In fact, I love outer space. I always watch movies about, asteroid, whatever, destroying Earth. But that's just part of the story, di ba? And I also dream to be a media person. And also part of military because sabi ko nga, I want to be a pilot. Tama? But unfortunately, grade 6 pa lang ako, lumabo na yung mata ko. So sabi ko, ay, tanggal na yung pilot, tanggal na yung astronaut. Sige, pagbibigyan pa ng sarili ko, bahala na. May ganon. Ayan. Of course, I didn't stop from there. Okay? So, after high school, I graduated from high school, I started working. So, I think some of you, when you entered college, ang ginagawa nilang bahay, barkada, school. Tama? You have your Saturdays, you go to movie house to, watch movies. You have your barkada, you go out, di ba? Yan yung mga typical na gawain ng mga freshmen, kung tawagin. Fresh meat, sabi nga ng iba. Ayan. So, I have a different, lifestyle before in college. Wala akong social life. I mean it literally. I mean, I wake up in the morning, go to work or go to school. After my class, go back to work. Kaharap ko computer, I do websites. I train some students. Luckily, these are some of the brightest girls that I have met. Mga Math Olympiad champions. So, tinuruan ko yung mga yon. And at the same time, I'm also learning from them. So that's my job for my first year. And of course, it's first year. That's the time that I'm learning the basic, di ba? I mean, everybody here, when you enter college, you learn the basic of, IT. Kasi ganun naman lagi. You learn C++, ano pa. Mga kinaiinisan natin dati. Di ba? C++,
Assembly language.
assembly, yes, assembly, di ba? Yung, saan ko ba gagamitin ito? Ganyan ang number one question, di ba? So, tuturuan tayo database normalization, 1NF, 2NF. Saan ba ito? Hindi ko maintindihan. Well, naintindihan ko yung before, pero ewan ko sa inyo. So, hindi natin ma-appreciate yung tinuturo sa atin ng mga prof natin. Pero, pinipilit natin yung sarili natin, aralin yun. Bakit? Para makapasa. That is the goal in our mind. Right? So, moving forward, while I'm working, met some new people, met some classmates, met some friends. 2003, that was June or July. It's June 2, 2003. Okay? Siyempre, may classmate ako nung college. Kasama ko rin sa internship. So, we started doing freelance work. Diba? Lagi na nililig freelancing. Okay? But, during that time kasi, hindi pa uso yung hindi pa uso yung ODES, hindi pa uso yung technically the word freelancing. We're in the era, uso pa ang Red Hat 9 noon sa mga nakaabot. Yes. So, kami, we are studying on our own. Ang katulungan namin, Google. Now, why is it so important? Kasi, when I was having my internship, number one, sinabi sa akin ng CTO ng company, I need this server with 2 instances of MySQL, 2 instances of PostgreSQL in the next 6 hours. That was the first instruction that I have received. Sa akin naman, as a student, paano ko gagawin yun? Mag-i-install ako ng 2 instance ng MySQL, then 2 instance ng PostgreSQL in one server. So, big question on my part. But, wala akong choice. Wala naman akong tatanungan. Kahit yung tatanong ako, hindi rin masagot. Sabi lang sa akin, mag-research ka. So, that is, I think, one of the things that triggered me kung bakit ako nahasa sa paghahanap ng sagot sa internet. And, lagi sinasagot sa atin sa internet din, sa programmers, developers, marami sumasagot, Google it. Tama ba, mali? Ayan. Pero in reality, huwag natin ikasama ng loob yun. Bakit? Kasi pag nagtrabaho pa kayo, kasama nyo pa rin yung tatanungan nyo at tutulungan kayong sagutin yung tanong. Di ba hindi? You are on your own when you work. You have your team. Pero at the end of the day, the knowledge of your team is also limited to, whatever they knew. Pag meron kayong mga bagong challenges, you won't be able to solve it without researching. So, for me, huwag niyong ikasasama pag sometimes may mga guys na Google it, it's just normal. Okay? Pero huwag naman kasi yung tanong na sobrang basic na. Diba? Kasi sometimes talaga, lang yun never ending cycle. It's a game of chicken and egg. Diba? Pag gumaling ka, pag yung mga tanong, boring, ano ba yan? Basic lang, tinatanong pa. Pero pag ikaw naman yung nandun sa baba, nagsisimula ka pa lang, hirap na hirap ka. Diba? So, I understand, okay lang yan. Pero, I would suggest, huwag kayong mahiya pa rin to ask. Okay? That's one. So, by the way, this guy, he's now working with Amazon in Singapore. Isa siya sa mga nakasama ko sa programming, kasi we're both Java developers before. And the reason why sinama ko yung picture na dyan is because in time kasi namin, we defy odds. Against all odds kami lagi. Okay? So, itong box na to, this is a typical PC with an SMS server inside. Pero why is it so important that time? That time, 2003, hindi pa uso sa Mexico at sa US ang text. Okay? And we're doing a system for a networking company. Pag nag-text ka, alam mo kung magkano kita mo. So what happened kasi that time is, tumawag sa, we had a meeting with the CEO of the company, sa client, tapos nag-handshake kami. Close deal, di ba? So jackpot, pera na. Kapag uwi niya, it was Friday. Yeah, Friday. Nag-usap kami. Saturday, umuwi siya ng US. By Sunday, tumawag. And I need the service up in the next 6 days. Kaya usapan namin 1 month. So imagine, we didn't sleep for the next 4 days to finish that. Because we need to do all the codes from scratch. And ito pa yung irony. Tapos namin yung program in 1 day. Ang problema namin, hindi namin mapagana. Yung palang problema, yung hardware namin may problema. So we ordered immediately from Singapore, ship pa dito. Pagdating ng SMS servers namin, pagbagsak sa office, hindi ko na nahawakan personally. Kinabit na kagad, tinurn on, gumana, diretso ship sa US. Ganun ka-critical yan. So, ano yung part dito na gusto kong ma-take away nyo? Kahit gano'ng kahirap, as a programmer, huwag tayong susuko. Okay? We didn't sleep for 4 days, as in, even though busog naman kami sa pagkain. Diba? Yun naman yung alternate dun diba? Wala kang tulog, at least may pagkain ka. So, huwag nyo gagawin na walang tulog. Pero, what I mean is, huwag nyo susukuan ng isang bagay na sa sinasabi sa'yo hindi kaya. Okay? So, during my college days, hindi lang yan yung ginagawa ng mga freelancing. I'm also part and one of the founder of robotics team of our school. So, we do a lot of stuff. Toys. Yan mga toys namin. This is Trident Strike, itong malaki sa likod. And this is Phalanx. So, these are both remotely controlled machine gun platform. Okay? So, this is M60. Live yan. Hindi yan peke. Eh, mabigat siya. So, those are some of our projects during my second year college. Ayan. So, right now, papansin ninyo, second year college ko, ano ba ginagawa ko? Ano naman nagawa niyo na second year college kayo? Dota. Ano ba? Nasa tambay, nasa mall. Okay. So, ayan. We do an ocular inspection of the Navy ships na kung saan that was 2000 something, I forgot na. Tapos, nung may on board ko, na-notice ko, may computer. Pero pension 1. Diba? So, kamot lang kami sa ulo. And, yeah, this is our team. So, we had a chance to, code a lot of stuff. Even had a chance to, play with C4, actual, Granada, those things. Ayan. So, yan kami. This is the Baco Central gun. The Stiro. Yan. So, bago mag-graduate yun, anyway, moving back here. So, one thing that I want you guys to learn from this is, second year college for me is the right time to start building your portfolio. Hindi fourth year, hindi thesis. Okay? This is the common mistake of a lot of students, no? Pag graduate nila, hindi nila alam, ano na may nagawa ko for the past 4 years except my thesis. Diba? Kasi, bakit importante? Pag nag-job interview ka, at tinanong ka ng nag-interview sa'yo, what have you done that could impress me? Anong sasagot mo? Make sense ba? So, by default, sasabihin mo, wala. Or, yung iba sasabihin, thesis. Iba naman sasabihin, I joined a lot of, seminars, blah, 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 But it doesn't matter eh. What matters to the employers right now is your skill. And how are you going to showcase your skill? It's with your own portfolio. So bakit sinasabi ko hindi ganun ka-effective yung thesis? Kasi sa mindset ng tao, thesis yan, pwedeng group yan. Groupmate mo gumawa, ikaw lang nasulat ng documentation. Diba? Tama? O kaya, ano na, pagabili ng ano, kape, ano.
Hindi man lang yung pyesa, merienda eh.
Oo. So,
yeah, yung venue at
I always
Wi-Fi.
ako naging proctor ako before, so I always tell my student, as early as second year, being a student is not your limitation. You could start doing something great. Okay. Huwag niyo sayangin yung oras. Sino ba dito mga nag-aaral pa? Marami-rami. Sino dito ang second year pa lang? Or first year? Dalawa lang. What about the rest? Graduating na. Incoming fourth year. Not too late. You know? Try nyo lang. Magkulong totally, ah. Pero what I mean is, concentrate on doing something for the next 2 months. Tingnan nyo kung ano mabuo nyo. Diba? Kasi, una, pag tinanong, eto madalas akong makakabasa ng resume, ah. Skills. BB, C#, kung ano-ano pa, Java, blah, 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 dami. Very impressive. Pero pag pinagawa mo na, wala na magawa. Nagets nyo? So, it doesn't matter to the employers now, kahit gano'n pa karami alam mo, but if you could not build something na complete, it doesn't mean anything. Okay? Doon ka na ini-evaluate ngayon eh. Now, take note this is my tip for students like you guys. Okay? We're not yet talking about after you graduate. Okay? May question ba? This is an open discussion And I don't want this to be formal, masyado kayo seryoso, guys. Ayan. So, this is me when I graduate. No, this is my mom and dad. They're already retired year old. They're at home. And I love them. Today is Mother's Day pala, so batiin yung mothers niyo. Don't forget. Ayan. This picture naman is very important to me. Because this picture is my proof that I give back. Okay? Sino-sino ba itong mga to? Siyempre, you don't know. Diba? These are the student council batch after we graduated. And what we did, kasi during my college days, aside from founding the robotics team, I'm also leading the research team on the other campus. And I also won the Central Student Council. Ayan. So, after we graduated, we contribute back to the school by helping out the next future leaders. Okay? So why am I emphasizing this? Because at the end of the day, kung walang gagawa niyan, like kung hindi namin ginagawa to, we're not giving back. Hindi kayo matututo, hindi kayo mag-grow. Damay-damay tayo lahat sa buong Pilipinas. Okay? This is not just about a small group. This is about helping the entire Philippine IT industry. Kulang na kulang kasi tayo. Okay? But I'll discuss more about that. And, hindi lang dyan. Earlier, aside from giving back, syempre tayo, nag-enjoy din tayo. So, remember, kanina, I mentioned that I dream to be a media person. Okay? I had a chance to do it actually. Because before, way back 2004, buhay na ba kayo nun? Yes. Baby ba kayo? O nag-aaral pa high school elementary? Ayan. So, sino dito fans ni Billy Billion?
Bigyan ng jacket.
Ba't natatawa? Bigyan ng jacket. Hindi nga. Meron sa likod. Fans ka ni Billy. Ano masasabi mo kay Billy? Ha? Ay, hindi pa siya nag-art. Nag-drum pa lang. Mga movie niya. So, mahilig ka sa TVO. Ayan. Sige, alam na alam, di ba? Ayan. Yeah. During those times kasi, rewind na konti medyo na nawala arrangement ng slide. Internship, back to internship. Aside from the military stuff that we're doing, we're also involved in media. So I had a chance to work with the show of Willie Revillame. And this is what happened. Ayan. Internship. Aside from the wait lang. That's a stream. Wala tatawa ha. That was my commercial aired on ABC5 before. Every single day. Okay. No joke. Pero I'm proud of it. You know what, guys? Sometimes, maybe some of you, magagawa ko ba yun? Diba? Nakakahiya. Okay? So, when I actually, just to expand on the story, no? What really happened behind? Hindi ako dapat nandun. I was actually working on the computer systems. Ako yung nagbibigay ng question team Villayan eh. We did the program, we did the hotline, the 1908 sa PLDT where you call for voting. And on the set, yung, di ba may table, may score yung monitor. So, I'm the one controlling it. Kami rin gumawa ng software nun. So, what happened one day, we had a shoot. It's a whole day shoot lagi. The shoot is so perfect. So, sabi ng boring sobra, masyadong perfect. Kasi tuloy-tuloy, walang mali. Sabi namin, liga, gagawin natin si Direk. Ayan, di ba? Gusto niyo yun? Kung may ginagago tayo. Ayan. So, what happened next is, ayan. Dumaan yung si Willie. Kasi the room of Willie is just beside my control room. Control booth. So, biglang bumalik supervisor ko. That time kasi sikat si William Hang. Kailan niyo na si William Hang? American Idol Reject. Siya yung kumanta na Shibas. Hindi niya naabutan, no? Kumita yun ng malaki. Ayan. So, what happened next? Sinabi ng supervisor ko, he looks like William Hang. Kasi si Willie, ting! Ano naman, nagkaroon ng idea. So, sige, gagawin na si Direk. Ako naman, hindi ako KJ. Sige, go lang. Ano ba gagawin natin? Kanta ka dun sa stage. Okay. Miyam-miyam konti. Siyempre, naka-headset ako noon, narinig ko sinasabi ni Direk, hindi namin kinakala. Tanggal kami ng headset. So, miyam-miyam konti, nung mag-play na ulit, tinawag ako ni, o, ito na yung mic mo. Basta pag tinawag ka ni Willie, takbo ka sa gitna, kanta ka. Ayan, no practice no script. Ayan. So, nangyari na yun. Ginawa ko yan, walang practice yan, walang script. For the first time in the history of our shoot, napatigil ko lahat. Nobody moves kasi lipitan na yan, last part na yan. Yan yung awarding ng check, panalo, di ba? So, tumigil lahat. And for the first time, after I did that, bumaba si Direk galing sa control booth niya. And the first word na sinabi niya sa akin, and next shoot, opening number ka. Ako naman, sige, okay lang. Parang akala ko joke-joke lang. And the next shoot nga, pagpasok ko sa studio, pagtingin ko, bakit may mga dancer dito? Typical mga naka-skirt, mga pretty girls. Tapos may nag-practice somewhere. Tapos bigla nilabito ng makeup artist ni Billy. Oh, hindi ka pa nakabigis. So sabi ko, shit, totoo talaga to. Ako ang opening number. But anyway, the rest is history. And I ended up hosting the show for round 2. Every round 2 nila, kasama ko si Willie Villayan. Pero the cool thing about that experience is, hindi ako yung ginagawa ni Willie. Diba? So, what is the lesson learned here? No? Don't limit yourself. If opportunity comes, grab. Diba? Walang masama, walang nakakahiya. Now, because I love the media, as I mentioned earlier, wait lang guys. Ayan. So, this is me at NBN Channel 4. Okay? So, before, syempre, ano ako, loves ko media. I am working at South Korea to set up a new company there for my previous employer. Eh, biglang tumawag sa akin taga Channel 4. Friendship ko from ENC, ABS-CBN. Sabi sa akin, Ed, may opening dito, gusto mo? Tinanong ko, ano ba yun? We're building a new digital media unit. So, sabi ko, uy, perfect. Media, that's digital, IT, related, pwede. So, I immediately resigned from South Korea, flew back here. As in, straight from the airport, diretso sa dati kong office, kuha separation plate, diretso ang office ng Channel 4. O, diba? That really happened. But, well, I'm very thankful that once again, I had a chance to take that opportunity. Bakit? Because, first, hindi siya yung role ko. I mean, I headed the NBN New Media before. It is a role that hindi nabibigay sa kahit sino lang basta-basta. Right? And I also had a chance with that role to meet lots of people and to learn new things. Not just in media, but also in IT. So, one of them, this guy, sino nanonood ng Jumo? Mga bata pa kasi kayo eh. Layo. GMA?
Yes.
O, diba, sikat yun, nag-number 1 siya. So, ito yung producer nun. Diba? And, of course, aside from that, I had a chance also to do some, guesting, hosting. We're doing a lot of those things. Diba? Sabi ko nga, isa yun sa mga pangarap ko. So, hindi ko siya papakawalan. Sugod ako. Okay? And, ito yung team namin. This is from the show One Morning with Gloria Macapagal-Arroyo. Kasi when I was working with Channel 4, she was the president. Ayan. And not to mention, I also had a chance to join Ad Congress. Kasi during that year, 2007, Channel 4 is the official media for Ad Congress sa Subic. So it was 4 days na walang tulog, 24 hours literally. Bakit? 6 a.m. to 6 p.m. Good event. 6 p.m. to 6 a.m. street party, Mardi Gras. So wala kami tulog na for 4 days, but it was fun. Sobrang nakakapagod. Pero experience-wise, okay siya. Pero hindi lang nagtatapos dyan. With that, by joining Channel 4, I also had the privilege to set up the first live streaming in Philippine television history. That was the 2007 Southeast Asian Games. Nobody knows yet, Kontila. We have 300 viewers online. It was announced 30 minutes before the opening ceremony. But it was really, sobrang last minute set up. Just a call from, the palace. Now, habang nasa Channel 4 ako, I also did some teaching. By the way, aside from being a Java programmer before, I'm also doing, sysadmin stuff. I teach HP, UX, Linux, Ubuntu, etc. So, lahat yan. The reason why I entered teaching, because aside from giving back, I also want to upgrade myself. Bakit? Kasi pag may nagtatanong sa akin, natututo ako eh. Ako mismo nag-challenge. Yan ang isa sa importanteng bagay. Whether student pa kayo, or graduate na kayo, nag-work na kayo, don't hesitate to teach. Because every time you teach, you also learn. And ako personally, I'm not afraid. Gumaling kayo more than me. I would be happy. Bakit? Kasi, pwede ko na kayo i-hire para mag-work for me. Diba? Okay yan? Oh. Win-win tayo, diba? So, aside from teaching, I'm also involved with a lot of costs. Yes. If you're familiar with Puerto Princesa Underground River, for the new 7 Wonders of Nature. So, I'm the first person to launch the campaign with Mayor Halidor. For the, it was a whole 3 years straight. But I am the first guy nakausap ni Mayor Hagedorn for the campaign of the New Seven Wonders of Nature. And we're very proud that we did it to the number 2 or 1. Okay? So it was the first year kasi of the competition is meron tayong rivalry pa between Tubataha and Puerto Princesa Underground River. Because we came 1 year later, Puerto Princesa. So hinabol talaga natin yun. And we did our best and it paid off naman. So the good thing about this experience naman is I got the chance to meet more people that relates to, not just about tech. Diba? And I also learned how to make friends with other countries. Kasi siyempre, on the round 2 and round 3, everybody chooses 7, not just 1. Diba? So how are you going to persuade other countries to make you part of their choice? That's the challenge. Diba? So, maraming mga ideas na open up sa aking mind, which actually helps me when I'm doing more marketing stuff in the future until now. So I had a chance also to feel VIP sa airport because of that. They're lining up papunta ako sa airplane, last to board, mga ganon. Sabi ko kanina, I'm also a big fan of space. So one of the certificate, this is Kepler, the planet hunting spaceship of NASA, diba? So, why is it important to me? And why am I sharing this to you, itong part na to? It's because there are a lot of things na pwede nyo pa matutunan outside of what we're doing. I'm not forcing you to like space, okay? But this is one industry that is going to grow in the next decade or 2. There are already companies that are doing asteroid or planning to do asteroid mining. And it requires robotics. It requires software. Trabaho for us, mga programmers. Right? So, don't close down yung mindset, ay, hindi ako aabot sa ganyan. Malay nyo, kayo na pala yung gagawa ng control software ng probe papunta sa somewhere out there, diba? So, you won't even know kung anong pwede mangyari in the future. So, going back to what I had mentioned before, always grab the opportunity if it comes to you. Okay? Now, aside from the love of space, I also love, sports. Ayan. Sino ba dito basketball? Konti lang. 4. What about the rest? Volleyball? Konti. Wala. Ano ba sports natin? Chess. Well, esports. Okay. I love esports also, but technically speaking, there was also a time that I was with, nagising bigla, Gretchen Ho lang. Kayo talaga. Anyway, these are my picture. And this is with Gretchen Ho. This was shot at Ateneo Gym. Yeah, Ateneo Gym. This is Angela Benting from Adamson. Star player nila before. This is Ateneo, yung punta kami ng Baguio. So, kasama ko sila Gretchen Ho, sila, pangalan nun? Si Pin, tama. Yun, kami doon. Nag-liwaliw kami sa Baguio for their game. The picture on the right is in Palawan for beach volleyball. Jen Montero, familiar? Hindi na kilala. Diva artist. Jen Montero. And when you signal player, dati student pa siya, di ba? So, I'm involved with sports. The reason why I choose to be involved, because this is another industry that we guys, I think, could dominate. And it's good for our health. Trust me. Okay? You should learn to do sports. Hindi pwede puro tayo coding. Puro tayo nakaupo. Nakaslouch. Papalaki na dyan. Okay? You know guys, my production head, which is technically pseudo engineer. Nagbabike yon mula Makati hanggang Manila every day. 10 kilometers. Okay, bike ka. But it's good for the health. Pumayat siya ng almost, ilang pounds? 100? In just 2 months. Okay? So, aside from sports, I'll show you my first batch of students sa Saints ko. So, I teach them how to code in PHP pa ng time na yun. Ayan. So, I mentioned, teaching is something that you might want to do for the rest of your life. I'm not saying you guys all go to school and apply as a teacher. Huh? That's not what I mean. What I mean is, don't hesitate to share. Okay? Ako, ginawa ko na extreme. Turo talaga ako. Pero kayo guys, please share your knowledge. Kasi walang mawawala sa inyo. Kayo pa mag-grow pag nag-share kayo. Contrary to public belief na pag, sabi ko kanina, pag mas magaling kayo sa akin, I'll hire you. That's the, kumbaga, basic rules right now. Now, moving forward, syempre, kung nagtuturo tayo, meron tayong sports, we love space, we're in the media, we now go to budget. Syempre, si Pia Works Back, puso ngayon. Ayan. So, syempre, we're also involving ourselves sa mga ganyan. For what purpose? Ito yung point na gusto kong i-take home nyo dito sa picture na to. Kailan kayo humarap sa tao at nagpakilala, pero yung tao na yun hindi nyo kilala? For example, meron kayong na-meet sa restaurant. Yung type ko. Papakilala kayo. Kailan nyo huli nagawa yan? Kanina. Bilis ah. Pero what does it mean? Guys, as an IT professional, programmer man kayo or ano man yung industry ang pinapasukan nyo, if you don't know how to approach people, okay, you won't succeed. If you don't know how to talk, you won't succeed. Okay? Because people won't know you if you don't talk and approach them. You need to learn how to sell yourself. You need to expose yourself more to more people around you. One of the best ways, is kind of Meetup, but you should not end there. Kasi you would know more people. Sino nakilala nyo na hindi nyo kilala ngayon? Dito. Meron ba? Aside from the speakers. Pero nag-guess ba yung point? Nandito tayo, not just to listen to the speakers. We are here for you guys to meet each other also. Bakit? Mali mo siya pala, may negosyo. Pwede ka makisosyo. O siya mayaman, pwede kang humingi ng pondo. Diba? Di mo alam. O kaya naman, ikaw, ayaw na ayaw mo HTML, naiinis ka kasi hindi mo buo ng maayos yung website mo. Yung katabi mo pala, magaling sa HTML. Kaya pwede kayo mag-merge sa project. Pero if you don't approach him, hindi kayo nagpakilala, hindi nyo malalaman yon. Lost opportunity. Tama? So yan yung isa rin sa importante sa industry. Always make new friends. Lalo na hindi nyo kilala. Huwag kayong pupunta sa event na kumpul-kumpul din kayo. Para kayong mga tupang takot at takot sa sulok. Diba? Laging pwesto, pagpasok sa event. Get out, talk to people. Alamin niyo, sino-sino ba dito yung mga pwede kong kausapin. Dapat ganun. Diba? Let you approach these girls. Ma-approach nyo ba sila, diretso?
Yes.
Wait. Ayan. So, aside from that, I'm also involved with a lot of more projects, no? Cost nga kanina, diba? Walk the World Pilipinas. Well, some other projects, we did the Uno magazine for Guam. I meet a lot of people, sister, sumalangit ang kanyang kaluluwa. Ayan. So, this is the good thing about meeting people like them. You get insights. Diba? Knowing Tato, di ba? One of the, very vocal, very, ano pa bang pwede natin i-describe sa kanya? Talented person. Iba yung feeling pag nakakausap mo sila. I'm telling you guys. Okay? So start meeting more people. Not just us. Not just yung katabi nyo or barkada nyo. Okay? And of course, never say die. This picture, baba ko ba? So I'm giving a talk while wearing a shades. Bakit? Kasi may sore eyes ako yan. Pero I didn't stop. Okay? Sabi na iba, ay, excited ka naman, nagpapta ka dyan, makawaan mo pa kami. Diba? Pero it's not the story here. I committed to share my knowledge on that same day. Sa taas pa to this happened sa may 17th floor, 16th floor, dating office ng Microsoft. So, kahit may surprise ako, pumunta pa rin ako. I did my part. Okay? So, nobody would stop you if you really want to do it. Pag ayaw mo, marami kang dahilan. Tama, mali? So, wala kayong dahilan ngayon para hindi matuto mag-programming. Tama ba? Hindi niyo pwede sabihin sa akin na wala kayong internet sa bahay kasi merong SM. Okay? Gets ba, guys? Ayan. Now, so as part of Microsoft community, this is my first full engagement with Microsoft community. I came from the open source group. I'm a former officer of PHP User Group Philippines. Okay? So after doing lots of Java stuff, I shift to PHP before. And this is 2011, I believe. I was invited to join the MSPs to go to Bicol. So imagine, lahat yan hindi ko kilala. Sino ba itong mga to? Mga kids. But I had fun with them. Imagine having the 10-hour train ride going to Bicol. Na kami-kami na nasa train, and we're having fun, we're watching movies. This was my first engagement with them, and na-feel ko yung, iba yung iba yung camaraderie, iba yung, marami kang matutunan from them. Not just technical, but also, kumbaga, something that you could be proud of in the future. Okay? Kaya until now, as much as possible, I'm still helping the MSPs. Actually, we had one, Paulo Flores, over there, one very black. He's a former MSP. Tama ba? Anong year ka? Kabatch mo to. So, hindi ka lang kasama dito. Ayan. So, batch 2011 ba? So, yun. So, lahat sila tinutulungan ko. Walang kapalit. Kahit, alam mo yun, I'm living in Manila. If they need to meet me, I'll go here. No questions asked. You could even ask me. Because these guys, like you guys, meron kayong future. Okay? Hindi nila alam kung saan. And I don't want you guys to waste your future. That's why we help each other. Okay? Now, syempre, bilang IT, dapat meron din tayong nagtatagong kakulitan. Ano ba yung mga kalokohan natin? Pangbabash. Ganon. Mga Duterte, mga Rojas, ganon.
Papaiyak.
Papaiyak? Kanino? Sa boss?
Yung mga supporters, pinagtitripan.
Borders, pinagtitripan mo.
Supporters.
Supporters.
Kahit sino po yung presidente nila pinagtitripan ko.
Kawawa naman sila. O ingat-ingat lang guys, baka kayo ay mademanda ng libel or cyber, bullying, whatever. I forgot the exact term Pero di ba, remember the new law enacted, the cybercrime law, 2013 ba yun? So, keep yourself away from trouble. Okay? Mahalang attorney. 20,000 per yung first hearing pa lang, 20 mil ka agad. Diba? Yung 20 mil, pakain nila sa buong PD membership. Usap tayo lahat. So, this is me. Okay? Team Rocket, di ba? So, guys, wag tayong serious masyado minsan. We need to, express ourselves. Puro kaya mga Dota player ba dito? LOL?
Yes, LOL, Dota.
LOL.
Any games.
Kasi ang dami dito nagsama esports sports nyo. So araw-araw nakababad, nakaupo, nakaslouch pa rin. Diba? So sometimes you need to get out of your comfort zone. Imagine you wearing that. Diba? Actually, nung sinusuot ko yan, suotin ko nga ba talaga ito? Siyempre natatakot ako, nag-invite lang naman. Costume party. Mamaya pag nag-bawang costume ako, tapos yung mga tao, di naka-costume, di mukha akong tanga. Diba? May ganong risk. Nakakatakot Diba pag November, kayain kayo, Halloween party, hindi nyo alam kung ano susuotin nyo, kasi nga hindi nyo alam, baka yung friend mo, hindi nyo joke ka lang. Diba? So, but of course, sabi ko nga, I don't care. Matapang ako. Wala akong ginagawang mali. So, I did it. Okay? Parang coding lang yan. When you do your code, diba? Minsan natatakot ka, tama ba itong ginawa ko? Kahit alam mo gumagana. Diba? Or, I don't know, some of you, kasi syempre as a programmer, pag nagko-code tayo, paiba-iba yung style ng coding natin, paiba-iba yung logic natin. And you would always have a fear na, baka pag nireview ng kasama ko or ng boss ko, sabi niya mali. Darating yung time na may ganun kang fear. But at the end of the day, you need to overcome that. Kasi as long as you could prove that it works, it would work. You're in good hands. Okay? Ayan. And here's more of me doing talks. I had a chance to roam around the country, from Tuguegarao to Lawag, hanggang Davao. Naikot ko na lahat yan. So, every time I get out of Manila to, share my knowledge, sabi ko kanina, I learn a lot. And ano itong mga natutunan natin? Okay? Number one, we have proven that 90% of graduates in the country are not yet hireable. We're talking about IT graduates. So bakit nga ba? Tingin niyo. Skill. Okay? Kasi majority sa atin nga, katulad sinabi ko kanina, sa resume, ang ganda-ganda tignan. Kompleto. I know my skill, I know this and that. Sige nga, mag-join ka nga. Diba? Mag-join ka sa database. Basic yon. Hindi nila magawa. So, at the end of the day, hindi mo pa rin na-achieve yung requirement ng company. Okay? Yung iba naman, ito madalas to I'm not against learning all technology. Pero, BB6 is already obsolete. Talagang hiugot, diba? The reason why I'm emphasizing this is every time na lang, may makikita tayong questions sa PT, diba? About BB6. And repeatedly, naiinis ng iba, or maybe nabubuli na. Kayo ba nabubuli doon?
Ako nabubuli doon.
Sa malaya, di ako. So, yung ibang mga students naman, nabubuli na, paulit-ulit na lang, na huwag gumamit ng BB6. Diba? Ano ba yung reason behind that? It's not because we hate BB6. It is because nobody in the industry is using BB6. And you're mastering a technology na pag-graduate mo, hindi mo mapapakita as a proof that you have done something. Tama ba mali? Diba? Paulit-ulit kami, pag .NET or Microsoft Path ang makakabulin mo, you always stick to C#, period. Yan ang standard. Okay? So, pag meron pa kayong mga friends, tell them. Now, ano yung problem sa provinces? Sabi ko nga, nag-ikot ako, no? Ang problem ngayon sa provinces is the same as a game of cat and mouse. Chicken and egg. Hilig sa chicken and egg. So, ano ba itong problem na to? The professors, a lot of them in the provinces, ayaw mag-upgrade, ayaw matuto. Ang daming reason. Okay? Pero in reality, ayaw silang i-upgrade because based on experience ng mga school, pag natuto yung mga prof, nag-abroad or pumupunta ng Manila or pumupunta somewhere. Okay? So they end up with, nagdi-decrease yung number ng mga pwede magturo. Yun yung main reason bakit they're holding holding back the students. And ang kawawa naman ng students, kasi pag-graduate, ang alam BP6. Ano ba yung pinaka-big reason bakit nahihirapan yung mga BP6 expert makahanap ng bagong trabaho? It is because the way you do your app in BP6 is not, lahat naka-OOP na ngayon, most of the time. Diba? BBC is not OOP. Diba? Parang spaghetti code. Kumbaga tawagin natin gano'n. Mapagpanggap na OOP. By the way, just to be clear, VB.net is OOP, not VB6. So, para lang magkaiba yun. Ayan. So, may questions pa doon? Hindi ko na papahabayin yung hugot kasi baka mag-board kayo. Patuhin niyo ako bigla ngayon. Ayan. So, the next picture here, this is the first batch of Azure SWAT team. So, ano ba yung ginagawa namin? We were the first batch of people here in the country to be trained on Azure. Okay? Oo, tama siya. So, I'm very thankful for this opportunity before now. Kasi nga, hindi pa uso, we're using the primitive tools pa back then. Naka-silverlight pa nga yung portal eh. Hindi pa yung pinakita niya kanina yun. No? Na HTML5 na. So, we're already playing with Azure as a whole. No? In fact, with this, I was even sent to Malaysia to train the programmers there on behalf of Microsoft. Okay? Because sobrang kulang ng marunong. Okay? And we're talking about open source stuff on Azure, not .NET. Okay? So imagine nyo, I'm doing open source, but I'm also doing Microsoft. Win-win. Okay? Kasi ngayon, hindi na uso yung ay open source ako, ay Microsoft ako. Hindi na uso yun. If you're living in that era, you would die. Okay? Right now, it's all about what you could do. Use the product that fits your purpose, your objective. Huwag kayo magpapadala sa, ay, dito tayo kasi loyal tayo dito. Parang Duterte Rose lang yan, di ba? Oo. Ayan. Then, in 2012, guys, this is my office mate here at Microsoft. I joined Microsoft 2012. Okay. Nakakatawa lang doon kasi when I joined Microsoft, sabi ko nga, I came from the open source community. The first day, parang, ano ba gagawin ko dito? Ba't ba ako nandito? May ganun tanong. Diba? Imagine mo parang, you going to a foreign country. Parang ganun yung feeling. So, but at the end of the day, after a few hours, nawala na yung feeling na yan. Naging at home na ako. In fact, nagkataon na pagpasok ko sa Microsoft, December na, puro party. So, buong buwan na walang ginagawa. Puro party lang ako. Which is good. Pero anyway, the reason why I post this picture here, it's because when you start working, guys, in the future, you'll make friends. These are my friends. Okay? Now, a lot of them are not with Microsoft anymore, like me. Wala na ako sa Microsoft. I already resigned before that. But wherever they go, they would always be your friend. They could be your future business partner maybe, or they could be your future contact in the other company. Okay? When you work for a company, don't close down the door to others. Bakit? Malay mo, nasa Microsoft ka ngayon, next time, nasa Apple ka, the following, lumit ka ng Amazon. You won't know. Right? Ang importante, you grow as professionally as possible. Okay? So, yan yung isang bagay na importante pag nag-work kayo. Do not burn the bridge. Yun yung sinasabi dito sa picture na ito. That's why I'm showing this picture. Nag-gets niya ba? Kasi madalas nangyayari yan eh. Sobrang loyal ka sa company mo, cheerleader ka. Diba? Tapos, bigla ka nag-resign. Kasi na-bored ka, or maybe bigla kang, tinamaan ng something sa ulo. So, you won't know saan kayo mapupunta. So, don't burn the bridge. Whether kalaban mo ang company or kasama mo. Okay? Gets ba yan? Ayan. Of course, kami, we love to have fun. We don't just work at home, at the office. We work everywhere. Diba? It's a good thing kasi, kayo guys, habang bata pa kayo, we explore the world. This picture, the reason why I put it here, we're working at the beach. Because we want to feel how is it like to code besides the water. Diba? Paano ka pupwesto na hindi mababasa yung laptop mo at pag hindi papasok ka ng buhangin. But, well, at the end of the day, guys, this is, iba yung feeling kapag nakakapag-travel ka with your work. Okay? You should not stick to one location. Gets ya? Now, siyempre, share ko lang yung mga kakulitan ng mga friendship ko. Sa birthday. Diba? They love me so much. Ayan. This is my boss from Singapore. Kasi when I was with Microsoft, I'm reporting directly to Asia Pacific. So, this is Sangita Jayaraman. She's our platform strategy lead for Asia Pacific before. But she already moved to the Red One ngayon. So, I don't know her new position na. But, she's one of the reasons why we had a good relationship with the open source community here in the Philippines and around APAC. Kasi it was me, 2012, I started the collaboration with, from Mozilla to other groups, Drupal, PHP. Going back, even right now, we're even in talks with Google, etc. They might have their event soon here. So, it's a totally different era right now. Sabi nga nila, hell freezes over. And going back to my statement earlier, don't burn the bridge. Diba? You might be competing with them before, but soon, you will be joining forces with them. Ayan. So like this, familiar? Hindi, mas bago ako, diba? This is Matt Mullenweg. He is the founder of WordPress. Okay? So, sabi ko nga sa inyo, explore, spread out. Who knows, katabi nyo pala, hindi nyo alam. Right? Pa-picture din kayo. Selfie. Yan, dapat nila kayo lagi camera. Diba? Ano ba yung rule dati? Hindi ka ID pag wala ka dalang flash drive. Tama mali? Ngayon, hindi ka ID pag wala ka dalang camera. Kasi picture lang yung code, eh. Ayan. So, this is me coaching some students. These are actually MSP also. So, dito yung banda. Somewhere here, maybe. Hindi, doon banda. Ayan. And this is me with the smart people. I mean, from smart partying sa Cebu, sa Lib. So, imagine, we're coming from a different company, but we joined together, we had fun. Diba? So, pag nag-work kayo, I hope ma-experience nyo din. Kasi it's really fun to be with new people. It's not, don't limit yourself. Imagine by going to this party, I have closed down the TV. You won't know. Diba? The next year, Chiki Tan is an inspirational speaker. And the right guy, well, on my left, that's Tony, the CEO of AirAsia. Okay? Tony was here during the APEC, so I had a chance to have a picture with him. Ayan. So, syempre, dahil ako sabi ko, pangako ko, mag-share ako ng information, magtuturo ako sa inyo hanggat makakaya ko. Kaya na-interview ako. So, who knows? Kayo na rin ang susunod. Diba? But remember this. You need to, at least be expert on one technology and at least know 3. Yan ang rule. Sa mga students pa lang ngayon, master 1, learn 3. Okay? Kasi, if you know everything, wala kang expertise. Unless, bilang lang sa kamay ko, yung kaya yun. I knew 2 people who could literally, I could call them a walking compiler. Okay? But at the end of the day, bilang lang sila sa Pilipinas. What more sa mundo. Now, I'm also, joining events, hackathon. So this is me giving away awards. Freebies. Di ba mahilig kayo doon?
Yes.
Bakit ganon? Kasi ito lang one thing pala that I want to comment. Madalas to, I'm not saying kayo, but every time na may event, nangihingi lang ng certificate. May ganon. Hindi naman hindi naman sa naka-asal tayo or what. Kasi I don't see the purpose of giving a certificate if you didn't totally learn anything. My question is, so lahat ba na tinuro kanina from this morning hanggang ngayon, ilang percent yung makukuha niya? Diba? Can anybody here memorize all the posts that was shown earlier? And even do a demo right now? Diba? So, what's the purpose of giving a certificate if you cannot even replay whatever is done earlier? Yun yung point. The reason why you are given a certificate because you learned something. You completed a course. This is not even a course. Right? So, at least you understand why we are not giving certificate during events. Ayan. Tapos ano pa yung mga common requests? Jacket. Pag meron naman, nanginigi naman ng jacket, syempre, tayo naman, ako sawa na ako sa playlist. Every time na lang, may event ako, minimum ko lagi may flash drive ako. Kung hindi man flash drive, lanyard. Hindi man lanyard, marker. Diba? Common na sa amin yun. But, well, food, common na rin. Kasi ito naman Meetup. So, mamaya, pwede kayong sumama sa amin, kanya-kanyang kain. KKK. Okay? Pero at least nakasama nyo kami, di ba? Imagine nyo. Paminsan nila makikita to ng in flesh.
Yes.
So, may questions pa muna?
Bawal ako may tag doon sa mga picture ko,
May question ba, guys, sa likod? Okay pa kayo? O gutom na kayo? 8 pa ako sa'yo, di ba? Sa ganito natin, hanggang 10. Joke lang.
12 na.
Patapos na tayo. Okay? So, my next part here, after joining Microsoft, di ba? Siyempre, na naman ako, may nag-offer na naman, pasok sa media. Ayan ang pinalabagsakan ko. I joined ABS-CBN last year. After quitting Microsoft. So, this is Mark Lopez, the group CTO. And this is my SysOps team from ABS-CBN. So, sila yung 24 hours nagising na nagbabantay sa mga server ng ABS-CBN. So, sila yung tatawag sa akin pag nagka-problema. Ayan. This is a good team. And I love them so much because they are so dedicated. Imagine hindi nang iiwan yan kahit anong mangyari. As in the middle of the night, nasaan mo sila. So, that's actually our Christmas party before I left ABS-CBN. And of course, tayo dapat, kami sa nag-work na, sino ba dito nag-work na? Kayo, konti pala. Sige, okay lang yan. Na-stress ba kayo? Konti lang, gano'n. It's like, paano stress yung na-feel natin pag nag-work tayo? Meron ba frustration na parang, ito na lang magagawin ko ulit bukas? Pag Monday. Payo ko naman sa mga mag-work pala at sa mga nag-work na, guys. Ang solution lang dyan kasi, you need to get out of your comfort zone. Have a tour. Katulad ng picture na kanina pinakita ko, right? We're working at the beach. We're working somewhere else. Like this one, I'm with my friend. We're just chilling at Cebu. Okay? By the way, this girl, her name is Nikki, and she's a mechanical engineer. Okay? So imagine mo, design ng building. Mga whatever pipe at kung ano doon. Di ko alam ano ginagawa niya. Okay? But, busy yan, but we find time to chill. Okay? So guys, importante yan. Huwag naman chill lagi with the girlfriend, ha? Kung meron man. Kasi, iba pa rin iba yung kasama mo. I'm not saying babae kayo, ha? Kukuhin ko kayo lahat. Hindi ako nagsabi na malinaw yan, ha?
Naka-live stream.
Pero what this picture means lang for me, yung message ko para sa inyo guys, is get out with your friends to new places. Diba? Imagine mo, very relaxing yung makita mo. I don't know kung ma-relax kayo. Depende naman syempre yun. Diba? When you eat cheese, drink, huwag lang magpapakalasing, ha? And of course, dahil election ngayon, huwag na kayo magtalo. Okay? Alam ko marami sa inyo, very perseguido mag-promote ng, alam niyo na, mga kandidato nyo. Diba? Yung iba ng control lang, na problema. Basta sabi ko sa inyo, pag kayo na demanda, ha? Ayan. Ako kasi talaga yung presidente nyo. Ayan. So, okay? So, this is me at Malacanang, literally. So, nag-post ako doon sa, kung saan nag-i-speech si Pinoy. Ayan. Nakadilaw talaga eh, no? Ayan. Okay. So, this is kami yan, sa food club. Of course, we have, this is FHM 100. This is chill out night na sa Soler. Ayan. Some more gigs. Para lang, just to let you know, I'm doing a lot of things. I'm a programmer. Yes, I'm a sysad. Yes, but I have life. Okay? So, kilala niyo sa Sam? Si Beth, host ng Wawawin. Si May, Mocha Girls. Si, pangalan nito? ABS. Kaya bad, tama. Posisyon ng bata ako eh. Kaso, taking na siya ngayon. Then, this one, si Jane, PBB, Pabebe, and more here. Jano Gibbs. Ito yung sa PBB. Pinay Got Talent. Yung, alam mo ha? Ayan. And we also have here more si Proxy B. Diba? Ba't sila nakaka-relate? Ay guys, alam niyo na, sino tatanungin niyo ha? Ano pangalan mo? John May. So, automatic, sa mga kapili dyan, alam niyo na sino ang tatanungin pag-artista. Ayan. So this was me at Bicol after event, chill out lang. Ayan. I'm also into cars and other stuff. So this is yung finalist ng Nissan GT Academy. Diba? Nanalo Philippines sa Nissan. So this is the Philippine team naman for bike. Suzuki, RTP. Ayan. This one is the main reason why I left Microsoft. This was Christmas. I got this gift from Microsoft. Seryoso. Sabi ko kasi ng time na yun, aalis ba ako ng Microsoft? Kasi di ba mayor? Sorry nga. Binigay sa akin, binigyan ako nito. Okay, sige, lipat na ako. Pero totoo yun. This is the reason. Maleta yan, by the way. Until now gamit ko. Okay? So, sometimes, sabi ko nga, ang main takeaway ko dito is, you won't know what would happen next. Diba? Sabi ko nga, nanghingi lang ng sign. Aalis pa ako ng Microsoft. Ito na yung sign ko. Binigay sa akin. At may sagot talaga kung saan. Diba? Ayan, this is me. I also did, naging floor director ako sa Duklutan. So, managing events, kakaiba. Kasi, you're not just managing projects, you're managing people, logistics, etc. Okay? I also became a director. Ganun ginagawa, no? And I also became, some of the, genius ideas came from me. So, lot of stuff. Diba? Sa mga nag-IoT dyan, they even name one after me. This is a real product, this is not edited. So this is the IoT, ano tawag dito? Nickel Edison is for IoT, so promote ko lang. You might want to try it. It's $99 lang, oh. Diba? Yeah, counterpart ng Raspberry Pi. Diba? Any ano rin. Ay, di, Linux. Yeah. Of course, dali na nga. Okay, balik. Oh. Wait lang, guys. Magic yan. Okay po ba kayo, guys? Nag-enjoy pa kayo? Gugutuloy ko kayo, tayo na pa nga tayo, di ba? Hindi lang, ha? Ayan. So, this is done. We're done here. So, syempre, ako, sabi ko nga sa inyo, pag kayo nasa labas, kailangan hindi kayo mahihayin. Naniniwala ba kayo doon? Yes. Sino mahihayin dito? Sino mahihayin dito? Ikaw, dalawa, tatlo, apat. Bakit kayo nahihiya? Bakit ba kayo? Wala lang. Trip mo lang, mahiya. Sige. So, this is me at showtime. So, pinakanta nila ako doon, and I want 10,000 pesos. Diba? So, what this picture means to me, it's, well, alam kong ginagawa ko ng mga friends ko. But, at the end of the day, you would do something. Remember this, you would do something pag ikaw na under pressure. Tama, mali. So, nangyayari yan. Pag nag-work na kayo, you will do everything if you're under pressure. So, ingat kayo doon. This is good. Pero, yung pressure sa inyo, baka bad. That's what I want for this picture. And this is the Asia Pacific Director of Rolls-Royce. Good. So, right now, what I'm doing, I'm already out with ABS-CBN. I'm doing, well, we're still into web mobile development. And at the same time, we're also into industrial automation. So we do automate mga planta. Okay? So, parang IoT lang din. Diba? But on a higher level. And also, I'm also into talent management. And of course, we're building our online TV. So this is some of our, what we're doing. Ayan. So that's something to, by the way. Yung may crush is something to. Ay, ikaw din. Ikaw talaga sikat dito. Ayan. So this is, yun na ito. Sino nga? Sino to? Sikat yan.
Yung dati ng mukha. Dating lalaki.
Hindi. Hindi mo nakikilala. Starts with T. Aubrey Man, sama.
Hindi masyado yung makeup.
So wala makeup, hindi mo nila kilala. Okay. Siyempre, pag kasama mo ba, diba? Iba yung itsura sa TV saka sa pelikula. Diba? Parang specs lang sa project. Iba yung nakasulat, iba yung pinapagawa sa'yo. Tama, mali?
Tama.
Oo. Ito naman ako sa sample. Yan. And of course, guys, ito, isa sa mga important part. Meron mga bagay na hindi nyo kaya gawin. Okay? Nangyayari yan kahit saan. Pag ang bagay hindi nyo kayang gawin, huwag kayo matakot. Kasi there is always help. Ang tanong na lang, marunong ba kayo maghanap ng help? Okay? Yun na lang problemahin nyo. Okay? And mamaya may pabaon ako. So this is me, having fun. I love to go to beach. I love to roam around the country. Pag hindi yan yung pabaon ko, yan. This quote. Your problems would be a problem if the problem is yourself. Yes? That's the essence of this story eh. Diba? Ano ba yung meaning, ano yung pinaka-tinutumbok nito? Ikaw ang limitation na sarili mo. Make sense? So, I hope magkikita pa tayo sa next meetup, hindi lang dito. Okay? And be more proactive din, guys. Kung I would suggest, guys, sumagot din kayo sa mga tanong. Pwede naman specific.
That's better.
Naawa kasi ako sa kanya. Madaling araw, kausap ko siya eh.
Nagkataon lang siguro na wala akong tulog.
Wala na siyang tulog, siya sumasagot. Okay guys, participate more. Okay? I don't know who created the group. Maybe somebody could, give a brief short history. Why did you guys created the group? Para naman hindi lang yung sumali lang sila. Wala lang. Trip ko lang eh. Diba? In-invite lang, pinipit ako eh. O yun ba yung pool? Something like that. Bakit ba? Interview to interview. What's your name by the way? Giancarlo, dito ka sa harap. Ayan. So, I would like to take this opportunity, para din sa kaalaman ng lahat. Paano ba nabuo to? Kailan? And why did you create this group? And what's your original goal for this group? And your outlook for the next 5 to 10 years?
Nung magkakabatch po kami, nag-aaral kami ng high school. Bale, kaibigan po kami magkakabatch, magkakilala. Pero magkaiba kami section dito sa batch. Bale, gumawa kami ng group para sa mga graduate na kumuha ng computer engineer, mga related sa IT. Tapos, every time na nagpo-post ako doon, bale yun, makabatch namin, tinanong namin kung ano mga nag-course nila, tapos may gumawa kami ng group sama-sama. Every time na may nagpo-post ako doon, siya yung creator, tapos ginawa niya akong admin. Tapos, every time na may nagpo-post ako doon, bali walang nagsumasagot, hindi lang, kami dalawa lang, kasi baka kami yung masyadong kaibigan, tapos yung iba hindi namin gano'n close. Pero makakilala lang namin silang section. Tapos, naboboring ako kasi parang hindi active, tapos wala akong masyadong matanungan or wala rin nagpo-post. Ang ginawa ko nun, nahilig na ako sa forum nun kung alam niyo yung synchronized.com. Bali, yun yung hilig ko. Ayun, ang naisip ko, mag-invite sa mga other schools. Kasi ang pinaka-goal ng group na yun, para naisip ko, is for sharing knowledge para maraming matutunan din. Para pag kunyari sa school, di ba, pag college na, may mga tanong or may mga assignment, parang hindi natin alam pa. Kung magtutulungan, kung mag-share ng knowledge, ayun, mas parang mas marami kayo matutunan. Kaya yung ginawa ko, ang pinaka-goal lang talaga nun, mag-invite sa other schools, hindi sa mga other, hindi namin nakalain na nasabi ko pala yung mga nasa industry na. Kasi yung pinaka-goal lang talaga nun, for student only lang. Tapos yun, hindi namin na malayan na pati yung mga nag-work na sa industry, sumali na rin. Ayun. Sa mga other group, sa mga seminars, nag-invite ako. Ang pinaka-plan ko nun, sabi ko, nagpo-post ako ng mga tutorials tapos mga source code, tapos inaano ko yung group na mas more source code pa dito kapag nag-game kayo. Tapos yun, hanggang sa Tsaka marami na akong natutunan nun kasi yung Facebook kasi, parang hindi siya active pa nun eh. Tapos konti pa lang nun, ang ginagawa ko, every time naman tatanong, sinesearch ko yun. Kaya marami akong natutunan din sa group na yun. Kasi ang gusto ko maging active yun. Kasi di ba, bago pa lang. Siyempre, kung ano yung yung environment niya, kung active ba yung member na yun, yung admin na yun, magiging gano'n na rin yung parang work yung basta gano'n. Kasi yun, hanggang sa marami na rin naging yung mga natutulungan ko dati na mga nagtatanong, ayun, sumasagot na rin, hanggang sa naging active na yung
Ayan. So, meron ka message sa mga top, active people here? Sino ba?
Team live stream. Message sa team live stream.
Oo, sa mga nanonood dyan, hi.
Bye.
Ayan, thank you for watching, no? In fairness naman, hindi tayo nag-zero sa viewers. Simula kaninang 9 a.m.
Never.
Yes.
In addition pa pala, if you have something, ideas or share nyo. Hindi nyo alam yung iba, may maitulong sa idea nyo, in which yung idea, minsan, lalaki. So yun, don't stop sharing and then learn at the same time.
Yep. And siguro, sa next meetup, iba naman yung gagawin natin. Para naman, may mga suggestions kayo. Kasi syempre, kami, iba yung perspective na nakikita namin. Sa inyo guys, iba rin yung perspective na nakikita nyo. Kumbaga, iba yung pangangailangan ni Ariel, iba yung pangangailangan niya. Diba? May ganon. So, kailangan mag-speak out tayo. Hindi pwedeng puro kami lang. Okay? May questions pa ba guys? Kasi nakaya, this is my first time na hindi ako nag-talk ng technical na. Kakaiba to eh. Kasi normally kasi when I was, I mean, I'm always invited to talk. I'm always talking about technical stuff. From Azure to PHP to, Linux. This is the first time that I talk about, somewhat a little bit about career in my life. In fact, you guys are the first one who saw all the pictures. Never showed. It's a new deck. Okay? So, thank you very much. Pag may mga questions kayo, you can reach me by the way. It's edison@hubnob.com. Yun. So, email lang kayo. I'm answering naman every day, literally. Or sa PT group nila. And any questions from the web? Anything. Technical na technical. Yung mga hindi nyo natanong kanina sa mga speakers, pwede nyo itanong ngayon.
Mula sa insecurities nyo hanggang sa mga technologies na hindi
Yes. Thesis, problem. Huwag na pagawa ng thesis.
Thesis title.
Ano, number one na question din yan pag mga nag-thesis, di ba? Anong thesis title? By the way, just to share with you guys, since nabanggit na rin may thesis, my thesis during my college days is all about steganography. Familiar? Sige nga, ikaw ulit. Ito yung sikat dito eh. Ano yung steganography?
Hindi naririnig sa kapatid yun eh.
Ayan, sa likod. Hindi. Mali. Steganography. Hindi stenography. Steganography. Okay, just to keep it short, it's the art of hiding a file within a file. So imagine nyo, I have a document, for example, I could hide it on an MP3. Okay? So pag inopen ko yung MP3, play yun sa Winamp. Dati pa Winamp, di ba? Nabutan niya ba? Eh, nabutan niya talaga yun. Ako, hindi ko na nabutan yan eh. Ano na ako eh? Music match. Joke lang. Tawag dito. So, that's my thesis. And marami siyang usage. Diba? Ang naging benchmark ko nga dati, diba, pag nag-zip kayo ng exe, tapos in-upload nyo sa Gmail, binablock. Yung sa akin hindi. Kasi basically, the file is encrypted, tapos nakatago pa. Diba? Tapos kailangan mo na yung password to decrypt. So, think outside the box. Now, napapansin ko kasi the trend is moving towards mobile app. Everybody's doing mobile app right now. Parang dati, di ba, laspag yung inventory, library, EOS, ano pa. Dapat kumuha ng libro dyan, no? Top 1,000 thesis title. Di ba seryoso? Pero in reality, guys, if you would look at the thesis of the other people or other countries, ang layo. Di ba? I mean, it's okay lang naman to create another inventory system. But if you would look at your document alam, yung component ng document nyo, thesis document, capstone na pala tawag ngayon. Diba? So, nandoon, ano yung problem na sinusolve? Tama? Ano nga ba yung sagot nila sa problem na sinusolve? Meron nga ba talaga? So, lagi nakasulat doon. Kasi the company is requiring blah, blah, blah. It's not really a problem. Diba? It's not something new. Now, ang next part ng this capstone document natin is related literature. Diba? Ano dapat na nandun? Yung mga previous research about that same topic. Diba? Pero ano yung nandoon? So, yun yung isa mga problem. Lalo na marami sa inyo mag-4th year, mag-thesis na rin kayo. Tapos na, anong thesis niya?
Enchanted. Ay, parang virtual reality na amusement.
But, good for ano? Pwede na. Ako personally kasi di ba nagturo ako dati. Ako, mabusisi ako sa details ng project. Pero, kung alam ko namang ginawa nila, okay sa akin. Pero huwag naman inventory pa rin. Sawang-sawa na tayo dyan. Yun lang naman ang suggestion ko. Think outside the box. Kasi, in fact, mayroong mga thesis na naging company na rin. Okay? Pero depende pa sa school nyo. Check nyo yung rule ng school nyo. tip lang to there are schools kasi na pag thesis, property nila. So you might not want to, yes, copyright yan eh. Diba? So, think about it. Nila. And, just to share din, kung meron mo yung product na ginawa, huwag kayong matakot i-share sa group. Malay nyo. Just as an example lang, si Sulit, nalala niya Sulit, OLX na ngayon. Yung project na yun, it was actually, ang nag-beta test nun, mga members ng PHP user group. Pinost lang ni RJ David, hey, test this, this new web app. Yeah. The rest is history. Diba? So, maalay nyo, kayo na pala yung next big thing. Huwag niyong itago. Kasi ito naman sabi ko, pag gumagawa kayo sa produkto o isang bagay, most probably naisip ng ibang tao, hindi lang kayo. Ang nagkakatalo lang is execution at time to market niya. Diba? Parang ano lang yan eh. Ang dami ngayon nag-iisip gumawa ng bagong Uber. Tama mali. Pero, at the end of the day, ano yung value proposition mo versus Grab and Uber? Bakit ako lilipat sa'yo? So, yung ginawa Oo.
Yung taxi booking application.
Oo. Okay yun kasi libre. Walang plus 40. So, may value proposition. Pero, I mean, the joke, ano lang yan, I'm treating it as a joke. Pero, yun yung value proposition talaga yung app. Kasi libre. Wala siyang add-on. So, kung gagawa kayo ng panibagong taxi booking app, ano yung value proposition? Bakit kayo gagamitin? Diba? So, yun yung isa na lagi nyo iisipin pag gagawa kayo ng bagong produkto. And sabi nga ni kanina umaga, this part, sino mag-apply, register lang kayo. Nabagkita sa inyo, di ba? This part. Sige nga, ano ang kasama sa this part? Green part na ma-discuss. Sorry. Kala ko na-discuss din. So anyway, just to share with you guys, sa mga merong company here, startup, not more than 5 years old, not earning more than $1 million, building software, you are eligible to apply for Microsoft Biz Spark. Ano itong Microsoft Biz Spark? For the next 3 years, if you are approved, you would get free licenses of all Microsoft software from A to Z. Okay? And yung license na yon, kahit after 3 years, yun na yun. Number 2, you also get Azure credits, almost worth 1.8 million, if I'm not mistaken, for the next 3 years. So, ibig sabihin, you could deploy your web or mobile app. Lahat ng nakikita niya sa Azure na services, you get credits na pwede niyong deployan ng production app niyo. Okay? So, tulong ni Microsoft to, wala na kayong gagastusin na operational costs. Right? Libre na yung tools nyo, libre na OS, libre na Office, everything. Libre pa yung cloud. May kailangan pa kayo? Meron. Marketing and training support. Microsoft is also providing support for startups. So, like, sample natin, Paulo Flores, Elinov, anong tulong ni Microsoft sa company mo? Clients. So, Microsoft is giving them clients. In fact, government clients like City of Cavite, DILG pala. So, si Microsoft, dahil sinusuportahan sila as Bizpark, tama, di ba? So, mga client ni Microsoft na enterprise, binabato sa mga startups. Di ba? Kasi syempre, pag kayo lumapit sa company, who you? Di ba? Kahit ang ganda-ganda ng who you? Para paniligaw lang yun eh. Sino ka ba? Yun. So, malaking tulong. Lalo na pag binak ka ni Microsoft. Kasi, number 1 sa enterprise yan. Di ba? Everywhere there's Microsoft. Now, aside from that, you also get free training, free consultation. So sila, Paulo, in fact, they're even sometimes working here, doing meetings here, para makahingi ng consultation sa mga Microsoft experts. Okay? So, aside from that, pag yung product nyo or services nyo okay talaga, Microsoft would even put it on Microsoft Pinpoint. It's a website where all Microsoft partners globally could search for suppliers. And at the same time, pag may mga exhibit si Microsoft or mga events, minsan binibigyan pa ng booth yan, mag-exhibit kayo dyan, sell your product. And why is Microsoft giving this away for free? No commitment. The reason behind that is, if your business grow, after 3 years, hopefully you would still use Microsoft technology. So, kikita pa rin si Microsoft at the end of the day. Okay? So, it's a win-win situation. Discounted na yung price niyo, by the way. Pag naka-Bisport kayo, discounted yung from the SRT, yung Azure cost niya. So, ang daming benefits. So, laking tulong for startups because you have the entire, it's like having an entire infrastructure of Facebook at your dispatch anytime. Okay? May questions doon? Siyempre, ang question next doon, paano mag-apply? Diba? So, pagpasa ka sa requirement, just log into www.bizspark.com. bizspark.com. So, kailangan nyo lang meron kayong website plus email na papan-email nyo. Yun yung pang-register nyo para mas mabilis ma-upload. Okay? So, open to all yan. Basta, pipiliin nyo Philippines. Kasi syempre, iba mag-upload pag ibang bansa. Right? And, dapat, hindi pa na kailangan registered company. Kasi baka syempre, sige ba, wala kaming SEC. Okay lang yun. Startup na kayo. Pwede pa rin kayo mag-apply. Okay? May question sa this part? Wala? May interested? Ito ulit. Sige, okay yan. Yeah, good yun, good yun. In fact, I like your energy. Okay? May question wala na? Sige, question.
Regarding
InfoSec.
it will be next trend in the future.
It is always a trend. Iba lang ang tawag natin. Or maybe iba lang yung Kaya lang naman siya kasi nagiging critical ngayon because it's election. Diba? Kasi at the end of the day, it's not a new thing for everybody. Sabi nga natin, it's a decade-old problem. Pero ano ba yung nagiging problem talaga in reality, in a lot of businesses here? Para share ko na rin, sorry, tumatagal tayo. But this is very important. One reason why we have that problem, it's because yung maling pananaw sa IT cycle ng mga not just administrators but also programmers. In fact, right now, I would say mas malaki ang chance na programmer ang may sala for security breach rather than the admin. Okay? Bakit ganon? Kasi normally, sa isang company, unless one-man team ka, diba? May mga ganon you're Superman. Pero for a typical company, diba? You have a sysad, you have DB ad, you have network ad, then you have meron pang deployment manager at kung ano pa. They're doing their part. Sysad would always patch a server, right? They change their password every 2 months. They use long password, whatever. They remove all the unnecessary services, lock down all the permissions. They do their part. Pero, imagine mo, a single file sa PHP, ma-upload mo lang doon, or masama mo sa package na dineploy na may butas, patay na yung buong server niya. Diba? Ganun kasimple. Ano yung common mistake sa mga forms, cross-site script, saka SQL injection? Diba? Kahit gano'n ka-secure ang infrastructure mo, kahit pinaka-latest pa lahat yan, kahit may firewall ka and everything, kasi ganun yung mindset ng mga company. Hindi ka pa rin secure. Isang maling code lang sa app mo. Ganun kasimple yan. Okay? We're not even talking about social engineering here. Ibang usapan pa yun. We're just talking about yung common na ang programmer ang may sala. Diba? Kasi sa social engineering, ibang usapan na yan Because you're not actually hacking the system directly. You're using a people, which is always the weakness. Remember this. As a programmer, when we develop software, our weakness is the people who are using it. Because they can be deceived. So kahit gano'n ka-secure pa yung app mo, meron kang loophole pa rin. That's the reason why there is no such thing as 100% security. But you could be vigilant. Yun lang. Sige na, babalik ko na yung mic. Tagal tayo eh. Thank you very much, guys.
Okay. Thank you very much then, Sir Edison Tan, for that very inspiring talk. Pasensya na kayo, medyo low on energy na ako. Well, I guess that wraps up our day. As for closing remarks, maraming salamat sa mga co-admin ko na nagsipunta rito. Siyempre, maraming salamat din sa mga pumunta at natira. Palakpakan natin ang ating mga sarili. We survived the day. Ano yun? 12 hours na yata. Anong oras na ba? 12 hours na tayo nandito sa Microsoft PH. May gulay.
Microsoft.
Oo nga pala, maraming salamat Microsoft at ita-accommodate po kami. Salamat din Sir Edison for arranging this. And syempre sa Hubnob for our live stream. At sa team live stream dyan, thank you for tuning in. Palagay ko may recording ito since nasa YouTube siya. Tama po ba, sir?
It will be automatically recorded.
Yes, it is automatically recorded. So, if ever na meron kayong kailangan balikan or kailangan pakinggan muli, lalo na yung speaker kanina, I would suggest that you just visit the YouTube link provided naman doon sa ating main thread. Now, to wrap this up, magsitayo tayo at mag-group picture. Bilang patunay na nag-meet up tayo. Mga pala, no, open-minded ba kayo?
Yes.
Kapit tayo. Yung 17K nyo, gawin natin 21. 211.
Brilliant. That's brilliant.